And here, this was the absolute home ground of the Treeman troops, where they could unleash a power far stronger than when they had raised the All-Woods realm outside Tianyuan City. The second task was to mount an offensive, specifically, a defensive offensive against the Great Blood Tree Forest to the west. The Great Blood Tree Forest was too close to Tianyuan City, a mere few dozen kilometers away if marked by the blood-colored trees. Of course, these areas were the outer limits of the Great Blood Tree Forest, just as the periphery of the Dark Forest was right next door to the Tianyuan territory back then. But still, it was too close. Back in the day, he was just a shrimp and didn't understand the terrors of the Dark Forest, but now he had to take precautions early. However, delving too deep into the Blood Tree Forest was too dangerous, so what to do? Fight the forest with the forest. Rooted powerhouses excelled in home territory combat and possessed the ability to extend their own domain. Then, let the tree demon Granny turn the forests west of Tianyuan City into her home ground. That was her second task. The tree demon Granny had an epic skill called Seed of Tree. According to her, once she had stepped into the legendary realm, the seeds of the Seed of Tree could take root permanently in the earth. In that case, one tree held two great responsibilities, which seemed reasonable. Isloa was doing the work of 13 people all by herself. Mu Yuan felt the spirit of Isloa was worth learning from. At the same time, deep within the Great Blood Tree Forest. Gaw, gaw, a black bird with a beak curved like a knife flew 1,000 meters high, staring levelly at the towering blood-colored giant tree that pierced the clouds. Bloody mist surrounded it, and on the tree trunk, numerous blood eyes opened. This was the true form of the Blood Tree King. It is indeed terrifying. If the Blood Tree King hadn't given permission, I would never have been able to come here. Is he really of the legendary Earth realm? The black bird was shocked but kept a calm appearance, its eyes deep. Blood Tree King, have you considered the offer? Human forces are growing stronger, and you no longer have the luxury of staying out of this. Work with us, and together we can eliminate humankind. The entire Great Domain will be our hunting ground. I can make the decision to cede 1/3 of the original Fang of the Jackal Wolf domain to your Great Blood Tree Forest. The Blood Tree King remained silent. After a long silence, this king does not care whether I step out of the Blood Tree Forest or not, nor do I care for the meaningless human blood fodder. But if he truly didn't care and had no intention of talking, he wouldn't have come to this core area of the Blood Tree Forest. The black bird muttered under its breath. He said nothing, only taking out a heart core shining with magnificent luster from his storage ring. This is a Millennium Tree Heart, a treasure left by a fallen legendarily Realm Tree person. Regardless of whether your highness takes action, this Millennium Tree Heart is offered to you. However, if your highness agrees to act, the Black Crow clan and Orochi clan are also willing to gift you 3 additional Millennium Tree Hearts after the fact. The Blood Tree King still remained silent. Hundreds, maybe thousands, of eyes on the trunk stared intently at the giant black bird. After a moment, this king agrees. A bloodvine descended, gently wrapping around and taking the magnificent Millennium Tree Heart into the Blood Tree King's grasp, merging it into his trunk. What would you have this king do? Human powerhouses are not easy to deal with, and some have abilities that restrain this king. But that is external conflict. Only human strongmen can match your highness. If it's inside the Blood Tree Forest, with the great force of your highness, suppressing human powerhouses should be effortlessly within reach. HMPH, naturally. In that case, the envoy of the Black Crow clan proposed a great strategic plan. The Blood Tree Forest expansion strategy. If the Blood Tree Forest continued to spread, reaching the outskirts of Tianyuan City, what then for the human strongmen? Should they step into the Great Blood Tree Forest, they would be usurping home ground advantage. If they dared not enter the Blood Tree Forest, they could use it to constantly harass and wear down humans. When the time came to truly lay siege, they could neutralize the geographic advantage of the humans with the forest's environment. Perfect. The Fang of the Jackal Wolf failed due to underestimating their opponents and a lack of understanding of humans. And now, they had gradually come to understand clearly the various facets of human power. The Fang of the Jackal Wolf had already stumbled through those pitfalls. They just needed to wait for the right moment to strike. They would win. Mu Yuan naturally had no way of knowing the situation within the Great Bloodtree Forest. The entire forest was a place of absolute death. It was difficult for any creature, strong or otherwise, as well as monster powerhouses, to set foot in it. The fact that a new legendary realm had emerged in the Tianyuan territory was also little known, with only a few high-ranking members of Tianyuan territory being privy to the information. However, in the past 2 days, the birth of a new legendary realm swept through the circles of beings in the Ten Directions Island domain in a matter of moments. There was no concealment. The newly born legend came from the Natural Garden. With the promotion of this legend, the Natural Garden held a promotion ceremony of considerable scale and invited Lord Muyuan, the battle armor general, the giant legendary King of Frost, and other dignitaries, including the Cat Person, the Fire Lion, the Multi-Armed, and the Featherman forces, which now also had a presence in the outside world and were naturally among the invited. The Natural Garden's promotion ceremony was a grand affair. After all, before the birth of this legendary realm, the Natural Garden had only Milena, a solitary legend, who had to shoulder everything and sometimes dared not linger in Tianyuan City. Now, with a second legendary realm in the Natural Garden, there was much more leeway in strategic arrangements. The Natural Garden has passed the critical period, while I still have to struggle on. When I return, I must make our youngsters in Giant Stone Ridge train even harder, much harder. The giant legendary King of Frost sighed. 2 younger giants, who might have the potential to sprint towards the legendary realm in the future, couldn't help but shiver. People could die from this. Luckily, no 4 order geniuses from Tianyuan territory had broken through, otherwise. Giant Stone Ridge naturally had its own legendary seed and had been preparing for the breakthrough into the legendary realm. It was just that this legendary seed was still adjusting and did not have enough confidence to begin the breakthrough. We owe it to the City Lord of Tianyuan for our sufficiency of breakthrough ceremony materials. Otherwise, Giant Stone Ridge wouldn't have enough. Now, everything is starting to look up. The King of Frost saw a bright future. With this development, Giant Stone Ridge had a great chance of giving birth to a second, third, fourth, and even a 5th legend. But there was a prerequisite to all this: peace and smooth sailing. Could they really develop smoothly? The surrounding monster overlords seemed to be plotting something. The King of Frost was worried. He opened his mouth but chose not to voice his ominous concerns on this joyous occasion. The promotion ceremony in the Natural Garden was grand, yet didn't last very long. This elven force had continued the tradition of ancient ceremonies but developed their own efficient style. Even now, the Ten Directions Island domain couldn't be considered peaceful and harmonious. A celebration? A brief festivity was fine. Afterwards, right back to business as usual, back to their stations. Now was not the time to relax. It was at this time that Daisy's commercial expedition to the Twilight Plains territory returned. When they had set out, their squad had only a single X-2 type passenger airship. Upon their return, the airship fleet had expanded to 4 vessels. Dragonfish 2 passenger airship, Excellence. This was a vehicle Mu Yuan exchanged for using contribution points on the Taishuan Covenant platform. These were large items that could not be transferred through the secret realm, necessitating either collection in person or dispatch via courier. Unfortunately, nothing like Divine Bird Express or the Netherworld Express could reach Tianyuan City, situated in the Ten Directions Island domain. Picking them up in person was the better option. The Dragonfish 2 passenger airship was a Tai-Zon self-developed airship whose performance was comparable to the X-2 type, to Mu Yuan's satisfaction. 4 airships, 2 for commerce, and the remaining 2 for daily personnel transport, Mu Yuan contemplated. Daisy then reported on the situation of this commercial trip in detail. The primary mission of this commercial expedition was to establish trade routes and build connections with various territories and cities. Thus, they traveled to many places. They moved southward through various settlements, passing through places like Shilling City, ultimately reaching Panchi City. Despite this, the revenue from the commercial trip was still substantial. Most importantly, they had opened new channels. Like for the Dragonfish airships, if he hadn't gone to fetch them himself, Mu Yuan wouldn't have been able to acquire them. We also acquired this treasure, Daisy said. The blueprint for the domain interferer you ordered was out of stock. It'll take about a month or two to procure, but based on your needs, boss, we purchased this set of treasures, the Boundary Steel. Boundary Steel. Mu Yuan had always valued enchantment-related treasures and had long thought about purchasing a set of real city defense barriers. However, a city defense barrier that could engulf an entire city would undoubtedly be of epic level, and as a large item, its value would be at least equivalent to several treasures of the same rank. There were indeed such items on the Taishuan Covenant platform. A total of 3 sets. Water Veil Skycloak Barrier, 10,000 Woods Sustenance Barrier, and Red Lotus Karma Fire Barrier. The first 2 required 6-star pioneers or authority equivalent to this rank to exchange, while the latter could only be purchased by 7-star exploration generals. Mu Yuan did not have this authority, he didn't even have the financial means. He had given up on the idea of exchanging for city defense barriers and instead turned to developing lower-grade substitutes himself, or waiting for the day he would be favored by the elements of heaven and earth and such a treasure would simply drop into his lap. He commissioned Daisy to purchase domain interferers or similar treasures for the purpose of concealing extraordinary phenomena. To conceal the phenomena emanating from the birth of a being with legendary status. He worried that one domain interferer wouldn't be enough, so he considered buying another. Boundary Steel. Rank. Excellence. Category. Special Class Combined Treasure. Description 1. Place the steel on the ground, connect it to the ley lines and supply enough energy to unfold an enchantment measuring 2000 times 2000 times 2000 cubic meters. Description 2. The special enchantment provides medium protection, as well as strong concealment, masking, and interference capabilities. Also, deploying the enchantment does not affect the people inside from absorbing elements of heaven and earth from the outside. Description 3. Once the Boundary Steel is activated, it will inevitably be subjected to wear and tear. The current number of remaining uses for this Boundary Steel. 3/5. The Boundary Steel was acquired by Daisy in Panchi City, from the hands of a high-order professional. The acquisition was not expensive. It only cost 700 soul crystal coins. So cheap? Mu Yuan's insight had greatly improved. He could determine the approximate value of this combined treasure at a glance. Even with limitations on the number of uses, the value of an enchantment treasure was still far higher than ordinary treasures of excellence. Moreover, a coverage area of 2000 times 2000 times 2000 meters was by no means small. It was enough to completely encompass a small town-level territory. 700 soul crystal coins was indeed cheap. Such treasures, under normal circumstances, are also difficult to purchase with only soul crystals. Daisy said, "This Boundary Steel is somewhat underwhelming. The protection it provides isn't very strong, and the energy consumed to maintain the barrier over a long period is beyond what an ordinary lord can afford. As for concealment, masking, interfering with astral observations or deductions, these abilities seemed hardly useful. They only took effect when the barrier was active. What territory would need such a thing? Though that's what was said, this was still an item that could save one's life, and acquiring it for 700 soul crystal coins showcased Daisy's capabilities. The entire process didn't require Mr. Mu to worry at all. Having competent subordinates made life easy for a lord. Rest for a few days and then head to Shen Luo domain to the east on behalf of our Tianyuan territory. This trip is a short one. Afterwards, continue to expand the trade routes to various places in Taizan. On this trip, you'll also take Irene and the others with you, taking them to the academies in Panchi City and Lakehaven City, Mu Yuan arranged. The personnel headed to Panchi City and Lakehaven City had already been essentially selected. The accompanying personnel and guards for the merchant convoy would also undergo some rotation. Experienced hands would lead the new ones, making sure that as many Tianyuan up-and-comers had the ability to stand on their own. For example, this trip's guard captain Zhou Yi, Mu Yuan considered assigning him to Lakehaven City. The offertory level experts in the guard team, Shi Lu and Lian Yu, with Lien Yu continuing to accompany the merchant convoy back and forth, providing escort and protection. Shi Lu, on the other hand, would stay behind to focus on honing his physique and adjusting his state to make a push for the legendary realm. After all, Shi Lu had already encompassed both domain and light of wool, just half a step away from the legendary realm, while Lien Yu had yet to forge his own domain. "No need to rest," said Daisy. "Time is life, time is money. If every trip requires a few days of rest, when will we be able to have Tianyuan City's trade routes spread across all of Taizan? Besides, staying in the territory doing nothing wasn't as enjoyable as haggling with others, where a simple 3 sentences could net 180,000 soul sand." Daisy had ambition as well. Currently, the Chamber of Commerce in Tianyuan territory was still a rather unremarkable department among the many. Just as she had expressed, she wished to see the reach of Tianyuan Chamber of Commerce penetrate the entire Taizan region. The Tianyuan Chamber of Commerce was preparing for the next commercial journey, scheduled to depart in 2 days. Various departments of Tianyuan territory and each troop were also busy. Outside South City, Isloa stood on a high platform, lecturing and instructing. One new building after another rose from the ground, and the appearance of the area outside Tianyuan City changed day by day. The previous layout of Tianyuan City was gourd-shaped, and now, 2 new districts were gradually being constructed at the bottom of the gourd, one on each side. Once the 2 new districts were completed, they would be able to accommodate a permanent population of about 65,000. Some territory citizens were still living a bit cramped. Building their own apartments, the territory citizens were full of enthusiasm. The Skeleton Cemetery, Ice Spirit Cold Pool, Royal Musket Association, Treeman Forest, and the Dragon Mound Fertile Land Secret Realm and other areas were also bustling with construction. Comfortable residences would also be built in these military camp areas. The defensive troops, meanwhile, continued their in-depth work on the territory's defenses. As the new district was under construction, these areas had already moved beyond the protection of the city walls. General Lu Lu pushed the defensive troops forward, stationing them in one fortress after another as they were built. General Lu Lu also frequently measured the land and chose areas that were easy to defend but hard to attack, erecting arrow towers and multi-shot arrow towers, gradually building up a series of defensive strongholds around Tianyuan City. Night fell. Lu Lu took out the military books purchased by the merchant caravan, many of which recorded the defensive layouts of various lords and generals for their own territories. Lu Lu meticulously read through them, not missing a single word or sentence. There is no trivial matter in the security of city defenses. At the same time, out in the wilderness, exploratory teams and transportation teams were also active. It was now deep into the night, the sky pitch black without moonlight or starlight, as if countless ferocious monsters lay in wait within the dark wilds, yearning to devour humans. The wilderness at night was dangerous, however, for the majority of Tianyuan City's elite who had already stepped into the Third Order, they could move around the wilds at night as they pleased. Dead Bone did not advocate exploring at night. The elite needed rest, and so did the undead. It's just that some work had a time-sensitive nature and had to be done as quickly as possible, racing against time. The O4 transport squad led by Skeleton Lord Bone 44 was performing a task that required urgency. Quick, quick, quick! The Soul Shrine is just ahead. In the darkness of the night, strands of faint blue and yellow light floated around. Bone 44 led his squad of over 10 men, quickly arriving at the camp. He manifested the Death Remains territory, laying it upon the earth. To the side, several team members hurriedly ran in, throwing out 20 or 30 monster carcasses in various manners. All these monsters were thoroughly dead, many of the corpses incomplete. Yet even in their incompleteness, one could vaguely make out the ferocity and brutality they had in life. These were all high-order monsters. Also, they were monsters that had a not insignificant possibility of possessing some intelligence. The O4 squad had just received news of the goods and immediately rushed there, transporting these cadavers to the Soul Shrine with the utmost speed. We took just over 2 hours, these bodies should still be fresh. In charge of this camp was also a military unit born from the undead. Ghost Commander of the Underworld, Bai Li. An epic strongman in the late Fourth Order. Bai Li quickly moved the goods into the Soul Shrine and chose to perform the sacrifice. Soon, the carcasses dissipated, specks of pale blue light scattered, and eventually gathered again on the altar inside the shrine, forming a cluster of eerily blue flames. We've accumulated 30 points of soul power. This time, according to the list, it's time to choose a Trent Remnant soul for exchange. Nowadays, the exchanges mostly consisted of Treemen, elite musketeers, and ice spirits. Occasionally, a batch of random one-star soldiers would also be exchanged. Bai Li didn't really understand these matters. He was only responsible for guarding this place and acting as an unfeeling execution machine. He just did whatever the Rakshasa boss told him. Bai Li was about to proceed as per the protocol, suddenly. Rumble! A tremor shook the ground as deep rifts cracked open in the earth of the campsite, kicking up dust and debris. The miracle building, the Soul Shrine, remained undamaged, still glowing faintly in the night. But around it, many wooden walls had cracked, and arrow towers too burst open with eye-catching fissures, ready to collapse. Bai Li was stunned for half a second before he let out a piercing shriek. Enemy attack! Invisible ripples spread all around. In the darkness, pair after pair of pitch-black pupils appeared. They were the Fourth Order strongmen from the Black Crow clan and Orochi clan, along with a large number of high-order monsters they had summoned. They had launched a surprise attack, at the same time, in the office of Tianyuan City. Lord Shepard was still working late at night. The alert of an attack on his territory resounded in his ear, and he switched to the Lord's perspective at once, leaping to the location of the Soul Shrine. There, a rare level watchtower also stood towering before the shrine. Through the Lord's overhead view, Mu Yuan could clearly see hundreds of Third and Fourth Order monsters charging furiously from outside the camp. The enemies have found their way to the Soul Shrine here? Mu Yuan didn't immediately direct Bai Li and the others, nor did he control the arrow towers and multi-shot arrow towers within range. He just watched quietly. The Shrine's guards and the O4 Transportation Squad, these elites who typically acted under the leadership of Deadbone, Lulu, Rakshasa, and other division generals, had never encountered such an unexpected situation. Now they were a bit dazed, a bit stunned, a bit at a loss. Their response was not as correct as it should be. Mu Yuan was still calm, not in a hurry. The enemies had shattered the encircling walls and stormed into the camp, vastly outnumbering the defending forces with over 100 high-order monsters. The leaders among them were direct lineage Fourth Order from the Black Crow clan and the Orochi clan. They were commanders of formidable strength. They quickly seized the advantage. They toppled watchtower after watchtower, arrow tower after arrow tower, multi-shot arrow towers. They gradually cornered the undead like Bai Li and Bone 44 in front of the lookout towers. They sensed something was amiss, for after such prolonged combat, it seemed they had not achieved even a single kill count, while numerous high-level firepower lay fallen at their side. Bai Li and Bone 44, amidst the fighting, also felt that something wasn't quite right. There were at least 30 to 40 Fourth Order bosses on the other side, but the power they exhibited seemed a bit weak. Or rather, were they a bit too strong? Bai Li dared not underestimate these peak Fourth Order monsters. Just a short while ago, facing such monsters, he had been evenly matched. But upon reflection, he'd only been at Third Order peak then, and now, after undergoing a heaven and earth baptism, he had advanced to late Fourth Order. Most of his comrades had likewise stepped into the Fourth Order. They had nothing to fear anymore. Casting aside all reservations, Bai Li unleashed a vast ghost market illusion, which swiftly enveloped dozens of enemies around him. Countering dozens of peers single-handedly was unwise, as the ghost market might collapse within seconds. However, the pressure doesn't seem that great? Bone 44 abandoned caution as well, condensing the Deathremain's territory into a grinding mill of heaven and earth. It, as if lifting a massive millstone, smashed it directly upon the monsters trapped by the ghost market. Double kill. Triple kill. 8 kills in a row. This was why Mu Yuan had no worries and did not need to command the battle. He wanted to provide his warriors with greater opportunities to temper themselves. Even if elites perished accidentally in battle, no matter, for they could be resurrected through the Hall of Martial Souls. There were no concerns for what lay behind. He looked toward the distant realms within his territory enshrouded in darkness. As the battle drew to its close, no legendary realm monsters had appeared. The commander-level strong ones sent by the Black Crow clan and the Orochi clan still held a bit of unwillingness in their eyes as they perished. Indeed, there was no legendary realm behind them. This place was too close to Tianyuan City. Once a legendary realm acted, the likelihood of escape was slim. Exchange a legendary realm for a crowd of human elites? That would be far too great a loss. But trading a bunch of high-order monsters for human elites is no loss at all, even at 2 for 1, 3 for 1, or 4 for 1. The elites of the Black Crow clan and the Orochi clan were clear, they too were just cannon fodder. But mere cannon fodder leaders. Yet, if they could capture the Soul Shrine and annihilate the human elites there and then scatter to flee, escaping from the hands of a human legend was not impossible. Humans have but 1 or 2 legends after all. The result? They died, and the Soul Shrine was not taken. Their final struggle to exchange life for life only barely managed to slay 2 elites from the human forces. A worthwhile trade or a loss? The Fourth Order leader of the Black Crow clan was unclear. He had already entered eternal rest. Bai Li, looking at this batch of entirely fresh corpses, felt completely invigorated. Quick, get all these monster corpses into the shrine. That night, the Soul Shrine wasn't the only place under attack. A total of 6 areas suffered surprise assaults from the enemy. Among them were mines guarded by the Cat Persons and the Feathermen. At this moment within the Black Crow clan, several Black Crow legends were using special techniques to tally the night's casualties. The number of human elites we managed to slay seems somewhat low. No matter, as long as the number is not 0, it's enough. Continue the attrition. Pawns are just dispensable to us, but for the vitality forces to cultivate a 3rd order or 4th order strongman, it takes an enormous amount of time and energy, and they also need to consider aptitude. Keep wearing them down. That night, the Soul Shrine was continually in operation, harvesting batches of the freshest materials. Several corps replenished their ranks with many new soldiers. All these were gifts from the monster overlords. Lord, the losses have been tallied up. We suffered the deaths of 9 warriors in last night's battle, with an additional 47 injured. We lost 37 ordinary-level defense structures and 16 rare-level defense structures, totaling approximately. However, of the 9 fallen elites, 8 were of the undead system and did not need to be reshaped in the Hall of Martial Souls. Mu Yuan simply made the rounds himself, inspecting the situation in the various mining areas while using undead revival to bring back the souls of the slain undead from the netherworld. The losses mainly occurred in a few areas that did not have division generals of T1 level from Tianyuan City to lead them. In the medium-sized soul sand mine furthest from Tianyuan City, thanks to the presence of Uta and Sario, the damage was minimal even though there was an attack by legendary realm creatures. One reason was that the legendary realm creature kept its distance, attacking from afar without engaging in real combat. It seemed to have some recognition of Uta. Secondly, Uta and Sario are sufficiently strong. Whenever any elite in any area encountered an unexpected attack, they were able to rescue them in time. Places like the Soul Shrine encampment lacked division generals of T1 level from Tianyuan City. Bai Li and Bone 44 are stronger than leader-level monsters, but not overwhelmingly so. They often couldn't rescue in time. They also lacked that level of awareness. However, after going through several battles, the abilities of these elites, their command capabilities, battle awareness, adaptability, and so on, would all rapidly improve. Mu Yuan considered the enemy's attacks as a way to sharpen his own elites. Military kinds with budding wisdom can advance their intelligence faster through such trials, and only those truly self-aware can make real gains from such experiences. Compared to the mines of Tianyuan City, it was actually the Featherman tribe and the Cat People tribe's mines that suffered more damage last night. One of the mines managed by the Feathermen was even attacked by a legendary realm monster. But Duo Lie's reinforcements arrived in time. Although both sites sustained significant damage and many elites were killed along with miners caught in the crossfire, the losses were still lower than what they had estimated. It was something they could bear. If we want to carve out more living space for ourselves, we can't avoid necessary sacrifices. Think about it. How many powerful beings from the monster power did we kill last night? We killed more high-order monsters in this one battle than we have over the past 10 years. A young, injured Featherman warrior shouted hoarsely. What they were defending was not just a mining area, but the determination to expand and explore outward. The giant ridge and natural garden next door were also attacked at the same time, but they were not the main targets. Both powers conveyed messages that they were fine and asked if Tianyuan City needed support. The elves and giants need not worry. For monster overlord power, organizing an assault of this scale is not an easy task. After all, the number of high-order monsters that died last night ranged in the hundreds to thousands. Many high-order monsters are born directly from the red mist, emerging from the nest of filth. They are truly expendable, mere cannon fodder in the eyes of the legendary realm. But even monster overlords cannot continuously bring forth such large numbers of high-order monsters. In the short term, the enemy can only command ordinary monsters to carry out a war of attrition. Another point, among the legendary realm monsters that showed up last night, there were only a handful, but there are definitely far more in hiding or aiding and interfering from the shadows. A legendary realm being interfered with is astral observations. Another legendary realm used special methods to cover the raid teams as they crossed the wilderness. Otherwise, even with the vastness of the wilderness, Tianyuan City's intelligence network not yet fully deployed, and the lack of enough wild outposts and scout posts. Even with these deficiencies, the enemy wouldn't be able to attack the outposts silently. We must be cautious with monster overlord power, and not drop our guard just because a minor power like Fang of the Jackal Wolf has been extinguished. Last night's battle also brought significant gains for Mu Yuan. They harvested a number of ordinary level and rare level remnant souls. But these were just incidental. The main gains came from the Soul Shrine. The Soul Shrine can harvest the souls of freshly dead corpses and create one remnant soul after another. However, there are two limitations to the Soul Shrine. The corpse's predecessor must be a monster that had the dawn of wisdom. The corpse must not have been dead for too long. Through testing, Mu Yuan found that the death time had to be within 3 hours. Beyond this limit, the soul points that the shrine could obtain would be significantly reduced. If it exceeded 6 hours, there would hardly be any energy to harvest. The Battle of Wolf Felling spoils were simply wasted previously. The Wolf Fang lair was too far from the Soul Shrine, and by the time the bodies were transported, they were already cold. Last night's battle was different. The battle outside the Soul Shrine ensured all the corpses were fresh and could be directly thrown into the incineration shrine. The battles at various mines mostly weren't too far from Tianyuan City. For the mining areas closer to the northern territories, which were relatively distant, Mu Yuan simply gave up on them. They truly did not have the capacity to keep them all. Choices had to be made. Last night we recruited 20 treemen, 10 elite musketeers, 10 ice spirits, and in addition, 6,000 other ordinary 1-star level creatures. In fact, in his opinion, creating random ordinary remnant souls at the Soul Shrine was the most cost-effective, especially after the evolutionary miracle upgrade. Before upgrading, he had to pay 3 times the price to specifically exchange for little skeletons or slime remnant souls. After upgrading, he had no taboos about diet, accepting any kind of remnant soul soldiers. Little goblin? Take it. Rotting walking corpse? Take it. Jungle caterpillar? Take it. Even the most useless types of soldiers could shine bright in Tianyuan City, contributing miraculous power. However, to amass 1,000-strong Treeman troops or Snow Maiden Corps, relying only on regular recruitment and recruitment orders, would take far too long. They still had to take some shortcuts through the Soul Shrine. The current Treeman troops already had several hundreds of trees. Although the Treeman troops already had the power to contest with, or even slay, beings of the legendary realm thanks to their rooting strength. After the evolutionary miracle upgrade, Mu Yuan had no taboos about acquiring ordinary remnant souls, seemingly like the king of trash-picking. He found it hard to buy large quantities of these cannon fodder-level remnant souls at once, but a continuous stream of remnant souls were being added to the stockpile, and over time, the amount became rather considerable. Mu Yuan opened the panel. Tianyuan territory. Rank. Level 5 territory. Buildings. Troops. 84K. Expand for details. Population. 32,455. PS. While checking data, I realized that the population figures in chapters 385 and 387 were incorrect and have been amended. The number of troops increased rapidly. However, accompanying this was a doubled pressure on the food supply. Nevertheless, this was Isloa's headache. As long as she could handle it, Mu Yuan didn't need to worry. With the massive number of troops supporting him, a vast swarm of Evo points came flocking in. Like droplets gathering to form a lake. In the pool that only Mu Yuan could see, the Evo power had already filled about 2/3. Evo power. 623K. Mu Yuan found that there was a limit to the amount of Evo power that could be accumulated in the pool. This limit was constantly growing as he continued to use the power of the evolutionary miracle. Initially, what he saw in his eyes as the materialization of the accumulated Evo power was just a tiny light ball. Later, the light ball grew a bit. After that, the light ball turned into a small pond. The pond grew to form a vast pool. In time, in his view, it would definitely become a gigantic lake of evolution. Currently, the limit of Evo power accumulation is about 1 m. This means that a few months ago, even if I had not evolved any epic life forms and stubbornly hoarded, it would have been quite difficult to directly evolve to legendary. Now, the gates to legendary status seemed within reach. Only 500k Evo power was needed to progress from epic 3 stars to legendary. Only, it all seemed too easy. Mu Yuan called Isloa's channel and asked, "How is the ritual site setup going?" "It's all set up," Isloa said. "When Dead Bone General evolves, we will fully power the domain interferer and boundary steel, and completely seal off the Dragon Mound Fertile Land secret realm. Besides, we will use large-scale magic like Night Hidden Starry Sky and other auxiliary measures. At that time, I will also fully power up the Epic Mage Tower, imposing a double seal on the Dragon Mound Fertile Land secret realm. Lord, when the time comes, you can also use the territorial power, which might provide some additional cover." They had prepared 3 to 4 main measures and more than a dozen auxiliary measures. Any of the main measures was enough to hide the phenomena that accompany the birth of an epic life. However, even so, Dead Bone was still somewhat resistant to this evolution. "This is too unstable. What if we fail to lock down the phenomenon and attract the attention of a powerful being, what then?" The reasoning of Dead Bone was not without merit, but the current situation of Tianyuan City was far from safe. He hadn't forgotten that Dragon Sleep Valley was right next to his own territory. The Northern Black Crow clan and the Orochi clan dared to launch attacks because they surely had their own reliance. Now, as Tianyuan City's legendary realm was about to enter a rapid growth stage, Mu Yuan wouldn't lack ordinary legends any longer. What he needed were higher, more invincible powers. Dead Bone was, at that moment, among the strongest in Tianyuan, the most suitable for evolution. However, the matter of evolution did indeed need to be 100% robust, without even the slightest accident. This is why Mu Yuan had been delaying again and again. Otherwise, if he didn't evolve Jun, Sophia, or Uda, he could have glimpsed legends a month earlier. Mu Yuan prepared various means and continuously searched for all kinds of information. Information about legendary life was extremely scarce. Ordinary lords and professionals might not have even heard of it, but for frontier lords, it wasn't completely inaccessible secrets. Epic life beings, as long as they excavate their own potential, so long as they do not meet an early demise, will leave a bold stroke in the annals of history. In ancient times, epic strongs had created principalities, kingdoms. Their lives were indeed the sagas of spectacular and vast epics. Even within the Bright Empire, a paramount great empire, the radiance of epic geniuses is never overshadowed. They are born dazzlingly radiant, with phenomena accompanying them, which signifies that even the heaven and earth favor such outstanding talents. The strength of a significant family within the bright empire depends on how many epic geniuses they have at a given time. If epic symbolizes history, then legend is an existence that is ethereal and revered. Epic strongs have their moments of glory, as well as their final curtains. The beings of legendary status often seem to permeate through the river of time. They rarely appear before people, yet they seem to exist everywhere, with many places bearing the traces left by legends. Many troops types, special bloodline lives, exist because of the influence of legendary beings, who gave birth to them. Many seemingly unrelated troops types, at the ends of their bloodlines, might also be pointing towards some legend. This was a popular science book. However, the description of legend within it was somewhat legendary itself. Mu Yuan read through many materials related to legends, which was still not enough. So, when he met the Lord of Han Yu City at the Elf's courtyard, he sought advice from him. "You've come to the right person for this. Legends are indeed quite mysterious, but not as mysterious as you think." "Have I seen a legend?" "Of course, I've seen legends, not just one. There are legendary life beings within our Taizan alliance." "Specifically where?" "That I cannot tell you, but when the time comes, you'll naturally find out." "Which lords have recruited legendary troops?" "Ah, this. Your question is a bit, never mind, you really don't understand the ins and outs. Epic life will no longer exist as remnant souls, unable to be traded. Lords who want to recruit epic troops could only rely on personal charisma, strength, or luck. At least, epic life might exist in the form of incomplete heroic spirits, or exist in certain recruitment spots, miracle buildings, waiting for those destined, but how about legendary life? Legendary life cannot be recruited. They will not submit to any lord, at least with our current power. It's impossible to attract a legend. The weakest legend I have seen had power that towered over my own. It's not possible to attract a legendary existence, but if we can gain the friendship of a legendary life being, we can ask this legend to take action when necessary." The Lord of Han Yu City spoke roundabout, but his meaning was still one and the same. Legendary beings were too powerful. Them, mere small fry, fantasizing about attracting legends. Impossible, not even in dreams. But the problem was, every life has its weak moments. When epic troops are just recruited, they aren't without second order, first order, or even apprentice level, but what about legendary life? Genuine powerhouses indeed couldn't be attracted. The legendary realm gunner Master Roy next door was supremely difficult to attract. Mu Yuan didn't have that intention at all. But if Roy was only 4 order or even 3rd order, 2nd order, lords would find it significantly easier to recruit him. So he asked, epic troops show phenomena when they come into the world, but what about legends? If a legendary life were born and phenomena descended, wouldn't it attract countless powerful lords to rush over and recruit them? The Lord of Han Yu City said, the phenomena of a legend's birth are indeed extravagant. Sometimes it's even visible across great domains. Multiple great domains can see it, however. Just like divine artifacts that obscure themselves, the birth of a legendary life will be celebrated by heaven and earth, with extraordinary scenes descending, but heaven and earth will also provide protection, cover-up. Indeed, countless lords rush to the domains covered by the heavenly scenery, attempting to recruit such a newly born legend, hoping for instant success. But how possible is that? Impossible, absolutely unattainable. She spoke as if between clenched teeth, like someone who had searched desperately for 10 days and nights and not even found a hair. Even if the phenomenon of a legend appears, in the end, it will still be like a mirage, visible, imaginative, but forever untouchable. This is a legend. The Lord of Han Yu City is a top powerhouse of Taizan, and her insights and vision far surpass what little information can compare. After receiving information from the Lord of Han Yu City about the emergence of legends, Mu Yuan felt much more at ease. Of course, relying solely on the word of the Lord of Han Yu City was still not quite foolproof. One day, Mu Yuan also contacted Minister Qin to inquire about the secrets of legends. No one does not long for legends, and the Lord Tianyuan, who is young yet has already recruited several epic lives, naturally feels the same. Minister Chen is only at the level of legendary Earth Realm, and his combat power cannot compare with that of the Lord of Han Yu City, who is at the Third Realm. But Minister Chen has been in charge of the Logistics Development Department for many years, and as one of the earliest lords of the Tai-Zan Alliance, he has even broader knowledge than the Lord of Han Yu City. From Minister Chen, Mu Yuan obtained a narrative nearly identical to that of the Lord of Han Yu City. The phenomenon of an epic life's birth, if not concealed, might be visible even from thousands of miles away. The phenomenon of a legendary life's birth, if not concealed, could be seen from several, perhaps more than 10, great domains, and certain powerhouses might even have a special premonition. However, even if the phenomenon is exaggerated and the heavens and earth celebrate with a radiant splendor that stretches 3,000 miles without end, powerhouses would still be unable to locate the newly born legend based on such phenomena. Legendary treasures have spirits, and only those with destiny can obtain them. Not to mention legendary lives. Who can find a legendary life that intends to hide and has the protection of heaven and earth? Even if encountered, how can one be sure that this is a young legend? A young legend does not necessarily mean weakness. Minister Chen said, when an epic life is just born, most are only at the apprentice level, but their initial rate of improvement is very fast, much faster than that of superior soldier species. As for what state a legendary life is in at birth, whether it is born at 4-order peak or even in the legendary realm, whether legendary lives never have a weak phase, these things we do not know at all. The legendary lives active on the Eternal Continent cannot be said to be numerous, but without exception, these legendary lives reveal themselves already as top-tier powerhouses. Perhaps only an old established superpower like the Yongxing Empire, or even the Holy Griffin Empire, might have records of legendary lives in their youth. Legends are called legends because the tracks of most legends are very elusive. They wield great forces that exceed common understanding, and are as mysterious as people imagine. Not to mention professionals, let alone ordinary lords, even in the eyes of senior lords and some great lords. Legendary lives are exceedingly mysterious, a rarity to witness in a lifetime. The vast majority of people's understanding of legends is also limited to just the word, legend. In fact, even a top powerhouse like the Lord of Han Yu City couldn't necessarily recognize a legend if one stood right before them. Legends don't engrave the word on their foreheads. Among epic lives, only a few like giant dragons, angels, cyclops, and other species with distinct characteristics can be readily identified at a glance. For the likes of the Arrow of Polar Star, God Moon Elves, Vampire Marquis, Skeleton Lord, and others, whose physical characteristics are not particularly unusual, only those powerhouses with profound knowledge and familiarity with this epic can discern them. If this is the case with epics, all the more so with legends. There are few who dare say they are familiar with legends. Of course, there might be some legends with immense stature like mountains, where the land expands wherever they step. Should such beings appear, even ordinary lords would instantly feel that this is a legend. The legends mentioned by the Lord of Han Yu City and Elder Chen are all at the prime of their adulthood, fully actualized legends. Those who have left their legendary names and deeds, becoming famous in the world, are mostly these. Mu Yuan withdrew his wandering thoughts. He had already obtained the answers he sought from both the Lord of Han Yu City and Minister Chen. The ascension into legend could proceed. Even if there was a chance the phenomenon of legend could not be concealed, Tianyuan City would not be exposed. The undead finally felt at ease. It began to adjust its state and listed dozens of skills that could be developed or improved. It had actually accumulated quite a few such development tasks, some aimed at broadening its own strike capabilities, some intended to be taught to its subordinate undead, some to enrich the facilities on Wraith's Sacred Mountain. These tasks were not of very high importance, so the undead had simply been accumulating them, waiting to handle them one by one when it could spare the time. How could it miss an opportunity like the miracle baptism? It must fully utilize the remaining miracle power from this ascension into legend. It receiving one baptism was like squeezing hundreds of its brothers and sisters out of their baptisms. The undead could not let a single bit of power slip away. I also need to remember the process of evolution and organize the insights and experiences. After all, I am the first one to attempt a legendary evolution. The undead pondered. Just like breaking through to the legendary realm. It believed that making such a summary of experiences would allow those who evolved later to grasp the afterglow of the miracle power more accurately, maximizing the effects of the evolution baptism. Although, the summary of legendary insights it had previously made seemed to be not very effective. Many people said they could not understand it. The undead didn't quite understand it either. 1 + 1 = 2, from which one can deduce that the gathering speed of the elemental particles of heaven and earth is proportional to the ascending speed of one's own will rainbow light. What's there not to understand? The undead was adjusting its state. Mu Yuan, Isloa were also preparing the ceremonial arrangements for the legendary evolution. Lord Shepherd even selected an auspicious time. However, none of these hindered the other operations of the territory. The Reconnaissance Corps continued their exploration and had already begun skirmishes with the minions of monster overlords in the wilderness. Traces of legendary monsters surfaced from time to time, imposing indescribable pressure on forces like the Feathermen, Catpeople, and Fire Lions. During the meeting, Milena and the King of Frost, both from the legendary realm, had quite a somber look on their faces. All of this felt much like their previous continuous confrontations and battles with Fang of the Jackal Wolf. Yet, it was different. When contending with Fang of the Jackal Wolf, Mu Yuan had limited power at his disposal and not many cards to play. He himself had no margin for error. A single misstep could send him plummeting into the abyss, along with his territory and countless people who trusted in him. Back then, the pressure on him was immense. Now, there was still pressure, of course, but he had many more trump cards in his hand and some room for error. Mu Yuan even saw the clashes in the wilderness as a means of training his own troops. With such training, the elites had more opportunities to open up domains and kindle the light of will. The small teams, each led by a division general, had their shares of discoveries as well. The number of roots of corruption purified by the various heroes in recent days amounted to several dozen. Some wilderness buildings were also found. Blessing Temple. Experience. Receiving a blessing can increase levels. Blessing Temple. Buff. Receiving a blessing grants a random buff that lasts for 7 days. Skill Steal. Block. Visitors of the building, who possess budding wisdom, have the chance to acquire the skill of blocking. Refugees Camp. A recruitment building that can recruit 30 to 300 refugees at once. Refreshed every 3 days. This wilderness building will relocate in 36 days. In addition, the exploratory team had also encountered Bandit Camp, Musketeer Camp, and Gunman Tower, 3 recruitment buildings. Wilderness recruitment buildings are not common. However, as the search area expanded, such opportunities became more and more routine. For Mu Yuan, these wilderness buildings were not useless. For instance, Musketeer Camp could recruit ordinary 3-star level musketeers to replenish the ranks of his gunman corps. The refugees recruited from the refugees camp could increase the population of territory citizens. Save up enough, and the upgrade to a level 6 territory wouldn't seem so far away. Still quite far, though. But the impact of these wilderness buildings was also not substantial, at least not as important and irreplaceable as the Soul Shrine. It's not that wilderness buildings are useless, it's just that I have improved a lot. Now, let alone Bandit Camp and other miracle buildings. Even places offering opportunities like the Hero Duel Arena and the Secret Realm of Challenge can't provide much value for me. The Soul Shrine was a bit of an exception. Indeed, the Soul Shrine's abilities were very well suited to him, who held the evolutionary miracle. But even an ordinary lord obtaining the Soul Shrine could exchange the collected corpses for one superior troop remnant soul after another. This was a stable channel to obtain superior remnant souls. The value remained immense. The Soul Shrine was also not exclusive to miracle lords or heroes. There were no restrictions on its use. Even wisdom monsters could make good use of it. If wilderness buildings could be ranked, then the Soul Shrine would undoubtedly be in a very high category. It seemed to have something special about it, too. Besides these common gains, the division generals sometimes encountered their own fortuitous finds during exploration. Just yesterday, Jun stumbled upon a gorge of clouds and mist and absorbed the materialized power of the wind within. With this wind's power, Jun's energy limit significantly increased, equating to a slight boost in potential and considerable progress in refining his body. Jun also took this opportunity to create his own Kangfeng domain. He successfully advanced to a legendary seed contestant. Although, by benchmarks set by the Tian Yuan division, Jun should have understood his own domain when evolving to an epic 3 stars position. According to the average achievements of Tian Yuan division generals, Jun was still lagging behind. As of now, the closest division generals to legendary status in Tianyuan City included Rakshasa, 17, Sophia, Jun, Shi Lu, Hong Yi. That day, at 23 hours and 30 minutes into the night, in the Dragon Mound Fertile Land Secret Realm, Dead Bone sat cross-legged inside the Ice Heart Lotus platform, his black cloak fluttering without wind, and a surge of black mist emanating from his body, as if to convey a profound meaning. All the division generals of Tianyuan City who were not on duty or standing guard had arrived without exception. Today was the joyous occasion of Dead Bone General's promotion to legendary status. It was only natural they come to offer congratulations and observe the process. In the future, they too might have the chance to progress towards legend. For those like Lu, 17, and Duo Lai, who hailed from a troop-type background, they regarded this as a significant evolution. For the likes of Isloa, Sophia, and Silly Shi Lu, not from a troop-type origin, it was a revelation. Even though they were well aware that their lord held the key to the gates of legend. Legend, so close at hand, Isloa exclaimed in awe. In her last life, she was barely clear on what a legend was. But in this life, through the immense platform of the Taizan Alliance, she had already gained a profound understanding of the nobility, reverence, greatness, and mystery of legendary lives. And now, a legend was about to be born right before her eyes. In the past, she was just a bumpkin who dared not even dream of the epic, yet now, she could even catch a glimpse of the legendary realm. She felt the luckiest thing in her life was meeting the right person at the right time and place. The hardships of her last life might have been to accumulate this fortune. Even Silly Shi Lu, with his thick nerves, had some understanding of the status of a legend. Outside, Mu Yuan looked toward Isloa. Isloa gave a slight nod. She had specifically freed up several avatars today to stand guard at various key positions. All the instruments and equipment were operated by her personally. The domain interferer is now running at full power. The Dragon Mound Fertile Land Secret Realm is closure complete. Outside, atop the Lord's altar, the pale golden portals slowly closed without leaving a sliver of a gap. The connection between the secret realm and the outside world had been severed. Of course, Mu Yuan could still see the outside world through the Lord's vision and could manipulate various miracle buildings through the Lord's authority. The night sky, faint and shining with starlight, quietly enveloped Tianyuan City from above. Most of the activities outside the city had been halted. In silence, the entire Tianyuan City entered a first-level combat readiness state. Numerous elites ascended the battlements, watchtowers, and towers to stand guard seriously. Sophia's true body was outside, and countless black crows flew out, becoming her eyes and ears. The epic Mage Tower is in position. The magnificent tower hovered within the secret realm, not high above the Bingqing Lotus platform. Though several kilometers from the Lotus platform, an invisible shielding force had already spread. Inside the tower, Isloa and the half-trained apprentices she had brought with her were positioning themselves in different areas. The boundary steel has been activated. All other measures have been deployed, preparation work is complete. Isloa's task was done. What remained was the task of Lord Shepherd, who would take direct charge of the territorial power to conceal anomalies when needed. Nightfall, 24 o'clock, on the dot. Mu Yuan extended a fingertip and gently tapped. The invisible evolution miracle power surged out like floodwaters released from a gate, glorious divine light cascading down from the azure sky. The vast evolutionary pond began to diminish swiftly. The water was nearly depleted. Mu Yuan was not simply dispersing his Evo power and calling it a day. As Dead Bone evolved, he held his breath and concentrated, carefully sensing the flow and changes of the Evo power. This time was different. There was a quantity of 500,000 worth of Evo power in motion. Even though he was still weak, he faintly discerned some of the mysteries of the evolutionary miracle. Unconsciously, Mu Yuan became immersed in observing and comprehending the Evo power. He lost himself in it, forgot about time. When he suddenly awoke, it seemed like a long time had passed. How long has it been now? He saw that Dead Bone was still shrouded in the white light of evolution. The light was brilliant, long unwaning. It seemed that his immersive comprehension was not that long after all, it was just his own perception. It has been 3 hours and 25 minutes, Duo Lai counted with his fingers. More than 3 hours? And Dead Bone's evolution seemed far from over. Is this the evolution of a legend? Outrageous. The evolutionary process described in legend actually takes this long? That's a bit outrageous. Mu Yuan couldn't help but be surprised. How long does a typical evolution take? Just an instant. Even the evolution to an epic rank only takes a few minutes, just a while. The true time consumption comes after evolution, when everyone immerses themselves in deep enlightenment. And what about Dead Bone right now? Over 3 hours have passed, and the evolution's bright light still shone brilliantly without any sign of ending. This was somewhat beyond Mu Yuan's expectations. Based on his estimates, he thought that even if a legendary evolution took longer, it would be no more than half an hour. How could he have foreseen that the entire evolution process might last several hours, or even half a day, 2 days? This was a fully enclosed evolution. Most of the division generals of the Tianyuan territory were gathered inside the Dragon Mound fertile land of the Secret Realm. Of the 6 legendary realms of Tianyuan, only the tree demon Granny was outside. If an enemy launched a surprise attack at this moment, it was feared that not a single strong warrior could be dispatched for reinforcement. Not good, definitely not good. Lulu had felt something was off early on. As soon as he saw Mu Yuan waking up, he stepped forward. "Lord, I request to go and stand guard outside." He, of course, wanted to witness the birth of a legend with his own eyes. But without a doubt, the safety of his territory was more critical. Had it not been for the Lord being immersed in the profound state of enlightenment, he would have requested to go to the outside world long ago. Lulu was somewhat anxious. After all, the extraordinary celestial phenomena accompanying the birth of a legend had not yet appeared. The gate to the Dragon Mound fertile land of the Secret Realm could still be reopened. But if they waited until the legendary phenomena appeared, the Secret Realm's gate would not be able to be opened at all. Facing his diligent and loyal division general, who knew how to share his worries, Lord Shepherd naturally granted. Duo Lai looked around. With Boss Dead Bone evolving and Isloa overseeing the Mage Tower, it seemed that it, like Lulu, had become an idle person. Since Lulu was prepared to stand guard outside to prevent unforeseen events, it, Duo Lai, as one of the elders of the Tianyuan territory, naturally would carry the responsibility befitting an elder. It would go too, although, if Lulu hadn't mentioned it, it indeed hadn't thought of this point. Mu Yuan reopened the closed Secret Realm's gate of the Dragon Mound fertile land and said to Duo Lai and Lulu, "When the evolution is nearing its end, I will notify you. By then, the Secret Realm's gate may not be able to be opened, but you will still be able to witness the legendary moment through Hero's vision." The light gate opened. Several people quickly exited. The Secret Realm's gate closed again. At this moment, Dead Bone was still shrouded in the bright, mysterious light of evolution, dazzling yet not blinding. Its figure and the overall ritual site had not changed at all. It looked like several more hours at least were needed before this legendary evolution could come to an end. Mu Yuan thought to himself, when he suddenly remembered something important. He turned to Isloa standing by his side. This Isloa was the 6th incarnation. She was wearing a hairband with a butterfly knot, slightly different in some minutiae from the other incarnations. How is the domain interferer running? What I mean is, the interferer can't run at full power for so long, right? Running at full power all the time might be more than the finances of his Tianyuan territory could bear. After all, the operation of the boundary steel, domain interferer, and other facilities required massive energy support. Tianyuan City had energy wells, not just one. But even so, they couldn't support the domain interferer, full power, a huge energy consumer. Back when there were no energy wells, the consumption of this device running at full power could burn through hundreds of soul crystals per minute. Now, with energy wells offsetting most of the consumption, the rest wasn't a problem for Mu Yuan. Burning half an hour or an hour's worth was just a trivial expense. But if it burned for half a day, 2 days, 3 days, the Great Lord would be spitting blood, and that would be a grievous waste of money. The domain interferer couldn't withstand that either. What Mu Yuan worried about hadn't happened. Isloa had, more than 2.5 hours before, seen that there was still no change in the evolutionary light, and had already turned down the output power of the domain interferer. She had also reduced the operating power of the boundary steel and several other facilities. With a capable right-hand person, Mu Yuan felt comfortable and didn't need to worry about everything. Time slowly passed. 3 hours, 6 hours, 12 hours. The white light of evolution was still bright and consistent, without any change. Dead Bone seemed like a rock standing firm upon a lotus platform within the white light. Outside, the large-scale magic of night-hidden starry sky had already been replaced 4 times. A new day of work had already begun. Above the tight defenses of Tianyuan City was another peaceful day. A few skirmishes occurred in the wild, but neither Duo Lai nor Lulu needed to go out to assist. Lulu waited calmly, planning the city's defensive lines when idle and leading a group of elites to patrol inside and outside the city continuously, checking for any vulnerabilities. Duo Lai paced back and forth. It was a bit peckish, but gorging at such a time wasn't appropriate. With nothing better to do, it could only fly up and down, to and fro over Tianyuan City, or simply sit down to practice its cultivation. It just found it hard to settle down. During this time, legendary elf Milena visited Tianyuan City to discuss important matters. Mu Yuan entertained her with an incarnation. As she left Tianyuan City, Milena looked back. Strange. Tianyuan City seems a bit more vigilant today, doesn't it? Am I imagining things? I haven't heard of any actions from the monster overlord. When we get back, let's raise the alert level of the natural garden by 1 as well. By this time, 18 hours had passed since Dead Bone began its evolution. At this moment, the blazing white radiance of the evolution finally showed some change. Brighter. The pillar of light soared into the sky, with ripples like those on water, no longer constant as before. It was also at this moment that black fog began to emerge out of nowhere around Dead Bone, growing increasingly dense. The black fog kept emerging, surging, and spreading, quickly enveloping the entire Ice Heart Lotus platform, and continued to spread. Spreading 1,000 meters, 2,000 meters, 3,000 meters. It had already exceeded the range of the boundary steel. Fortunately, this steel was designed to function internally rather than externally. After being adjusted by Isloa, it currently only employed features like concealment and hiding, with all other abilities turned off. Mu Yuan and the other spectators kept retreating, eventually withdrawing to 10,000 meters away. At this time, following the emergence of the black fog, a majestic presence and a chilling coercion began to rise from Dead Bone, growing stronger and stronger. Heaven and earth seemed to surge and roil like gigantic waves. The dark clouds pressed low, as if they were about to collapse. At this moment, if a fourth-order leader's strongman attempted to move forward, they might collapse to the ground, unable to support themselves within a few thousand meters around Dead Bone. It was a coercion mixed with King's might, presence, and the power of heaven and earth. This pressure was still rising. Unbeknownst to them, Dead Bone's domain of death also began to spread. The pitch-black domain of death was inconspicuous amongst the black fog, but most of those present had their own domains and could keenly sense the power of a domain. And at this time, the radius of Dead Bone's domain was visibly starting to expand. It was an expansion to its extreme radius, 1600, 1601. 1602, half an hour later, Dead Bone's domain radius had expanded to 2,000 meters. 2 hours later, Dead Bone's domain radius had expanded to 3,000 meters. 4 hours later, Dead Bone's domain radius had expanded to 4,000 meters. It had leapt directly from a heaven and earth realm of over 1,000 meters to a senior or even a half-peak heaven and earth realm. At this time, no heavenly phenomena had appeared, and Dead Bone's evolution was still far from over. Mu Yuan was dumbfounded. He could tell that Dead Bone's level increase, the domain, body, and other subtle changes, were all byproducts of the evolution and the life rank transition process. It could also be said that Dead Bone's overly weak and low stature was the reason for such significant changes. From this, I can already make an approximate judgment of the state of a legendary life at the time of its birth. At least, the legendary realm. Legend has it that upon birth you are a legend of the first realm, able to command the power of heaven and earth, with no legendary life below legend status. Even a newly born legendary life form is enough to thrash the vast majority of legends. This was his speculation, but apart from the lack of direct evidence, he figured he was getting quite close to the truth. In the future, once Tianyuan City firmly establishes itself in the eternal world, he might publish a paper on the birth of legends. Someday, Lord Shepherd might confidently declare with open arms, "No one understands legends better than I do." Suddenly, the brilliant pillar of light burst forth once again. It shot up into the heavens, illuminating the skies and the land for thousands of miles. Notice. Your hero, Dead Bone, is undergoing a transformative redemption. Notice. Dead Bone's epic skill, Wraith Sacred Mountain, has been promoted during the evolutionary redemption. The area of Wraith Sacred Mountain will expand to 10 times its size in a short period. Boom! The majestic mountain of bones, like a mirage, towered above the black clouds. Above it, bones floated in the air, constantly intertwining to form one vicious bone construction after another. New constructions of Wraith Sacred Mountain were being built. The notification sounds kept dinging away. Notice. Dead Bone's epic skill, King's Might, has been promoted during the evolutionary redemption. King's Might can be materialized, greatly enhancing Dead Bone's light of will. At the same time, when facing wild undead beings, Dead Bone has a high probability of directly subjugating them. Notice. Dead Bone's epic skill, Wither Kingbone, has been promoted during the evolutionary redemption. Dead Bone officially commands the concept of wither, converting its own energy into high-level power of witherness without the need for natural recovery. At the same time, Dead Bone and all bone constructions emerging from Wraith Sacred Mountain are imbued with a trace of the power of witherness. Dead Bone's 3 major epic skills had all undergone fundamental enhancements and changes. And at this time, 23 hours had passed since the beginning of the evolution, and it was still not over. However, the miraculous event of heaven and earth began to appear. There was a faint glimmer of golden light blossoming, and the congratulatory sounds of heaven and earth started to echo. The domain interferer operated at full power. All protective measures were fully employed. The golden light grew increasingly bright. Finally, the dazzling white light transformed into a magnificent golden sky light, shooting into the clouds, illuminating the pitch-black night. Between heaven and earth, the elements of death, the concept of death, and the concept of shadows were boiling, converging around Dead Bone, submitting to him. The faint mystical sounds of heaven and earth arose within the Dragon Mound fertile land secret realm, growing louder and more resonant, ringing through heaven and earth. Above in the high sky was the cascading glimmer of light. The surrounding elements were rejoicing in excitement. This was the celebration of heaven and earth, honoring the birth of a great legendary life at this very moment. Ding! Notice. Your hero, Dead Bone, bathed in the miracle's radiant light, has undergone a tremendous transformation, successfully ascending to a King of Skeleton, of legendary 1-star life form, and during this process, has awakened the legendary power, Necrotic Plague Breath. Notice. King of Skeleton Dead Bone uses himself as the base point, spreading the power of the evolutionary miracle to Wraith Sacred Mountain. The undead beings on Wraith's sacred mountain have undergone transformation. Notice. On Wraith's sacred mountain, a frost giant dragon, a shadow dragon, and a flesh mountain lord have been born, each stepping into the legendary realm. Not a military species, without intelligence, not a normal breakthrough. Notice. Notice. At the same time, in the night sky above 10 Directions Island domain, a streak of golden light flashed across like a shooting star, disappearing in a blink. In the night sky of the Twilight Dominion, a golden meteor also flashed by. Shen Luo Domain, Agenus Great Domain, Nine Rivers Great Domain, and so on. In one great domain after another, some extraordinary celestial phenomena flickered. Some paid no attention, some marveled slightly, some had their pupils quake. At this moment, in the Tai-Zan Alliance, Astronomical Society. This is a congratulation from heaven and earth, a legend has been born. The president of the Astronomical Society closed his eyes, then opened them again after a while. He said, judging by this celestial phenomenon, this newly born legend might even be within our own Tai-Zan Alliance's territory. The assistant said, this is an auspicious sign. The president laughed, perhaps it is, though even if it's within our Tai-Zan territory, the chances of it being related to us are slim, let alone the idea of tracing a legend. Legendary beings possess a very high status. Our astronomical society could observe the stars 100 times and still be unable to find the location of the legend. Legends are just that, something to talk about after dinner. Don't get obsessed with chasing them. Let's continue monitoring the changes in the red mist instead. Yangxing Empire. A legend has been born, find it for me, find this legend, if I, your highness, can command a legend, the throne will be within reach soon. We cannot miss this chance. But your highness, with no clues at all, searching for this legend is like looking for a needle in a haystack. Search for that needle. It's precisely because it's hard to find that this legend is valuable, find it for me. Yes. At the same time, in a certain great domain. This place was exceedingly desolate, the ground gray and black, with hardly a single plant to be seen for tens of thousands of miles, thick black fog churning between heaven and earth. This was the paradise of the undead. On the desolate land, skeletons staggered forward, vampires rose from their coffins, bone dragons roared as they flew across the sky. In the depths of the black land, inside an ancient dark castle, a magnificent being with a crown on his head and soul flames burning in his eyes suddenly woke up. We undead have finally seen the birth of a new legendary life. The birth of a king, as if to confirm his words. As if answered by some predestined call, outside the castle, on the black land, one undead after another suddenly knelt down towards a certain direction. They were offering their most sincere reverence for the birth of the king of the undead. Tianyuan territory, Dragon Mound fertile land secret realm. The miraculous glow of evolution slowly receded, and the celestial phenomena, the mysterious celebratory sounds, after continuing for an hour or two, also slowly faded away. However, the strange scenery surrounding dead bones still existed. Wraith's sacred mountain hung high, still continuously expanding and forming an extended group of white mountain peaks. These bone-laden mountains guarded the central holy mountain. Dark fog wound around the holy mountain, with bone dragons circling the lofty peaks as they flew, jointly guarding and supporting the central bone throne. Notification. King of Skeleton Dead Bone has awakened defense construction skills, white bone arrow tower, rare, corrosion egg, rare, high wall of white bone, rare, with the afterglow of miracle power. Notification. King of Skeleton Dead Bone has awakened the special building skill, flesh conversion pool, rare. Notification. King of Skeleton Dead Bone has awakened the building skill, Tower of Death, excellent. Notification. Dang. Notification. King of Skeleton Dead Bone can consume its own energy, as well as that of undead constructs, undead beings, to build miracle buildings such as white bone arrow towers. But the construction range is limited to the territory of Wraith's Sacred Mountain. Note. This range cannot be expanded through special buildings like watchtowers. On Wraith's Sacred Mountain, earth-shattering changes were occurring, and in some places, fortresses constructed of white bone were even being built. In time, perhaps a majestic bone city could form here. Just the transformation of Wraith's sacred mountain alone has greatly increased Dead Bone's combat power. Moreover, his king's might and the power of Witherness have transformed as well. His level has even increased dramatically. Even with Dead Bone's rapid training speed, such an increase would still have saved him half a year, or even a full year, of arduous effort. And this isn't an unnatural boost. Instead, from today onward, General Dead Bone's training speed could at least increase by several times. Is this the power of legend? No, this is just the residual power of legend. Miu Yuan took a deep breath to calm his surging emotions, opened the panel, scrolled up to Dead Bone's list, to the ability shimmering with golden brilliance. Legendary power, Necrotic Plague Breath. What's so special about it? Necrotic Plague Breath, legendary, description. The signature of the King of the Undead. Where the king steps, there spreads the breath of death. Ability 1. Undead beings created by Dead Bone will no longer be subject to time constraints and can exist permanently. Ability 2. Undead beings created by Dead Bone have a slight probability of developing intelligence. The higher the tier, the higher the probability. Ability 3. Any individual personally slain by Dead Bone has a 100% chance of being converted into an undead being and enslaved by him, with the tier of the transformed undead beings determined by the level and tier of the slain individual. Additionally, enemies slain by the constructs created by Dead Bone also have a small probability of being converted into undead beings. Ability 4. The more undead beings under the command of Dead Bone, the greater the increase in Dead Bone's basic three-dimensional attributes on the scale of Wraith's sacred mountain will be. Miu Yuan stared at the explanation listed on the panel, finding it increasingly exaggerated as he read. This legendary ability doesn't directly enhance Dead Bone's personal combat power, but it provides a possibility, an infinite possibility. A snowball effect of possibility. The devouring ability of Duo Lai, the reaping what you sow of Uda, are also abilities that can continuously break limits, but compared to Necrotic Plague Breath, they are insignificant. If Dead Bone were to slay 100 legendary monsters, converting them into undead enslaved by himself, how would his enemies cope? Moreover, this Necrotic Plague Breath seems to be able to be somewhat coordinated with Wraith's sacred mountain. Certainly, there are many things Miu Yuan has yet to discover, or rather, abilities that cannot be clearly described just with the information provided. Is this the greatness of legend? Lord Shepherd murmured. In his view, the transformations and metamorphoses that had occurred already were beyond expectations and could be deemed legendary. The enhancement of 3 epic skills, the breakthrough in level, the drastic changes in Wraith's sacred mountain, and the acquisition of the power of Necrotic Plague Breath. Such massive improvement was indeed exaggerated. No wonder legends are said to be mysterious and powerful, beyond the reach even of mortals and other legends. If every legend possesses such exaggerated abilities, 3 epic plus abilities, and a legendary power, then indeed legends are not to be trifled with by ordinary strong beings, even if it's just a newly born young legend. However, Miu Yuan always felt that normal legendary abilities shouldn't be so exaggerated. Either Dead Bone was an exception, or it was the power of the evolutionary miracle. After all, the troops that underwent evolutionary baptism often achieve perfect evolution, possessing more skills and talents than same-tier troops. Skills can be acquired later, and sometimes talents can also be obtained through chance. Some of the old Fourth Order strongmen have as many as 20 or 30 skills. The elites of Tianyuan, still greenhands, have no advantage in quantity compared to other Four-Order beings, even though their skill grades are higher. However, at the epic level, epic abilities are no longer obtainable through later learning. Trying to gain epic abilities through luck is as difficult as training an excellent 3-star level being to the epic tier. And here in Tianyuan City, the topmost epic strong possess 3 epic abilities each. Currently, there is only one legend, Dead Bone, lacking sample size, so it's unclear what normal legends are like. Maybe the next time, or the time after the next evolution, I can probably figure out some patterns. Mu Yuan suddenly felt that next time, the time after that, wouldn't work either. The next evolution legend was likely to be General Duo Alai. The one after that would either be Isloa or Lulu. Even if it was Lulu, he was no ordinary powerhouse. He would talk about it later. The entire evolution process lasted a full 24 hours. Once the legendary celestial phenomenon completely disappeared, and after waiting an hour, Mu Yuan then opened the Dragon Mound Fertile Land Secret Realm. Isloa also controlled the epic Mage Tower, which she landed back in a secluded area of the Dragon Mound Secret Realm. Turning off the Mage Tower's power, it transformed into an ordinary but magnificent high tower that stood firmly on the ground. The evolution ceremony had ended, and so had the slacking off. It was time to work. Isloa suddenly felt a bit melancholic. An evolution where as many as 4 avatars plus the original could slack off was indeed rare. But, while 4 avatars were slacking off, there were 9 others that were working. Could this really be called slacking off? She stretched lazily. Who made the Lord such a great benefactor to me? Let's continue working. I too wish to see the day when Tianyuan City stands at the pinnacle of the world. As everyone slowly dispersed, the figure on the Ice Heart Lotus platform still sat immovable like a rock. The holy mountain hung high. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. Dead Bone was still immersed in profound enlightenment. It was taking quite some time. The afterglow of evolution had long since been exhausted. Since Dead Bone was in enlightenment, Mu Yuan, of course, would not disturb him, but he did blockade the area around the Ice Heart Lotus platform to prevent any warriors from accidentally entering. Elites who needed to evolve or practice a special skill were assigned to the external core area of the Ice Heart Lotus platform. Tianyuan City had 2 exceptional Ice Heart Lotus platform buildings. Mu Yuan did not stay within the secret realm. He had his own work to do, either approving documents in the city lord's mansion or heading to the elf's courtyard to listen to music, and gathering intelligence. No one discussed the matter of the legendary phenomenon. This was very good. But Zhang Luoxing, Lu Miamu, and the others were still third-order warlord-level weaklings, for whom legendary phenomena were too distant. If there were such news, it would not reach their ears. Mu Yuan still maintained Tianyuan City's vigilance and had Sophia, as well as Daisy, who went to the Twilight Dominion, collect all kinds of rumors. Suddenly, a notification tone rang in his ear. Dane. Notification. Your hero, Dead Bone, has grasped a trace of the power of withering. Dead Bone's concept of the power of withering has grown significantly. Mu Yuan. He recognized these words, but why did it seem a little hard to comprehend? Law. Isn't the law realm, the hallmark of legendary Third Realm, meant to have such distinctive abilities? Like the hallmark of the legendary First Realm is to wield the power of heaven and earth. The hallmark of the legendary Second Realm is to forge a god base, igniting the divine fire. A hallmark is a hallmark because it cannot be surpassed. Just like epic abilities, only epic lives can possess them. Mu Yuan got up and went to the Dragon Mound's secret realm. When he arrived, Dead Bone's silent body slowly awakened. Lord. Great One, it appeared somewhat dazed. In its daze, it realized that it had actually been engulfed in profound enlightenment for a full 3 days. Originally, it intended to maintain a trace of clarity in enlightenment and firmly remember its experiences to write a summary. It was indeed very alert at the beginning. Enlightenment and clarity are not in conflict. It was like observing oneself from a third-person perspective from high above. However, after advancing to legendary status and seeing the deeper aspects of the world, witnessing those profound and mysterious traces, it unconsciously became engrossed. It had been careless. Reflection was needed. Dead Bone was a skeleton, but Mu Yuan could see its complexion constantly changing. Why was it changing color? Before coming, Mu Yuan specially researched what a law was. A law is a law. In the legendary Third Realm law realm, one can comprehend the laws of heaven and earth, and using the power of law can cause conceptual damage in some aspect or greatly enhance existing conceptual abilities. Moreover, it seemed that with the power of law, some mysterious operations could be achieved. However, as for what exactly could be done, Mu Yuan was unclear. It was too advanced, too distant, and there was no paid information available. Mu Yuan could only learn bits and pieces from Dead Bone. Are you saying, after evolving to legendary status, you saw the laws of heaven and earth in the void, among which the desolate law was the most distinct? Over the past 3 days, Mu Yuan had indeed loaded Dead Bone's legendary template. But he hadn't seen any profound law patterns. This certainly wasn't because Mr. Mu's comprehension was lacking, it was simply that the Lord's power wasn't forceful enough. After all, it was a capability that every Lord possessed. One couldn't expect too much from it. The use of Lord's power greatly reduces the effectiveness of epic skills, let alone legendary ones. He hadn't tried the skill Wangling Zai Shi. He lacked a suitable opportunity to do so, but, had he really tried it, he assumed it would probably be inferior even to a beggar's version. He decided not to experiment himself, but to let Dead Bone give it a try. Where do you plan to start? Bone still has some hesitations. Dead Bone said. Wangling Zai Shi could easily unleash a great calamity of death, but such action would undoubtedly cause a huge commotion. It wasn't certain whether its evolution into a legendary being had caught the attention of any powers. Directly inciting an undead calamity was somewhat precarious. Moreover, my Wraith Sacred Mountain has already expanded to a certain limit. Both my direct judgment and subsequent analysis suggest that it's best to seek out a treasured location to settle the Wraith Sacred Mountain. This way, Wangling Zai Shi and Wraith Sacred Mountain can develop and grow in complementary strength. The Wraith Sacred Mountain would rapidly devour the surrounding lands when manifested in reality, turning them into its own territory. This did not hinder it from traveling outside. During campaigns, it would project a reflection of the Wraith Sacred Mountain to confront enemies and suppress them. However, materializing the Wraith Sacred Mountain required even more caution. Mu Yuan nodded in agreement. Naturally, the Wraith Sacred Mountain could be manifested within the Skeleton Cemetery, but doing so would limit its growth. Dead Bone wanted to be stable, but stability didn't mean sacrificing the future. The Sacred Mountain can wait, but as for Wangling Zai Shi, you can have a little trial run. 2 days later, in the 10 Directions Island domain, the northern region, within the territory of the overlord power, Black Crow Clan. Having summarized and digested his personal experience, Dead Bone traveled all the way here. It was scouting information on the Black Crow Clan and the Orochi clan while searching for isolated legendary beings. Sophia's flock of crows also fluttered in these regions, their pairs of eyes scanning all around. Perhaps because this area was part of the Black Crow clan's territory, the legendary monsters did not deliberately conceal their movements. Soon, Sophia's flock of crows made a discovery. There are 2 legendary monsters, coordinates approximately XXX. At a certain location, 2 legendary creatures of the Black Crow clan were swooping through the low sky. All things will eventually return to witherness. The deep voice lingered between heaven and earth, from a low chant to a deafening roar. Dead Bone approached on black clouds undisguised, surrounded by a barrier of dark fog. The elements of death and shadow in the world were its soldiers. The legends of the Black Crow clan were not frightened in the least. After all, this was their territory, and the main base wasn't far away. What did it matter if this human legendary being was strong? Together, take down the enemy. Hey, what are you doing? The legendary of the Black Crow clan kept its gaze locked on Dead Bone, not daring to look away. He shouted, but there was no response from his comrade. He was puzzled. Suddenly, Poochie, a gaunt and bony claw pierced through his chest. The claw came from behind. The legendary being of the Black Crow clan, whose pupils had suddenly shrunk, slowly turned around and saw that his comrade had already changed beyond recognition. Fur fallen out, flesh withered, and one eyeball had even popped out. Despite such a ghastly state, the aura of ferocity and brutality of a legendary realm still emanated from the comrade. This aura was also imbued with death, power intertwined with death. Strength rapidly drained from the legendary Black Crow. Before he could struggle, his consciousness completely left his body. The last thing he saw was that his own body was also undergoing some kind of transformation. Crack, crack, his fur and flesh had completely fallen off. From the death arose a skeleton general of the legendary realm, and a grim reaper bird, also of legendary status. They were completely different from before, thorough undead beings. They had no intelligence, but they possessed combat instincts, combat experience, and seemingly. The skeleton general raised its hand. Nightfall descended around them. That was a power from its previous life, now inherited. Additionally, the skeleton general had a corresponding set of bone skills and even strands of the power of witherness. It was even more powerful than before. This was Wang Ling Zai Shi. Dead Bone made a brief foray onto the wilderness, rapidly forming an undead troop composed of 2 beings from the legendary realm and dozens of leader-level undead within just half a day. It did not resurrect more undead. A larger number would have been too conspicuous. It could use the Wraith Sacred Mountain to accommodate these undead beings. However, the Wraith Sacred Mountain exists between reality and illusion, so it was feasible to briefly shelter a group of lives not native to the Wraith Sacred Mountain for a short time, but not for an extended period. No more legendary realm monsters were encountered except for the first 2. Dead Bone wasn't overly regretful. It understood that the pressing matter was to find the next path for development. Whether it was the Wraith Sacred Mountain or necrotic plague breath, to unleash their real power, choices had to be made. As Dead Bone pondered, it unwittingly arrived at the familiar end of the Great Domain, shrouded in frenzied elemental tides, the Land of Seals. Since it was already there, Dead Bone moved forward. It was contemplating, but this did not prevent it from getting some work done. Dead Bone stepped onto the barren land where not a single blade of grass grew. Off in the distance, elemental particles visible to the naked eye boiled, stirring up tides like storms and tsunamis. But suddenly, as Dead Bone moved forward step by step, the turbulent natural energies began to calm down. The surrounding storms continued, yet a clear, calm path emerged in the middle. Dead Bone entered it, with the waves on either side falling like petals, guarding its advance. Suddenly, Dead Bone, in surprise. A normal person looking around would see the bare land and the colorful swaths of energy tides. A legendary realm being looking around would see, in addition to these, the incredibly violent and uncontrollable elemental particles between heaven and earth. But Dead Bone looked around and saw threads and wisps, symbols the essence of the world. And in one direction, the pattern of the law of death, dense and deep, stretched out far and wide. After a moment's thought, Dead Bone followed this direction and strode forward. 10 kilometers, 100 kilometers, 1,000 kilometers. The scenery around was still the same, the land desolate and the surge of energy forming tides. But in Dead Bone's eyes, the pattern symbolizing death became increasingly clear. It was almost there, just about to arrive. The distance between the sky and the land suddenly started to close, and the energy between them grew increasingly violent and robust. Some of that wild energy broke through the deterrence of King's might, scraping against Dead Bone's skeletal armor with a rattling noise as it rushed over like a fierce wind in massive waves. It's a realm passageway, didn't expect to find it in this way. Dead Bone had been searching for the passage for a very long time, several days, if not a couple of weeks, without any results. This was because within the region, the tidal forces caused major limitations to visibility and all sorts of perception abilities, making the search inefficient indeed. Had it not evolved into a legendary life, it probably would have taken another 3 or 4 months of continuous searching to locate this passageway. The energy storms here are much stronger than the storms in the eastern seas. Dead Bone stood there for a moment, then, with a thought, a huge frost giant dragon with glittering scales roared as it flew out. Even with its tough scales, the frost giant dragon was scarred by the energy storm, deep wounds visible on its body. Luckily, the passageway was after all not long, and as an undead being, the frost giant dragon's minor injuries did not affect its flight. It quickly flew across the passage, reaching the opposite great domain and continued forward. In sight, there were wisps of red mist, but compared to the red clouds filling the sky of the red mist land, it was far less. The opposite great domain wasn't the one where Dragon Sleep Valley was located. It was an entirely new great domain. Dead Bone hence moved forward, walking through the tumultuous energy tides straight into this new territory. The sky and earth here seemed somewhat more dim. As the energy storm was still ongoing, Dead Bone retracted the frost giant dragon that was here and merged its form into the natural tides, cautiously advancing further. It continuously scanned the surroundings with its gaze. Finally, the energy tides dissipated, Dead Bone emerged from the frenzied area, and the world before its eyes suddenly became bright and clear. The new great domain presenting itself to Dead Bone's vision was dark clouds heavy and oppressive, covering all celestial light. Surrounding it were wisps and strands of red mist drifting, but more abundant were the thick black fogs which moved in fits and bursts. Gloomy winds howled, foliage withered, corpses littered the ground. The entire world was saturated with a deathly aura that intoxicated it. Dead Bone took a deep breath, the black fog entering its nose and mouth like flowing streams. The environment here was no worse than the skeleton cemetery. And this place was merely the outskirts of the great domain. If a nest were established here, would it referred to as settling the Wraith's sacred mountain permanently into a territory of its own? There were two advantages to this action. Firstly, the soil of this great domain was very well suited for the existence of the undead. Here, the Wraith's sacred mountain's growth speed and future potential would be far greater than in other places. Secondly, this great domain and the Ten Directions Island domain were completely different, allowing it to use the necrotic plague breath power without any reservations. No matter how it was used, it would not affect Tianyuan City in the Ten Directions Island domain. The plan seemed feasible. However, initially, a vast network of reconnaissance and preparatory work would still need to be carried out. Dead Bone thought as much. A great domain filled with undead energy? Could it be that this domain is the territory of an undead force? Does the eternal world have undead forces? There definitely are. The types of troops that can be recruited from the Lord's altar, goblins, skeletons, vampires, half-orcs, etc., indicate what races exist in the eternal world. At least, they once existed. It's inevitable that the undead forces exist, it's just that Mu Yuan might be somewhat ignorant and hasn't heard much about them. From what he understood, the current vitality forces are mainly composed of humans. The Descenders' 7 great nations, the native forces of the Holy Griffin Empire, Star Luo Holy Palace, Kisuo Anti-Federation, and other forces mostly consist of human races within. On the other hand, the Federation of All Nations is home to elves, orcs, and other subhuman groups. There are also the Dwarven Nation, as well as Dragon Valley, where many giant dragons reside. Perhaps the undead live in more remote areas and don't quite fit in with mainstream vitality forces, which is why we haven't heard much about them. Mu Yuan conjectured. After all, prior to the onset of the Blight, vitality could hardly be associated with the undead. In the Old Age, the undead and races such as humans and elves didn't get along very well. This was normal. Only when the top nations of the Old Century, like the Bright Empire, Moon Elf Sanctum, and other forces faced the brink of collapse, did all living beings unite to fight against the Blight. That's what the historical records say. However, the historical records Mu Yuan found were only fragmentary at best. At the same time, in the unpredictable Ten Directions Island domain, while Dead Bone was exploring the new great domain, the Tianyuan caravan, led by Daisy, arrived at Panshi City for the second time. This time, Daisy did not take detours to various newly established camps or other peripheral small territories. She directly followed the route opened up last time, straight to here. The time spent was naturally much less. This time, Daisy intended to establish a true stronghold for the Tianyuan Chamber of Commerce in Panshi City. Last time, she only left behind a few people as the vanguard to probe the situation in Panshi City. But this time, in addition to establishing a stronghold for the chamber, and building trade relationships with the trade associations in the Panshi City region and Twilight Dominion, Daisy also bore the responsibility of transportation. On this trip, she used 2 passenger airships. One for carrying people and cargo, the other exclusively for passengers, cramming in over 100 people. Even for the Dragonfish 2 passenger airship, This number of passengers was far beyond its capacity. This is where we part ways. I wish you a smooth journey.
You too. The speaker was Irene, the principal of Tianyuan City's academy. She said, the more than 30 of us staying in Panshi City will be in your care. Lian Yu thumped his chest confidently, no problem at all. Daisy, but you'll be traveling back and forth with the caravan, right? You won't be staying in Panshi City often.
Oh, right. Lian Yu's wolf ears drooped down. Vampire Marquis Gibby took over. Don't worry, I'm well versed in this. I'll be sure to become good friends with the Dean of Panshi City's academy. Gibby was a member of the Tianyuan Chamber of Commerce. He had been stationed in Shilling Town, mingling among various lords and officials, and was adept at socializing with them. In this regard, Gibby's capabilities were sufficient to rank him among the top few in Tianyuan City. Naturally, Gibby was stationed in Panshi City with significant responsibilities. His work was not limited to the Chamber of Commerce. He would also be Tianyuan Territory's representative in Panshi City, although he might be more involved with the Chamber's affairs. Besides, Gibby was also ready to take on a teaching role at Panshi City's academy, earning full attendance and teaching the new era's greenhands. It was just the right task for him to lead the other 30 or so people who were either preparing to teach or study at Panshi City's academy. Irene and the other 60 or so people arrived at Panshi City's railway station, ready to take the Tai-Zan Alliance's standard steel train to the distant main city at Lakehaven Lake. I heard that Tian City is much more prosperous than Panshi City. We've decided to make Tian City our next stop. You guys should help us gather some information. In front of the station, Daisy said goodbye to everyone with a smile. Irene said it was no problem. Hong Yi said she would do her best. She was also one of the staff members on this business trip, and even the person in charge. She never imagined that she, an old house girl who holed up in a grave mound, would be chosen by the Lord. No way. All she wanted was to lie in the coolness of her grave mound, enjoying the chill of summer. A few days ago, just after Dead Bone had evolved, Hong Yi returned to her own grave mound and was caught by Mu Yuan. The organization has a difficult task for you. Don't be too quick to refuse. If you accept this task, the organization will grant you an evolutionary baptism in advance. It's an interest-free loan, you know. Hong Yi blinked her innocent eyes. Could she decline this loan? Seeing as it's a difficult task, she felt there were many others more capable and suitable than her. Mu Yuan interrupted her, "You're the most suitable, the most capable." Mu Yuan continued, "Think about it. Our trip to the academy is not only to learn knowledge but also to bring it back and spread it throughout Tianyuan City. Therefore, only you, with your illusion ability, are the most suited to undertake this mission. Your job is also quite simple. Just use your illusion power to record the content of the lectures one-to-one, ensuring that future students in Tianyuan City can experience it as if they were there. It doesn't matter even if you don't understand it yourself." Since she had been targeted by the Lord, it seemed she couldn't escape this task, this loan. Work is not easy, Hong Yi sighed. She pondered carefully. The job indeed wasn't difficult, just using illusions to record things. There were plenty of sturdy folks in the underworld ghost market. She could just scoop them up and set a fixed illusion recording mode, so she wouldn't have to work too hard herself. Compared to overseeing the noisy minds every day and developing combined skills for the underworld ghost market, it was indeed much easier. Thus, with a resigned face, Hong Yi embarked on her business trip. Before setting off, she also bathed in the baptismal radiance, stepping into the realm of epic 3 stars and awakened an eye-based technique. Eye of Reincarnation. Description: Hong Yi can create a space through Eye of Reincarnation, a realm between existence and non-existence, where time is constant, and can directly pull a single target into this cycle. This pull contains the concept of compulsion, but the compulsory force will greatly diminish when pulling the same target a second time. Hong Yi can repeatedly experience battles in the cycle space and select the optimal outcome to make it real. This reality also has the compulsion concept and cannot be resisted by illusion resistance. Inside the cycle space, Hong Yi's illusion ability is greatly enhanced and has a reality concept. At the same time, the Eye of Reincarnation can slice a certain area or Hong Yi herself, storing up to 6 slices. Hong Yi's ability seemed quite mysterious and seemed to require skillful operation. It seemed to follow her second epic ability, like illusion. The epic talent, like illusion, was actually a bit of a mixed blessing. It seemed to cover a wide range and had a very high ceiling, with many possible derivations, however. When Hong Yi used it, she found that materializing powerful techniques consumed a vast amount of energy. If she materialized illusions that directly affected the enemy, for instance, sticking a sword into an enemy or nullifying an enemy's attack, the consumption was enormous. She would wilt after using it only a few times. In the past few battles, Hong Yi could only play a supportive role, seizing the key moments to exert a little bit of influence. Before her evolution, Hong Yi's combat power had fallen outside the top 10, even outside the top 15, of the Tianyuan powerhouse list. There was no helping it. Those with the light of will had too strong a resistance to illusions, rendering Hong Yi's primary abilities useless. Now, however, Hong Yi's illusion ability has taken on new vitality. But Hong Yi didn't like sparring and preferred to study illusions on her own in the Grave Mound. The exact effect of Eye of Reincarnation had not been accurately tested, and Mu Yuan did not know either. Mu Yuan's thoughts wandered. Suddenly, he received a message from Irene through the spirit seed. The train they were on had arrived at Lakehaven Lake's main city. Pan Shi City and the main city of Lakehaven Lake were incredibly distant from each other, with a continuous mountain range and magnificent rivers and lakes lying between them. However, this was already within the territory of the Tai-Zon Alliance, where every few dozen to 100 kilometers at least one domain was situated. There were villages and towns, cities and people. In such a region, not to mention monster overlords, not even a large monster tribe could be seen. At most there were some small monster camps, minor tribes, breeding like stains in some remote, rarely visited places. High-order monsters were extremely rare. Occasionally, there might be a third-order or fourth-order flying monster passing through the territory. For ordinary caravans, traveling these roads still required vigilance and caution. However, for the steel train, armed to the teeth with several fourth-order strongmen on board, the wilderness of the Taishuan realm was a smooth and unobstructed safe land. Even during the early to mid-stages of the Red Fog Disaster Moon, the steel train could tear through the waves of monsters, reaching the front-line defense strongholds, let alone during peacetime. The train sped along its way, and although Lord Shepard was not aboard, through the descriptions of Irene and others, he also roughly glimpsed the splendid grandeur of the Tai-Zon rivers and mountains. It was a bit of a pity not to have seen it with his own eyes. But he would see it sooner or later, so there was no rush at this moment. The steel train, originating from Pan Shi City, passed through many official cities along the way, several of which were level 7 major cities. However, when referring to official major cities, only Lakehaven, Panstone, and Red Maple were the regional administrative and military hubs. Among them, Pan Shi City had the poorest economic level. After all, the original purpose of establishing Pan Shi City was to monitor the Goblin Kingdom situated in the Dark Great Forest. Even if Pan Shi City had the poorest economic development among the 3 cities, it was still far more prosperous than the other few official major cities. As official major cities, they naturally had various administrative institutions, which naturally attracted numerous professionals. Compared to the cities managed by individuals or groups, they naturally had tremendous advantages. He heard that the main cities of some great lords had defense installations solid as a fortress, yet when it came to prosperity, those cities had little to do with prosperity. For construction and all, it still has to be Tai-Zon officials. It's a pity, though, that the Spiritual Link Network can now only carry out ultra-long-distance conversations and voice transmissions. If it could transmit pictures or support video chats, that would be even more wonderful. Mu Yuan thought somewhat greedily. The steel train, having run for less than a day, slowly pulled into the northern station of Tian City, and travelers from various parts of the Twilight Dominion got off one after another. Some of them casually carried or embraced parcels larger than themselves as they confidently strode towards the station exit. There were also some whose hands were empty, But the armor or robes they wore were clearly not ordinary, radiant with the faint luster of precious artifacts. Others were followed by a dozen or even dozens of uniformly dressed, well-equipped elite warriors. Under the guard of these warriors, they walked out very stylishly. This scene filled many with envy. Inside Tian City's northern station, some people were still wearing ordinary clothes with distinct Langsing profound country style. Others were dressed in leather armor, metal armor, or robes, and the two seemed out of place with each other. From attire to demeanor to temperament, everything was distinct. The majority of the former group were ordinary citizens of Zan country who had integrated into the eternal world just over 4 months ago. 4 months was actually not short. Many beta test lords had become imbued with the fierce spirit of the eternal world in less than 2 months, and that was with the first month spent using computers as a medium. 1 month was sufficient otherwise. Yet, the mass of Greenhand professionals who integrated after the world merged still lived mostly within the defense circle of the main city of Lakehaven Lake. Many of these people had neither seen a monster nor killed a chicken. At most, they had encountered some oddly shaped troops, which greatly broadened their horizons. "We've finally arrived in Tian City. We'll be studying here for 2 years," said a young man in plain clothes, filled with excitement. "Yes, I've heard that the educational faculty of the academies in Tian City is the best in the entire Great Domain, and we are so fortunate to be able to study here. What luck, isn't this just our exceptional talent? Getting into Lakehaven Academy and Great Lake Academy is incredibly difficult, and our arrival here is all thanks to diligence and effort, not something to be summed up by the word luck. Actually, having money and connections works too. Why are you all silent? Did I say something wrong? Let's talk about something else, shall we? Do you see those accompanied by a dozen or so guards? Aren't they the so-called miracle lords? Speaking of luck, the lords who were selected early to enter the Eternal Continent are the real lucky ones. I also want to be a lord, recruiting a few fox ladies or elf maids. You're thinking too much. From what I understand, the majority of troops controlled by the lords are either the short, stout, ugly goblins or just ordinary spearmen, shieldmen. Beautiful elves are not so common. However, we shouldn't sell ourselves short. We are the first cohort of students at Lakehaven Academy, the pride of the heavens, and it's not impossible for us to establish our own territories and command legions in the future. Besides, compared to being a small lord in a backward village, I'd rather make my way in a large city. That's much better than being a village leader." There were 3 major high-order educational institutions in the main city of Lakehaven Lake, namely Lakehaven Academy, Great Lake Academy, and Heavenly Splendor Academy. The former 2 are public institutions that have existed prior to this year, but in response to the Alliance's call, both academies expanded several times over in size, adding numerous new campuses and miracle buildings, including the affiliate first-class junior college of Lakehaven Lake. This month, Tian City Academy has welcomed more and more people. There are exceptional, Greenhand professionals, from various places. There are professionals who wish to participate in the independent recruitment of Lakehaven Academy and Great Lake Academy. And then there are some students sent by the lords, ready to further their study and training here. There were also some people who were different from the previous 3 groups. This batch of people looked extraordinary and each of them appeared to be an expert. They are strong contenders from various territories and cities who wish to apply for teaching positions at Lakehaven Academy. The treatment of instructors here is first class. Officials provided quite attractive benefits to lure the experts sent by the lords, and the Tian City officials further increased these incentives. For this reason, the strong contenders applying for teaching positions at Lakehaven Academy are endless. In the past half a month, the number has reached its peak. It's said that it's because the red mist tide in Nanyang began to recede, and the frontline battles have essentially ended, so the Lord's subordinates have the time to come here to apply for instructor positions and train, Irene said. She and Sophia are best friends, so she naturally knows more about some non-secret information. Hong Yi waves her hand, indicating that she doesn't care about these things. She's only concerned about when the recruitment exam will start so that she can get it over with and rest sooner. It's tomorrow. Irene said, in the past, the instructor recruitment exam at Lakehaven Academy took place once every 7 days, but due to the increase in people this time, It's held every 3 days. Since I have some free time today, I'll take the others to the junior college to register and handle the procedure first. Hong Yi. Whatever works. Hong Yi, Irene, and their group consisted of dozens of people, but the vast majority of these individuals were just ordinary students coming here to learn and further their education. They were talented individuals with sharp minds and excellent past performance, diligently selected by Great Lord Shepherd from the citizens of Tianyuan City. Such study abroad opportunities were quite rare. Once they return from their studies, they will become the first batch of core technical experts of Tianyuan City. The ones who were truly preparing to apply for instructor positions were only Irene, Hong Yi, Zhou Yi, and Sanghun, just 4 people. There's no need to say more about Irene. Although she's not very competent in combat, she's at least stronger than Daisy, and her theoretical experience is exceptionally rich. Besides, being a 4th order peak, epic 1-star strongwoman, she couldn't be considered weak. Hong Yi was the strongest of the 4, only half a step away from stepping into the legendary realm. In fact, upon coming here, Hong Yi planned to break through to the legendary realm in Tian City. The ceremonial venues in Tian City were very high-end, and it's even rumored that there were epic-grade cultivation buildings. Most importantly, as an instructor at Tian's Advanced College, one could use the legendary breakthrough venues for free and buy materials at a hugely discounted price. This was how Tian City attracted the strong. Breaking through to the legendary realm would naturally be a breeze for Hong Yi here. Where else to break through if not here? However, she needed to be incredibly cautious about evolving, but with Hong Yi having reached the epic 3 stars rank, she couldn't evolve further in the short term. Zhou Yi was the 2nd strongest in the Arrow of Polar Star, a late 4 order, epic 2 stars adept. He did not possess the same level of mental talents as 17 but was a notch above her in archery skills. Sanghun, on the other hand, was a strong contender among the Ghost Leaders series, holding the rank of epic 1 star, albeit his path was different from Rakshasa's or Hong Yi's. Sanghun was neither proficient in evil spirits power nor in illusion technique. During his evil spirits and ghost general phases, he was at best just a somewhat prominent figure. Later, Sanghun encountered his own fortune and experienced mutations during his evolution. He still was a ghost leader but acquired a special epic skill. Shared fate. Description. Sanghun can lock onto and link with a certain individual and return the damage received to that target with several times the force when he is injured. But shared fate was not just about synchronizing damage, it could also sync some profound experiences. Sanghun, thus, leveraged this to gain a powerful learning ability, and he has now become a formidable figure among the ghost leaders, just behind big brother Rakshasa and sister Hong Yi as the self-proclaimed 3rd ghost. The next day, Irene, Hong Yi, and the 4 of them came to Lakehaven Academy and were led straight to the venue for the application assessment, a miracle building of the excellence rank, by the staff. There were already quite a few people gathered here. There were instructors who had already passed the assessment, powerful figures who responded to lucrative recruitment, candidates preparing for the application, and even spectators who were simply there for the curiosity of it. However, to be among the spectators within Lakehaven Academy, one had to at least have some connections or ways in. In the distance, a 4th order peak strongman was announcing the rules. The rules for the instructor assessment are quite simple, he said. First, strong contenders who are named on the Dragon Gate ranking will be recruited by our Lakehaven Academy unconditionally, without any assessment required. The higher the ranking on the list, the more benefits and treatments one can enjoy, he explained. Second, one must last at least 60 seconds within our Lakehaven Academy's self-developed, Water Dragon's Lament illusionary killing formation. Third, one must have a specialist level certification of proficiency recognized by the Alliance. Needless to say, Hong Yi and the rest didn't have that. Certifications required examination. Besides, Tianyuan City was in dire need of technical talents, and what they mainly wanted to obtain for free here was precisely those skills. On the Dragon Gate ranking, their names did not appear either. Only the top strongmen who have fought in public can leave their names on the Dragon Gate ranking. They are just nobodies, they might as well just go through the motions. Hong Yi thought. The next moment, within the vast grounds of the Miracle Building, a huge ice blue formation with a diameter of over a kilometer slowly took shape. Within it, one after another, lifelike and majestic water dragons roared as they surged out from beneath the surface of the formation, only to dive back in the distance, repeating the cycle over and over. This was the Water Dragon's Lament Illusionary Killing Formation, and at the same time, one of the important training facilities of Lakehaven Academy. Next, we will have the honor of a demonstration by our Academy's special grade instructor, Red Shadow. A 4th Order peak strongman spoke from a distance. Soon, a man wearing armor, with red hair sharp as spikes, slowly walked into the Water Dragon's Lament formation. As the formation activated, a curtain of water sealed the internal space. The water dragons roared even more fiercely. Waves surged. Storms brewed. Realistic coercion radiated from these water dragons. There were 3rd Order and 4th Order, numbering in the hundreds. Of course, this Water Dragon's Lament is an illusionary killing formation. Out of these 100-odd water dragons, perhaps only about 20 are real. But even so, stepping inside is tantamount to being besieged by multiple 4th Order strongmen. One careless move could lead to defeat, not to mention lasting 60 seconds. A strongman who appeared to be a local was speaking with the demeanor of someone experienced. Seeing this scene, Sanghun approached and offered a cigarette. "Brother, you seem to be familiar with this place?" "Of course," the youth said, "I and my lord have been in Tian City for 7 or 8 years, and I've come to the old campus of Lakehaven Academy countless times. I'm very familiar with it." "Your lord?" Sanghun was somewhat confused. The youth said, "Hey, that's quite normal here in the main city of Lakehaven Lake. There are at least 100 or 200 lords who have settled here long-term. Isn't living here much more comfortable than going to some small remote lordship? Like my lord, the management of the 6th-level territories is all handled by corporations. He might not return even once a year." "What about you, brother? You're not from the Tian City region, right?" "That's right, we come from a very distant 5th-level small city. This is my first time traveling far from home to the big city." A year-old Sanghun said shyly. At that moment, exclamations came from afar. The strongman named Red Shadow had cleanly and decisively breached the Water Dragon's Lament formation. It was not about enduring, but piercing through. The young man was not surprised. Normal. You don't watch the news much, brother?" He found it unsurprising. Residents of smaller cities, other than the lord and the generals in charge of intelligence, often know little about the outside world. Even the renowned Dragon Gate ranking. He said, ranking 12th on the Dragon Gate ranking, Infinite Heavenly Wolf Red Shadow, that's him. As a top strongman who's near the front of the rankings, it's natural and reasonable for him to break through the formation. The young man was recounting the past achievements of Infinite Heavenly Wolf Red Shadow. The position he occupied when he first entered the rankings. How he rose swiftly later on. Not long ago, Lord Red Shadow was ranked 19th, falling behind One Punch Martial Madness. But now, since One Punch Martial Madness has been off the list for a lack of recent public achievements, Infinite Heavenly Wolf has made remarkable progress. He is now, it seems, not far from the legendary realm. Sanghun. The title of One Punch Martial Madness sounded familiar. Oh, it seemed to be the title of Elder Uda. That was the illustrious name Elder Uda earned when he was at the 3rd Order peak or 4th Order. The Dragon Gate ranking frequently changes. If a ranked powerhouse doesn't have new public combat achievements after a certain period, their title will vanish from the list. This is said to be done to intensify the competition on the Dragon Gate ranking, to inspire newcomers to strive and fight hard. If the distinguished names on the list remained unchanged for a month, how would newcomers ever conceive the idea of toppling those ranked above them? The giant spirit god Lulu fell off the ranking even earlier. After all, Lulu's position on the Dragon Gate ranking wasn't that high to begin with. However, the venerable name of Totem Arrow God 17 still hangs high on the Dragon Gate ranking. 17 has many combat achievements and, after the merger with Langsing, even had several outstanding battles that made their fame. Duo Lai, who once briefly tested the waters and climbed into the top 10 of the Dragon Gate ranking, has long since had their name concealed. Mu Yuan speculates that this isn't because the time limit was reached, but because the one-handed Chamber of Commerce received news of Duo Lai entering the legendary realm and thereupon concealed their name. However, the one-handed Chamber of Commerce has never publicly stated the rule on how long a period of inactivity in public combat achievements must pass before a ranked individual's title is hidden. Loyal readers of the one-handed commerce news speculate that the duration of the time limit is related to a contender's rank. The higher the rank, the longer the duration they can retain it. This theory quickly lost traction. Uda, who once ranked in the teens, stayed on the list for almost half a year without new achievements. Lu, who was once in the 40s, managed to stay on the list for several months without new achievements. The duration seemed roughly the same. This kind of situation is not uncommon. It's likely done to mix truths and falsehoods to conceal certain information details. After all, the Dragon Gate ranking is completely public, and anyone can access this information. Mu Yuan guessed. Just like when Duo Lai disappeared from the Dragon Gate ranking, outsiders couldn't know if it was because Duo Lai had entered the legendary or simply hadn't had new achievements for too long, leading to their ranking being concealed. The information on the Dragon Gate ranking is also not detailed, it only includes the past combat achievements of those ranked. The rank, skills, and artistic conception realms of the contenders, among other details, are not described. Some of them even have their territories represented as on the list, like 17. Mu Yuan doesn't believe the one-handed Chamber of Commerce is unaware of 17's identity. At least 6 or 7 people in Shilling City know 17's origins, so the news couldn't have been concealed. But to the vast majority of professionals in Shilling City, 17 is a strong figure shrouded in mystery, of unknown origin, who hasn't publicly revealed their identity, thus on the Dragon Gate ranking. Lord Shepard, whose own division generals have been ranked, makes guesses based on his own situation. If there were more ranked powerhouses, this guess could be more accurate, but there's no need for that. Many lords have a few hidden aces up their sleeves. Which lord doesn't keep something hidden? When the report from Sanghun and a few others in Tian City came via the Spirit Seed, Mu Yuan, who listened to these live broadcasts, was as if he himself had flown to Tian City. Which, of course, was impossible. The spoken word is ultimately unclear, and Sanghun's level of literacy left much to be desired. Furthermore, having never tried before, I didn't realize it, but now I find that the psychic link is somewhat taxing across great distances, with a slight delay. This issue might gradually improve as more Tianyuan troops are stationed in Lakehaven Academy over time. At this moment, inside Lakehaven Academy, at the training field, the infinite heavenly wolf, Red Shadow, broke through the Water Dragon's Lament illusionary killing formation. This was both a demonstration and a proclamation. Red Shadow was an instructor at Lakehaven Academy, which showcased the school's profound teaching strength. After all, a top-ranked powerhouse like this, currently at number 12 and potentially advancing to the top 10, is even rarer than those in the legendary realm, much rarer. Such a powerhouse, once they break through, will inevitably become a force in the legendary Earth realm, with a much smoother road ahead than ordinary legends and the hope of reaching the Soul realm. After the demonstration, the instructor's recruitment assessment was about to begin. At that moment, the staff added, if any applicant fails to last 60 seconds but shows unique methods, the academy will consider them for recruitment. Likewise, if someone can endure for 60 seconds, 120 seconds, 300 seconds, and possesses special methods, our academy will offer even more generous terms to hire them. As the voice faded, the recruitment assessment officially began. Applicants proceeded to test in the order they had registered. Those ranked later didn't have to hurry. The entire assessment process wasn't complicated and might finish in less than half a day. Just me? Hey, I've been eager to try this out. A strong figure holding a large saber stepped forward. Perhaps seeing how effortlessly the infinite heavenly wolf, Red Shadow, cut through the illusionary killing formation, he appeared completely confident. He entered the formation and signaled that he was ready. The entire Water Dragon's Lament formation then buzzed into activity. At the same time, numbers fashioned from countless water flows appeared above the formation, starting the timer. 1. Boom. The water dragon immediately roared to life, bursting forth with a powerful presence. One water dragon opened its mouth, and a barrage of large water cannonballs shot forth, a skill known as water cannon volley. Another water dragon swung its tail, sending arcs of pale blue water blades slicing down in a fan-shaped pattern, a skill called water moon slash. And yet another water dragon dove from the sky, bringing along a dazzlingly heavy surge of water, a high-tier skill, Dragon God Dive. Most importantly, the attacks within the water dragon's lament formation were a mix of real and fake, illusion and reality. If the challenger couldn't distinguish correctly, by exerting their power on illusions, they would be swiftly defeated. Even if they could differentiate, taking too long to decide would leave them vulnerable, causing them to panic and falter. The challenger wielding the big saber was in such a situation. As the number of water dragons increased, his expression grew tenser and his eyes swept back and forth, fixing his gaze on each water dragon. Despite his efforts, he couldn't discern the real from the illusions solely based on intuition and first impressions. Before long, the saber warrior admitted defeat. He was teleported out of the arena, his injuries rapidly healing under the effects of the miracle building. By then, the clock had stopped at 39.3 seconds. This was still the early stage of the formation, where the number of water dragons was not high, meant as a warm-up, familiarization phase for challengers. You see, it might seem like this fellow only fell short by 20 seconds, but in reality, he's still 2/3 short of the journey, someone remarked. However, this fellow's tactics were somewhat flawed, too. The correct approach should have been to take advantage of the initial warm-up phase to familiarize himself with as many water dragons as possible. After that, one can make the most intuitive and accurate judgments when entering the formal phase.
Of course, like Lord Red Shadow's approach of directly slashing through the water dragons, penetrating the water dragon's lament illusionary killing formation, it would trigger the full force of the entire array right from the start. So even if one has confidence in their own strength, it's suggested to take it easy at first. The young man offered his commentary. It was clear that he was very familiar with both the water dragon's lament illusionary killing formation and the assessment process. Sangin whispered, "Buddy, is it all right to share all this?" He always had the illusion of being cluelessly circled around the key points before a test, which made Sangin, who was still a pure greenhand, feel quite ashamed. Ashamed as he may be, Sangin knew what was useful to listen to and to utilize. The young man tilted his head up slightly, no harm done. He then added in a lower voice, "This thing isn't really a secret, there's no wall without chinks. The Academy does this because they want to recruit clever warriors, not just powerful ones. Besides, even knowing this tactic, whether one can execute it during the assessment still depends on the challenger's own abilities. This is a comprehensive test of strength, experience, tactics, analytical skills, judgment, and decisiveness. But brother, you look like a bright talent. I'm sure you'll make it through, I trust my eyes." Sangin suddenly understood. After all, the college was looking to recruit officers, not just strong warriors. Though generally, those who can fight are not far behind in other aspects. He could also tell that the approach to challenging the water dragon's lament illusionary killing formation, whether skillful or brute force, could lead to entirely different outcomes. Following the saber-wielding strongman, several more warriors took the stage. Among them, the strongest only lasted for 51 seconds. This warrior utilized tactics appropriately, pushing his capabilities to the limit, but ultimately, his strength was too weak, and he was overwhelmed by the diving water dragons with just 2 strikes. Several consecutive challengers failed to meet the minimum recruitment standards of Lakehaven Academy, and the strong warriors who came to apply from various places were all somewhat disheartened. Something wasn't right. It seemed a tad difficult. It couldn't be that out of the dozens present, not a single one would pass, could it? I heard the earlier assessments weren't this hard, but too many strong warriors came to apply for Lakehaven Academy. Someone spoke up. With only so many officer positions, if the number of applicants increases, the difficulty of the assessments naturally goes up too. Had we come a month earlier, we might have had a shot at a third-order officer spot. Now, it's tough. Although quite a few third and fourth order strongmen were losing heart, having come all this way, how could they leave crestfallen without even trying? At least they had to try. Without trying, they wouldn't know how devastatingly they'd fail. Some failed challengers squatted in the corner drawing circles, pondering which college to apply to next. Why not go to a junior college and apply for an ordinary instructor spot? At that moment, a young man in a golden feathered robe adorned with 6 spinning golden wheels boldly stepped forward. It's General Jinlin from Lingfeng City. A person from Lord Lingfeng. It's said that General Jinlin is a hidden profession, and his rank among the 3-star excellence level is at the top tier, no less formidable than the Bone Dragon or Flame Demon, those extremely rare excellence 3-star ranks. This General Jinlin had quite the reputation. Where there's smoke, there's fire, and true to his name, his 6 golden wheels spun in defense and attack, navigating with ease within the Water Dragon's Lament formation. It was only later, when the formation continuously intensified, that General Jinlin finally stepped down, defeated. Time: 121 seconds. Qualified for second-order officer treatment. While there was no real sense of difference between second and third order for most, the gap between 39, 51, and 121 seconds was extremely telling. The audience inhaled sharply, and for a moment, the interior of the miracle building seemed to warm up by several degrees. Subsequently, following 10 or 20 more applicants, results weren't all that great, with only one person receiving third-order officer treatment. Soon, according to the display screen in the distance, it was Sangin's turn to step up. Sangin was eager to give it a try. He looked at the young man beside him. "Brother, haven't you had your turn yet?" He remembered the time they registered was quite late, and any later it would have had to wait until next week. The young man gave a faint smile as if he had been waiting for Sangin to ask just so he could nonchalantly say, "Oh, I passed through it a while ago. I am now a second-class instructor. I obviously can't join in on the fun up there." The legendary second-class strongman. Impressive, impressive. Sangin clasped his fists, expressing his admiration, then strode towards the Water Dragon's Lament illusionary killing formation in the distance. He stepped into the formation. Inside and outside the formation, it truly was a world of difference. From outside, without any pressure and with a clear perspective, he could easily distinguish the real from the fake water dragons. The illusions were not particularly clever and far inferior to Hong Yi's illusion technique. After all, if they were too clever, they wouldn't serve well in tempering and obstacle clearing. However, upon entering the formation, with the mist and the water dragons flying around, it did indeed become a bit more difficult to distinguish. Slightly tough, slightly tough. Sangin effortlessly dodged by tilting his body to the side and smashed a diving water dragon with a sweep of his ghost's claw. He was very much at ease, both dodging with perfect timing and never expending an ounce of extra energy. After all, Sangin was a strongman who had sparred with Bone 2, Bone 3, Big Brother Rakshasa, Yuta, and even Boss Dead Bone. The one thing Tianyuan City never lacked was sparring partners. At least for a fourth-order strongman like Sangin, there was definitely no shortage. His combat experience was incredibly rich. With constant exposure and the assistance of his life-sharing skills, Sangin's technique and mental awareness were also top-notch. He lasted a full 153 seconds before he barely succumbed to defeat. This was even with his life-sharing skills having little room to play within the Water Dragon's Lament illusionary killing formation. In the distance, the internal staff member, the second-class instructor, a young man from some level 6 territory, was slightly surprised, but not too surprised. After all, he had long discerned that Sangin was a strongman. To have received the treatment of a second-class instructor, he truly was worthy of being the man Yunwan acknowledged. Let's reintroduce ourselves. I am Yunwan, a second-class instructor at Lakehaven Academy, in charge of the spell curriculum. From now on, we are colleagues. A pleasure to meet you. I am the newly promoted second-class instructor Sangin. Let's go have a drink later. I'm buying. I know a great ice drink shop here in the academy. Really? Can I invite a few more people? After all, I didn't come here alone. Yunwan was a bit surprised by this. Lakehaven Academy's recruitment standards were very high, and not just anyone could apply. Normally, it was considered impressive for a single individual from an ordinary territory to apply here. It seemed Sangin was leading the team. The others were probably just following along for the experience. However, given Sangin's exceptional strength and previously unheralded reputation, it was not impossible that other strongmen from his territory might have snagged third-class instructor positions. How many of you are there? Indeed. Sangin pointed towards the distance, where there was a girl who looked quiet and demure, holding an ordinary longsword, walking toward the water dragon's lament illusionary killing formation. No matter how you looked at her, the girl was very ordinary. So ordinary that in this training field full of strong persons, she was almost a novelty. This is our team leader, Miss Irene. Sangin then pointed to a young man who was carefully tending to his bow and arrows in the distance. This is my brother, Zhou Yi. Sangin scanned left and right, finally spotting someone in the corner. This is our eldest sister, Boss Hong Yi. 4 people in total. The young man Yun Wan nodded slightly but suddenly felt something was off as he continued. Sangin, who had already secured the treatment of a second-class instructor and shown remarkable strength and combat experience, seemed to occupy a somewhat junior position in this team. Something was definitely amiss here. Yun Wan still found it hard to believe. The credibility of Sangin as a second-tier instructor was even higher than his own. Such a strong person was the most ordinary in the team. Was that reasonable? It must be a joke. Yun Wan was skeptical, trusting more in his own eyes, his own judgment. Just like at the beginning, when he first laid eyes on Sangin and felt certain he was an extraordinary powerhouse. Now, upon closer observation, he noticed that Sangin's brother named Zhou Yi also seemed quite remarkable. However, this lady named Irene didn't strike him as extraordinary no matter how he observed her. She seemed utterly average and lacked the aura of a strong person. The person in the distance, referred to as Hong Yi, even appeared utterly despondent. Could those be strong people? He didn't believe it but didn't show his disbelief. There was no need to say anything. After all, who was strong and who was weak would soon become clear. Irene took a deep breath and walked forward step by step, data streams flickering in her pupils, flashing by. This was her first battle in a public setting. In Tianyuan City, she was a civil officer, responsible for managing the library's book collection and some simple teaching tasks, such as literacy classes at night school. Irene also managed the orphanage in Tianyuan City. Orphans who were young and had no elders to care for them would be placed in the orphanage. The first orphanage in the Tianyuan territory was established and managed by Irene. Irene's strength wasn't prominent. Although she had some renown in Tianyuan City, she was not in the combat sequence. Irene had evolved to the epic tier, but her awakened epic talent was an auxiliary ability that did not directly enhance combat power. However, this didn't mean Irene couldn't fight. In some ways, she was quite skilled at it. At the very least, her combat abilities were far superior to Daisy's. From the start of the recruitment assessment, data streams like those in Irene's pupils would occasionally flash. Her eyes were fixated on the strong participants taking the stage, never shifting away. Eye of memory. Description: Irene possesses strong memory and observational skills. When this talent is actively activated, Irene's memory, observation, and analysis abilities will be greatly enhanced. Moreover, she can record everything she sees, including every detail of techniques, in the form of a memory palace. Any technique Irene saw once could be completely recorded by her. However, this was limited to theoretical recording. She understood the technique, the intricacies, the key points, but that didn't mean she could use it. This is when the mind understands, but the body cannot follow. Irene's physical talent was not bad. She could master some techniques after practicing them 3 or 4 times on her own. Her combat skills had already reached the peak. After observing Tianyuan powerhouses training and sparring daily, her realm of intentions level had reached half a step into the imagery realm. But that was all. Many advanced and even special skills, even if she could record them completely and understood the principles, were beyond her capability to wield. She didn't meet the requirements to use them. All she understood was theory. Irene was very clear about her strengths and weaknesses. She owned hundreds of skills, yet she hardly had any truly powerful ones. In the blink of an eye, Irene stepped into the formation. The Water Dragon's Lament illusionary killing formation activated again, and numerous water dragons roared into existence. There were no terrifying 10+ meter long ghost's claws. There was no powerful evil specter force. She couldn't raise a violent gust of yin wind and dark mist with a wave of her hand. Compared to the imposing Sengen who appeared just before, Irene looked genteel, frail as if she might be torn apart by the water dragons at any moment. 10 seconds, 20 seconds, 30 seconds. Irene kept dodging, like a small boat amidst giant waves. 40 seconds. Irene continued to dodge, seemingly close to disaster, but actually not a single drop touched her. 60 seconds. Irene thrust out with her sword, the tip stirring up waves of sharpness, shredding the water dragon attacking from the side. Her presence was still not strong. But at that moment, the onlookers finally realized in a daze, unknowingly, this girl had reached the qualifying standards and could claim the benefits of a third-tier instructor. What's going on? She clearly looks so weak, not strong at all. Indeed, as I watched, I started to think even I could do it. If they hadn't personally passed through the Water Dragon's Lament illusionary killing formation and knew how terrifying it was, they might indeed have the illusion that they could do it themselves. How could they have such an illusion? Terrifying. On the field, Irene was still holding on, appearing extremely strained, but in reality, it was anything but easy for her. Indeed, Irene could hardly be described as at ease. Her strength was limited, barely stronger than an ordinary fourth-order peak, and she had no margin for error, as any fourth-order water dragon posed a lethal threat to her. It was like she was walking on a tightrope. Risky and dangerous, but she never faltered. She kept going, and soon the time reached 153 seconds, equaling and surpassing Sengen. This was the best record of today's assessment. Backstage, several academy heads were watching. They were the deans of various departments within Lakehaven Academy. Either they were legendary lords, or they were powerhouses from top territories. One of them was the confidant of the city lord of Tion City. These strong individuals would not always stay in Lakehaven City. However, with the war over and coinciding with the comprehensive recruitment of Lakehaven Academy and Great Lake Academy, these legendary realm beings gradually returned, some even taking on the role of examiners. During this period, the number of legendary realm beings in Lakehaven City far exceeded the usual. Those on the outside found it unbelievable, but the legendary realm powerhouses inside had observed for a while and understood. This person is quite formidable, one of them commented. Indeed, the power she possesses is not strong, but her skills have reached the peak, and her observational power is surprisingly strong. If it weren't for the fact that the Water Dragon's Lament illusionary killing formation has no discernible pattern, I would have thought she'd already figured it out, another added. Such observational and analytical abilities are exactly what a top-tier teacher needs. We need this kind of talent, a third chimed in. Perhaps, we could make an exception and offer her the treatment of a first-class instructor, suggested another. A first-class instructor, that's not quite right. After all, the girl's own strength is still lacking, and bestowing a first-class title without merit might invite criticism. Most importantly, our academy only has 3 first-class positions left, someone countered. Let's discuss it in a meeting later. I think she's worth it. Being able to fight and knowing how to fight are not the same thing. We need the latter, said one confidently. By the way, whose division general is this person? She doesn't seem to have any reputation, not one bit. She couldn't be a new powerhouse recently emerged from some top-level lord's domain, could she? Speculated another. It would be hard for a division general from an ordinary lord's house not to have a reputation. After all, the development and expansion of a territory is forged by these mainstay division generals, one sword and one spear at a time. Only top-level lords have the means to hide people. The principals were not aware, as they usually didn't concern themselves with these matters. However, after one of them ordered an investigation, a staff member quickly brought the relevant information. A legendary realm expert took a look and immediately, ed in surprise. What's going on? Spill the details, Chen, demanded one principal. The middle-aged legendary named Chen smiled and said, this young lady is named Irene, and like Sangin, the previous applicant, she comes from the same territory. Oh. Principal Wang voiced a slight surprise. Chen continued, however, what shocks me is not just this little fact. Chen made this claim but did not elaborate. Principal Wang immediately became angry, grabbed the information to take a look, and also, Ed in surprise, so it's from that territory, no wonder Sangin and Irene had no prior reputation. This makes sense now. How does it make sense, you two old foxes? Another principal demanded. Another principal couldn't hold back and snatched the information for a quick glance, also uttering a, in realization. Unlike you two, I'll come right out and say it. Both of these people are from the Tianyuan territory, they are division generals of the Tianyuan family. He announced to the remaining people. The two principals suddenly understood, but not completely. They were not surprised that the Tianyuan territory had such powerhouses. The name Tianyuan was familiar to them, as Lakehaven Academy had once invited Tianyuan powerhouses to become instructors or to cultivate here. But why would these two being from the Tianyuan territory with no notable reputation make sense? Some at the legendary realm wondered. But there were those who were well informed, and one said, a few months back when our Langsing merged into the Eternal World, Tianyuan territory faced some mishaps and was moved to a remote area, rumored to be on some island. There were even rumors of Tianyuan falling. Now that Tianyuan territory is situated on an island, cut off from the outside world for some time, no matter how formidable the Tianyuan powerhouses are and how much territory they have claimed for their land, few are aware of it. Naturally their reputations are not widespread, he explained. Unlike in their Lakehaven City region, where news about the smallest occurrences can spread across dozens of cities overnight. The legendary realm holder of the document, Ed yet again, the strong applicants for the positions in Lakehaven Academy are not only Sangin and Irene. There are also, two others from Tianyuan City. Look, the third applicant is about to take the stage. It can't be that this one is also exceptionally talented, someone said. Irene, gasping for breath, was kicked out of the formation and quickly recovered. Her challenge time froze at 203 seconds, significantly surpassing Sangin. No sooner had her assessment ended than there were bursts of exclamations and gasps around her. She even heard someone evaluating her as terrifyingly powerful. Irene was not proud. She had long realized that the Water Dragon's Lament illusionary killing formation was not solely a test of combat ability. Sangin's killer moves could not take full effect in such an assessment. Her own abilities, however, were particularly adept at dealing with such tests. But if it were a real fight, one-on-one, she undoubtedly wouldn't stand a chance against Sangin. Irene was clear about this, her strength was weak, her energy scanty, and she lacked endurance and the ability to withstand hits. If she were to fight Sangin, connected by a shared fate, a simple self-inflicted wound or two from Sangin would inevitably bring her downfall. She had no means of countering the shared fate. Nevertheless, Irene was clear about her mission. The Lord did not need her to be able to fight, what he wanted was for her, during her time as an instructor, to soak up as much of Lakehaven Academy's public information as possible, recording all of its curriculum, knowledge, and teaching processes. This was the true meaning of her venture out to learn. Irene stepped down. Zhou Yi, who had already adjusted his vitality to the peak, took big steps forward. His body shimmered with faint starlight. His eyes were sharp, he held a treasured bow in his hand, and his presence was extraordinary. It was clear at a glance that he was a powerhouse. His appearance was many times more impressive than Irene's. This one seems to be a heavyweight powerhouse as well, observed an onlooker. What's going on today? Why are all the heavyweights taking the stage last? Wasn't it supposed to be sorted by the order of registration? Another inquired. Just because you look the part doesn't mean you're strong. Didn't the young lady just prove that point? Earlier, many who seemed mighty fell quickly, unable to sustain themselves for long, a voice reasoned. I always feel like you are insulting me, but I have no evidence. Of course not. Zhou Yi quickly entered the formation and proved to everyone that his strength was by no means inferior to his appearance and, in fact, was even greater. As an archer profession, archers do have some disadvantages in the Water Dragon formation. No matter how accurate the arrows are, can they really shatter the huge and numerous water dragons? Zhou Yi said they could. Ripples appeared around him, and arrows glimmering with starlight emerged from the ripples, appearing in succession on his drawn bowstring. With one arrow shot, it was like a cannon. Boom! 9 arrows combined into one, and a dazzling pillar of starlight penetrated the heavens and the earth, forcefully shattering the numerous water dragons. Zhou Yi's fingers turned into afterimages as he shot one arrow after another in rapid succession. It was as if he didn't care about the energy consumption at all. Indeed, he didn't care much. His energy reserves far exceeded Irene's, and the consumption during output was partly taken by the 10,000 arrows treasure, while the starlight falling from the high heavens took another part. This made Zhou Yi seem like an unlimited artillery. The water dragons from every direction barely emerged before being blown apart by the arrow of stars. However, Zhou Yi's forceful breaking of the formation also led the water dragon's lament illusionary killing formation to unleash its full firepower, and the number of huge water dragons flying out, several times more than before, put a tremendous pressure on him. In the end, Zhou Yi still failed. After all, the time he had spent developing was too short, the reserves of the 10,000 arrows treasure were not enough, and his mastery of the chasing star's power was not deep enough. He had to change tactics and held on until the 300th second, the upper limit of the entire assessment. The formation closed. Zhou Yi couldn't help but look back regretfully as he walked out. My cultivation is still far from enough. Spectators in the distance. Bro, big bro. You're the powerhouse who held on until the maximum time limit of the assessment without falling. If your accomplishment isn't enough, then what about theirs? Is this what being a true strong one means? I always feel the gap between 4th order peak and 4th order peak is much bigger than the gap between humans and dogs. Yunwan widened his eyes. Is he also from your territory, your brother? His combat power is too outrageous. Definitely the caliber of the top ranks of the Dragon Gate ranking. Sangin said proudly, that's right. He paused and then said, but Zhou Yi's combat power isn't that outrageous. I can fight him on equal terms, okay. More like 60-40, 30-70, 30-70 is definitely there. Moreover, Zhou Yi can't beat Rakshasa, Hong Yi, Sario, Bone 2, Bone 3, Bone 4, and so on. Where's the outrageousness in his combat power? Anyone who thinks it's outrageous should really check if they've been serious about their cultivation. It is the epic military kind, Arrow of Polar Star. Backstage, Adine spoke up, this Tianyuan really has great fortune and capabilities. Reportedly, a few months ago, he already had several epic strong under his command. Within a few months, he has achieved what many lords couldn't in over a decade. Another from the legendary realm spoke, not just the Arrow of Polar Star, but it seems stronger than the ordinary one. Some time ago, I had a combat drill with a lord of the Yongxing, and his 4th order peak Arrow of Polar Star was clearly not as strong as this Zhou Yi. This is personal discrepancy. And a substantial one at that. After all, the Yongxing Empire has a complete cultivation scheme for the Arrow of Polar Star, perfectly tapping into its potential. Others can't. That Zhou Yi is still stronger than Yongxing's Arrow of Polar Star under these circumstances shows that he is truly remarkable. If only we had a few more strong ones like Zhou Yi, I would dare to tease Yongxing Empire by saying that the true lineage of the Polar Star is now in Taizan. But then again, it's fortunate that Zhou Yi couldn't break the formation. Thinking this way feels somewhat unethical, but according to the rules, one who breaks it enjoys the special instructor treatment, and we no longer have any special instructor spots available. As an archer, Zhou Yi was at a disadvantage, or else, he might really have been able to break through the water dragon's lament illusionary killing formation. A few from the legendary realm commented. Meanwhile, Hong Yi, who had just woken up from a nap and was yawning, floated towards the great formation. Hong Yi could refine her soul body just like Rakshasa and Sangin to make it indistinguishable from a real person. But she was too lazy to do it. Her creed was to float if she could avoid walking, to sit if she could avoid standing, and to crawl into a grave if such an option existed. Naturally, she floated everywhere she went. The characteristics of ghost-type troops were fully displayed on her. However, this was not particularly unusual. Although the strong among those present were mostly human race soldiers and human ranks, there were a few non-human troops as well. Fang berserkers, flame demon sheep, fear knights, and so on. Their appearances were much more eye-catching than Hong Yi's. People paid more attention to Hong Yi because they thought, 3 top powerhouses have already appeared in a row, and each one is stronger than the last. Could it be that this red-dressed spirit is actually the real final boss? How could that be possible? They think this is a novel or something. The last formidable person called Zhou Yi had the standard to be in the top ranks of the Dragon Gate ranking, not far behind the famously powerful infinite heavenly wolf, Red Shadow. The special instructor, Red Shadow, was naturally present as well. He came to demonstrate, representing the academy in promotion, and naturally couldn't just leave. Even though he really wanted to leave, he didn't want to waste time here. He would rather spend this time training and battling. Unexpectedly, not all the time today was a waste. He had seen strong characters. Irene and Sangan were one thing, but Zhou Yi's performance truly caught his eye. Zhou Yi had failed to break through the Water Dragon's Lament illusionary killing formation. However, those who knew the reason Red Shadow could break through this killing formation so easily was also because he had experienced the Water Dragon's Lament illusionary killing formation many times. He was very familiar with it, making it naturally not difficult to break through. If Zhou Yi was familiar with this formation, he could break it too. He might just spend a little more time than him. In Red Shadow's mind, Zhou Yi's raw strength, even if not as good as his own, was also of the same order of magnitude. He began to have the urge to have a sparring fight. Finding a strong character to battle whose strength didn't differ too much was quite difficult. To exchange moves and communicate with an unfamiliar strong character was even more beneficial for self-improvement. The more Red Shadow thought about it, the itchier his heart felt, but the hiring assessment had not yet ended, so he couldn't leave. Red Shadow, you've waited for half a day already, a little longer won't hurt. At most, another half hour and the assessment will end, endure. Just endure another half hour, then you can be completely thrilled. As he muttered to himself, his gaze also caught sight of the red-dressed ghost spirit floating into the formation from afar. This female ghost looked like she hadn't woken up fully. How could she even challenge the trial? Red Shadow thought it impossible. Surely, only those like him and Zhou Yi were true powerhouses. Hong Yi's eyes were bleary with sleep. She was awake, but not completely. However, this wasn't a problem, she had long been accustomed to this state. She could even say that in this half-asleep, half-awake state, she could wield illusion techniques even more easily. I'm ready. Let's get started. Yawn. Finish it early, and go back early. Hong Yi's bleary eyes scanned her surroundings, taking in each and every water dragon into her sight. Their shapes, lights, shadows, movements, they all became clear in her mind rapidly. How should I fight? Let's go with whatever's fastest. Eye of Reincarnation isn't suited for use, and it's troublesome. For a mere illusionary killing formation, it's unnecessary to go so far. She pondered and observed. She didn't like thinking, but if thinking could save her some effort and time, she didn't mind doing a bit more of it. First like this, then like that, and then do it this way. Yep, the plan is solid. Within a few seconds of stepping into the Water Dragon's Lament illusionary killing formation, Hong Yi quickly simulated a set of tactics using illusion techniques and felt it was feasible. At that moment, the grand formation began to buzz into action. The originally harmless-looking water dragons became wild and fierce, stirring up monstrous momentum and waves. Countless water dragons surged and roared within the formation, making trialists feel as though they had been plunged into a turbulent sea in the blink of an eye. In Hong Yi's eyes, it was all just noise. Mere shadows and illusions. Break. She breathed out lightly, and an invisible breeze fluttered out. The breeze was formless, yet it seemed to be made of thousands of strands of sharpness, sweeping across the field in an instant. The surrounding 99 majestic water dragons froze instantly. 87 of the water dragons shattered like bubble shadows, leaving only 12 with the sound of water flow still streaming on them. However, this breach seemed to enrage the whole formation. The water dragon's Lament illusionary killing formation instantly went into full power, even overloading. Mist filled the air. From the dome above, huge amounts of water cascaded down like waterfalls. Hundreds to thousands of raging water dragons burst out from every part of the formation, baring their claws, gathering water to strike. She's breaking the formation too. There was an exclamation from the audience outside the arena. Around them, some spectators, still immersed in the previous battle, turned their gaze to the commotion upon hearing the shouts, and the exclamations then followed in waves, like a symphony orchestration. This applicant named Hong Yi was actually breaking the formation. The entire Water Dragon's Lament illusionary killing formation had been roused to anger. Being able to do this at least meant that this female ghost possessed a power exceeding that of the vast majority of strong characters on scene. Red Shadow, who was still murmuring to himself, also turned to look, his pupils instantly constricting. On the field, water dragons roared, like a meteor shower falling toward the slender red figure in the middle. But Hong Yi was faster. As the second break sounded forth, the murmuring chant swept inside and out of the arena like torrential waves, and another 90% of the newly emerged water dragons dissipated like bubble shadows. Immediately following, the vague shadows of buildings, shops, and pedestrians spread out from Hong Yi as the center, overlapping with the entire Water Dragon's Lament illusionary killing formation. Within the fierce torrential water domain, a bustling, noisy city scene was forcibly squeezed in. However, this bustling marketplace was only what met the eye at first glance. Upon closer scrutiny, one would quickly discover the walls of buildings mottled with patches, the figures of passers-by blurry, and a chilling aura of specters pervading the air. Before the onlookers had time to examine closely, the scenery of the marketplace that overlapped with the Water Dragon's Lament illusionary killing formation began to twist. A humming sound echoed incessantly. The water dragons and buildings had already become indistinct. Some building doors swung wide open like the gaping mouth of a giant beast, swallowing several water dragons as if they were tiny mudfish. Ghostly figures grinned like butchers, unsheathing their knives to pin the water dragon to the wall, flaying and deboning them. There were ghostly shadows, some fake, some real. What on earth is happening inside? Someone asked. Before anyone could answer, the overlapping shadows of the buildings and the water dragons had all vanished, leaving behind only a graceful silhouette clad in red, who waved her hand to dispel the mist around her and floated out. At this moment, the countdown timer hanging above the Water Dragon's Lament illusionary killing formation froze. It froze at 9.62 seconds. 9 seconds. Less than 10. Killed through the entire Water Dragon's Lament illusionary killing formation. There were no exclamations, no curses, all that was present outside the formation was silence. Silence was the theme of the day. Their reflexes hadn't even caught up yet. After a long pause. What happened? A passing onlooker looked around bewildered. He had just returned from the bathroom and everyone seemed petrified in place. He hadn't been gone that long. Actually, I don't know what happened either. Another bystander stared at the distant formation, still confused. He just saw the red-clad powerhouse float up, take action, and breach the grand formation. It all happened so fast, he barely understood what had occurred. The formation simply shattered. 9.62 seconds, what level is that? How long did it take Lord Infinite Heavenly Wolf to break the formation? Was it 17 seconds or 18? Twice as fast as Red Shadow. Hiss. How can she be that fast? Many people snapped back to their senses, and at this point, exclamations and curses finally began to rise in a chorus. It seemed they had witnessed something incredible. From then on, they could boast to their friends over dinner, "I witnessed the rise of a super lord." Red Shadow is ranked 12th on the Dragon Gate ranking. This red-clad figure, countless times more ferocious than Red Shadow, what rank should she hold on the Dragon Gate ranking? Top 10. Top 5, top 3 or. At this thought, people couldn't help but inhale sharply. Most of those present had seen the Dragon Gate ranking, but chances to witness the top-ranking powerhouses were few and far between. The opportunity to see the battle for the ranking with one's own eyes was even rarer. Today, they had seen it. In the distance, a second-rank instructor Yun Wan stared at Hong Yi and then at Sangan. His throat moved for a long time but he couldn't utter a word. Sengen, brother, you really didn't exaggerate at all. No, wait, Sengen, brother, aren't you being too modest? Hold on a second. Instructor Yunwan keenly spotted a discrepancy. You said you come from a small town. That's not reasonable. No small territory has such an exaggerated lineup. Hong Yi, Zhou Yi, Sengen, including Irene, they all have the qualifications to be on the Dragon Gate ranking. Even if Sengen and Irene might rank on the lower end of the Dragon Gate ranking, it's still the Dragon Gate ranking. 4 dragons of the gate from one city, could that be a small town? A pond simply cannot produce a true dragon. Sengen was very innocently, we really do come from a level 5 small town, and it hasn't been long since our territory was upgraded. Our lord also said that the city is too small, just a small town scale, and it's still expanding. Instructor Yunwan fell silent. Perhaps their home did not qualify to be called a city-tier territory. Outside the water dragon's lament illusionary killing formation, Hong Yi hovered there, her gaze unfriendly as she stared at the distant examiner responsible for evaluating the examination. Why hasn't this examiner Bai Deng announced the results yet? Even floating like this could be exhausting. Under Hong Yi's judgmental gaze, the examiner finally snapped back to reality and opened his mouth. Miss Hong Yi, given your performance, we will. This examiner was a senior lord. Among the senior lords, he was quite experienced, with a tenure of over 10 years, having reached the 4th order limit great perfection himself, and he also held a significant position at Lakehaven Academy. He was well aware that based on Hong Yi's performance and level, it was completely justified to award her the title of top-rank instructor. That was the stipulation of Lakehaven Academy. However, they no longer had any top-rank instructor positions available. The top-rank instructor positions were very precious, the academy granted special allowances for them, along with corresponding targets. One had to meet the standards to acquire this treatment. Under normal recruitment, it was impossible to attract such talent. The academy initially worried they couldn't fill the top-rank instructor positions to receive the special allowances from the higher-ups, so a legendary Realm Academy head personally made a distant trip, heading to the territory of an old friend to invite a Dragon Gate ranking powerhouse. Red Shadow was one of them. Of course, even for powerhouses specially invited by the academy, they had to pass the assessment to earn the special title, which had to be submitted to the Alliance headquarters for upper-level review. Lakehaven Academy could only approve first-rank instructors on its own. Now, the talent was here, even far surpassing the standards required by the higher-ups, but the positions were gone. What to do? What to do? The examiner felt like a small shrimp, incapable of handling such an important affair. He needed to ask a superior for instructions. However, he had a feeling that if he uttered the word, inquire, he might, just might, get knifed by this red-clad lord. The intention to use a knife is not something one can easily conceal. The examiner's back was soaked with sweat, he was just a small 4th order limit. At that moment, an aged but resonant voice came from the distance. At Lakehaven Academy, we are in desperate need of various talents. With Hong Yi's capabilities, she would naturally enjoy the treatment of a first-class instructor here, and that's not all. The academy has also decided to float Hong Yi's treatment up by 20% on top of a first-class instructor's package. All of these will be fully provided by our academy. The dean spoke. He was one of the few who had been watching from backstage. Just now, they had been astonished, never expecting the Tianyuan powerhouse who appeared last to be so formidable. Even though the ghost-type powerhouse Hong Yi excelled at illusion technique and had a notably effective way of breaking the water dragon's lament illusionary killing formation, benefiting from the suitable environment, her strength was still not to be underestimated. Stronger than Red Shadow. They were all of the legendary realm, and they had the discernment to see this. And precisely because they were legends, with ample experience and a broad perspective, they quickly recovered from their astonishment. They were not without knowledge of hearing about or seeing other 4th order limit powerhouses, so, their surprise was moderate. They soon began discussing the affair concerning Hong Yi. Lakehaven Academy indeed had no more vacancies for top-tier instructors, but, could they offer her a first-class treatment? Absolutely not. If they dared to offer Hong Yi a first-class treatment today, Tomorrow she might take an offer from another academy, bringing along talents like Irene, Sangin, and Zhou Yi. Hong Yi and her group came for the job interview, not necessarily to work here. In a few days, this incident would spread throughout Taizan, and Lakehaven Academy would carry the stigma of not valuing talent. That, of course, was unacceptable. But since there were indeed no vacancies, what to do? We'll give it from our side. As the premier city in the Dusk domain, can't Tian City afford to give one top-tier instructor treatment? We'll report Hong Yi's case as well. If the higher-ups are willing to allocate additional funding, that would be great, but if they can't, we'll provide it ourselves. Not only will we provide, but we'll also increase the stakes. This matter has indeed caught us off guard, but it's also a stroke of fortune. That a powerhouse with infinite potential like Hong Yi has chosen Tian's Academy proves the excellence of our institution. We must not only give, but we must give more, and we must make this known. Do you understand? The other legendary realms naturally understood this reasoning. It was just. We don't have the authority to do that, do we? We must contact the old headmaster. There's no time, this matter needs to be done quickly. Chen would certainly think the same, and if anything goes wrong, I'll take responsibility. The name of the top-tier instructor Hong Yi spread rapidly in Tian City. The procedures were all completed by that afternoon, with staff fully responsible for assisting and running errands throughout. At this, Hong Yi was quite pleased. This academy, not bad. The entry procedures for Zhou Yi, Sangin, and others were naturally also completed that afternoon. They quickly joined Lakehaven Academy and began to enjoy the academy's benefits. The classes hadn't started, and they were still undecided about what students they might teach, but they could already access various types of information. Hong Yi also checked some illusion technique cultivation materials. Among them were the valuable experiences of many legendary realm grand illusionists, which were rather precious for Hong Yi. Meanwhile, one after another, prestigious academies were also vigorously carrying out their recruitment. In many places, previously unnoticed, dark horse powerhouses were making remarkable entrances. Rankings on the Dragon Gate ranking were changing rapidly, with the competition being unimaginably fierce. Soon, a new edition of the Dragon Gate ranking was published. Extra. Hot off the press, the latest Dragon Gate ranking is here. Would you like a copy? On the streets of Panxi City, a newspaper boy held a stack of newspapers, waving and shouting. In no time, the area around the newspaper boy was surrounded by layers of people. During times of peace, the brand new release of the Dragon Gate ranking was big news indeed. In Eternal World, where games and internet were scarce, these business reports became bestsellers. People rushed to buy them, eager to see for themselves. After all, the recent changes in the Dragon Gate ranking had been unimaginably intense. There were instances where warriors ranked in the middle of the list one issue would plummet to the brink of falling off the bottom of the next issue. For elite fighters aspiring to make a name for themselves and their territories by competing in the Dragon Gate ranking, this was a period of intense rivals clashing. It's too competitive. Competitive to an outrageous extent. Do you understand how it feels to be on the cusp of making it onto the Dragon Gate ranking, only to suddenly find even the end of the list out of sight? It's despair. But for the countless onlookers of the Taizan Alliance, this period was spectacular, with divinities battling and powerful warriors emerging. Rising and falling ranks, that's where the fun was. Exciting. Come on, let's see how many strong fighters have dropped off the list this time. But this issue was released a bit too quickly, wasn't it? Didn't they just update the Dragon Gate ranking a week ago? So what if it's fast? I wish they'd update it every day. That's only if there's a change to the rankings, though. Bystanders read the rankings for fun, most of them unaware of the might of those at the fourth order limit of great perfection, nor did they understand what it signifies. To the majority of people, the strong and imposing figures on the ranking seem more like stars from the During Langsing's period. In this era, only the powerful could be stars. And the Dragon Gate ranking was the closest thing regular folks had to a celestial list of stars. There were also many who began to chase after these star-like warriors in Eternal World, rooting for them on the rankings. Entertainment reports even laid out the top 10 most popular fighters on the Dragon Gate ranking. The officials didn't oppose this. After all, the stars being chased were each a prodigy of the Dragon Gate, and descriptions of their combat power on the rankings often included phrases like, one person defending a city, solo battling numerous monster bosses, turning the tide, sweeping thousands of enemies, and so on. These were all positive combat achievements that served as a correct guidance. If the Dragon Gate ranking could inspire some young people to embark on the path toward becoming powerful, it would be hitting two birds with one stone. Laymen watched for the excitement, but the experts looked at the details and secrets. Lord, the Dragon Gate issue, choked on it. A black knight handed over a crumpled newspaper, stuttering as he spoke. Zhang Luoxing didn't mind. A baby who had only awakened self-awareness 2 months ago would be like this. Not having accidentally torn the newspaper, that was already good progress. He took and unfolded the newspaper, quickly scanning from the top. Beside him was Lord Yu Shi, who had also come to Panxi City with his division generals for an instructor interview. Yu Shi also leaned in, reading aloud. The Dragon Gate ranking lists a total of 200 warriors, including lords, heroes, military types, and professionals, from the Taizan Alliance. This ranking is based on the recorded highest achievements of the listed individuals. It does not necessarily represent the peak combat power of those listed. Even if an epic life is endowed with both Light of Will and Domain as a legendary seed, it will not be included without publicly known combat achievements. The ranking of the Dragon Gate is evaluated by professionals and special miracle buildings, and there may be a small margin of error compared to the actual ranking. The final interpretation right of the ranking belongs to the one-handed Chamber of Commerce. At the same time, the Chamber of Commerce welcomes journalists to provide more detailed information. There has been a significant change in the ranking of the Dragon Gate in this issue, with 74 emerging strong fighters entering the list, 56 of whom are making their debut. Yu Shi hissed sharply after reading that. Out of the 200 spots on the Dragon Gate ranking, 74 have been squeezed out. This is too intense. Does that mean that more than 120 fighters from the previous issue are likely to fall off the list? No wonder the one-handed Chamber of Commerce was in such a hurry to release the new ranking. Zhang Luoxing was also trembling as he read, "Thank goodness our people aren't on the list, or we'd be swept away." Yu Shi. Is it something to be proud of, that we can't make the list? Zhang Luoxing. Suddenly feeling sad. Right now, they hadn't managed to train even a single fourth-order leader-level person, and they had no chance of competing for a spot on the Dragon Gate ranking in the next year or two unless they stumbled upon a great opportunity. The two then turned the newspaper to the next page, starting with ranks 101 to 200, the Earth list. That way, they could maintain a sense of anticipation. The current Dragon Gate ranking could be seen as follows. Ranks 101 to 200 were 4th-tier title holders. Ranks 51 to 100 were 3rd-tier title holders. Ranks 21 to 50 were 2nd-tier title holders. Ranks 11 to 20 were 1st-tier title holders. The top 10 were 0-tier, supreme, invincible fighters. The 70 or so new entrants were mainly concentrated in this lower half of the list. No. 198 feet Sword of Billow Li Jian, he's from Lord Bolan's city, isn't he? I remember him making the Dragon Gate ranking 2 issues ago, then quickly getting squeezed out, but now he's surged back. Let me see his achievements. During the Jackal Man tribe's punitive campaign. During the Root of Corruption eradication battle. There are too many achievements to count. Zhang Luoxing realized upon reading that the Sword of Billow was desperately contending for a place on the list. After all, the ranking was achievement-oriented, and sometimes it required powerful enough enemies to highlight one's extraordinary combat power. The Dragon Gate ranking doesn't come with substantial rewards, but being listed itself is the greatest reward. For ordinary powerhouses, being listed provides credentials sufficient to hold positions in the vast majority of institutions. They can even apply for legendary loans with low or no interest and seek the right to use special miracle buildings in many official major cities. It's akin to possessing a fruit of prestige. Even prestigious schools like Lakehaven Academy allow Dragon Gate list powerhouses to join their ranks without trials. For lords and territorial powerhouses, being listed also promotes their territories and attracts business investment. There are thousands of lords of Taizan, but why should a major group invest in you? Why should they be optimistic about you? Because I have a Dragon Gate list powerhouse. Lord Bolin seems to be a senior lord, right? Having a division general who can be listed is really impressive. After all, being able to make it onto the Dragon Gate ranking means legend is within reach. The only difference lies in whether it takes 3 years, 2 years, or a year and a half. Damn it, I also want to compete for the ranking, but the gap is too big. Speaking of which, Boss Tianyuan is really impressive. A few months ago, one of his division generals was already listed, right? Why is there such a huge gap between people? I heard Boss Tianyuan said he would also dispatch division generals to emerge from seclusion. We haven't seen Tianyuan powerhouses in the last few issues, there must be some this time, right? Indeed, there should be. Didn't Big Boss Tianyuan have 2 division generals who got listed before? Could those 2 stage a king's return and directly regain their place at the top of the list? Yu Shi said, the competition on the current ranking is much fiercer than a few months ago, but Giant Spirit God and Wukuang must have grown stronger too. Perhaps they could directly break into the top 20 or 10. Top 10 is unlikely. Recently there's fierce competition among the academies, and many have specifically invited young powerhouses from top-level lords, families to emerge from seclusion. Haven't you noticed? The current top 10 are all from top-level territories, each of them is an unbelievable monster. They thought to themselves, their gaze slowly scanning upwards. Many listed here had continuously striven to rank higher, boasting countless battle achievements. Some powerhouses didn't deliberately aspire for the ranking. When these people got listed, it was often due to demonstrating exceptionally formidable prowess during recruitment battles for instructors at various high-level institutions. And because of the high-level institutions' recruitment drives, division generals at the 4th order limit were emerging in droves, like bamboo shoots after rain. Among them, they found 2 Tianyuan powerhouses. Sure enough, there are people from Tianyuan Gai, all unfamiliar names, looks like they're newer powerhouses. One of them ranked 134th, wielding holy light power, dressed in a white robe, looking exceedingly sacred. Seems like a holy light master sacrifice. The other, ranked 101st, was a brawny man bare-chested and wielding 2 large hammers, exuding an imposing presence. Both had few publicly known battle achievements, just a singular one, which occurred recently during the instructor selection battle at Panchi City's Advanced Academy. Both had become famous through a single fight. Think about it, Tianyuan Gai wouldn't send out his strongest division generals, but even so, Tianyuan powerhouses still easily get listed. That's Boss Tianyuan for you. Tianyuan already has 2 listed, will there be more ahead? Simultaneously. At the Great War Zone of Longshan Pass, Logistics Base 1. The One-Handed Chamber of Commerce also conveyed the news of the Dragon Gate ranking through special channels, promptly printed additional copies, and began selling them on the spot. Lord of Balong held a brand new copy of the Dragon Gate ranking, hot off the press. 2 individuals from his territory were listed. One was his strongest epic general, Qian Dragon Descendant Hogar, the other was he himself, Lord of Balong. After all, he had fought for a long period in the Great War Zone, had many public battle achievements, and it was only natural for him to be listed with his own abilities. Originally, his epic, Molten Steel Dragon, was also qualified to be listed, but the competition for the Dragon Gate ranking recently had gotten too intense. If we were to go by the standard from 2 months ago, Molten Steel would certainly have been listed. Molten Steel's cultivation time is, after all, a bit short, but in the future, Molten Steel will definitely ascend to the forefront of the Dragon Gate ranking, standing tall above all others. After checking his own ranking, Lord of Balong thought of his rival, Tianyuan. Of course, he recognized that Tianyuan was a little stronger than himself, a Dragon Series Lord whom he acknowledged. He too was working very hard to catch up. This time, Qian Dragon Descendant Hogar broke into the top 40, although only the top 40. Under normal circumstances it was enough to storm into the top 30 or 20. That was the limit for Qian Dragon Descendant. He couldn't compare with the monsters in the top 10. Lord of Balong didn't even intend to compare. Many of the monsters in the top ranks of the Dragon Gate list hailed from top-level territories, true big bosses who had been nurtured with great effort and resources. What did he, the mere Lord of Balong, have to compare with? Managing to break into the top 40, Lord of Balong was already very proud. His only regret was that Lord Wuji made it into the top 20, ranked 17th, quite a bit stronger than his Qian dragon descendant. Wuji is still formidable, I can't catch up to him. However, Shadow Ghost Claw, the former epic general of Yushan, ranked only 59th this time and didn't even make it into the top 50. Compared to that, my Qian dragon descendant is still quite invincible. Wuji territory and Yushan territory only had one person each on the list. But Tianyuan territory. Lord of Balong flipped to the previous page and continued to browse from bottom to top. He soon discovered the third listed Tianyuan powerhouse. No. 0.96 inches Shadow Ghost Claw Sengen. Battle achievement. Performed excellently in Lakehaven Academy's Water Dragons Lament Illusionary Killing Formation Challenge, earning the title of second-class instructor at Lakehaven Academy. In the image depicted, there was a powerhouse manifesting a gigantic ghost claw with burning black flames, both powerful and majestic. The third Tianyuan powerhouse, truly worthy of my recognition as Tianyuan. However, why isn't there a single dragon-type warrior? Tianyuan is clearly also very keen on dragon-type troops. Balong's gaze continued upward, browsing word by word. Before long his gaze stilled once again. No. 0.88 inches Sophia of all-encompassing. This was a human girl holding a longsword, appearing neither ordinary nor distinctive. She had no dragon horns, nor dragon wings, neither majestic nor fierce, her image seemed inferior in Balong's eyes. However, the rankings of the one-handed Chamber of Commerce were always fair. The combat achievements of Sophia of all-encompassing were also witnessed by many, hence, she must be a powerful warrior. 4 people now. On the small Dragon Gate ranking, there were 4 Tianyuan powerhouses. Balong felt the pressure. He was very clear that the strongest division general of Tianyuan territory was not among these 4. After all, the Tianyuan guy possessed a frost giant dragon. Lost in thought, Balong's mind wandered, yet his gaze continued to scan instinctively. Upon glimpsing a certain 2 characters, Balong's entire body jolted, and all his wandering thoughts snapped back into focus. Starshatter Arrow Zhou Yi. Affiliated territory, Tianyuan. Ranking. Balong's pupils shrank suddenly. Number 19. Tianyuan territory had yet another warrior breaking into the top 20. And it was a completely new face. The current rankings had seen significant changes, but the positions in the upper echelons of the Dragon Gate ranking were relatively stable, with a strong warrior rising or falling by a rank or 2 at most. The former number 12, Red Shadow, the Infinite Heavenly Wolf, had dropped to number 13 this time. How did Red Shadow drop? Wait, the warriors ranked 13th, 14th, 15th, 16th, and 17th all dropped by 1 rank too, not because they surpassed Red Shadow. So who was it? Seeming to realize something, Balong's gaze quickly swept upward. Soon, he discovered an extremely unfamiliar name among the top 10. Shadowlord Hong Yi. Combat achievements. Shattering illusion with a glance, breaking spells with a thought, using an unimaginable force to breach the Water Dragon's Lament Illusionary Killing Formation in a very short time, achieving an unprecedented fame. An entity climbing to the top 10 based on a single achievement. Ranking. Number 6 inches. Note. As Shadowlord Hong Yi revealed few techniques during this short battle, after comprehensive consideration, this ranks him temporarily at number 6. The one-handed Chamber of Commerce even specifically provided a note. This was clearly an indication that they believed this, Lord Hong Yi, was far beyond the standard of number 6. Terrifying indeed. Which powerhouse's emerging star has come forth? Balong's gaze slowly moved downward, then suddenly stilled. The name Tianyuan resonated loudly among many young lords. However, Tianyuan hadn't shown up for a good part of the year, and the publicly known combat achievements of Tianyuan were scarce, simply a legend and a secretive genius. For the vast majority of ordinary people from before Langsing, the word Tianyuan was even more unfamiliar. Tianyuan. Who is that? Are they more amazing than my brother? Today they saw for themselves. Tianyuan. Tianyuan. Tianyuan again. Did this Dragon Gate ranking stir up a Tianyuan nest? Last period there wasn't a single one, and now, this time, 6 powerful warriors have been listed. Is this the legendary Tianyuan? Tianyuan indeed, remains Tianyuan. Can I say this was completely within expectations? Primordial Spirit fan support group is recruiting. Tianyuan territory. Mu Yuan had also received the Dragon Gate ranking, freshly copied over from Panchi City. Excluding Lulu, Duo Lai, and Yuta, who had already dropped off the list, in actuality, Tianyuan City had not 6 but 9 people on the ranking. 17's position had still not diminished. Sophia had left behind a mysterious reputation during the defense of Baijiang City. Lian Yu, too, had made a slight move during a trading journey, instantly building a formidable reputation. It's just that their affiliated territories on the Dragon Gate ranking were unknown. Tianyuan City has 9 people on the Dragon Gate ranking. Is that a lot? It's not too many. If Red Shadow had a few more real battles, like using the Eye of Reincarnation for a counter-offensive in a legendary battle, it wouldn't be impossible for her to top the Dragon Gate ranking. As the evaluation experts from the One-Handed Chamber of Commerce have said, the Battle of the Water Dragons Lament illusionary killing formation was too brief, and based solely on this battle, it's impossible to assess the true level of Shadowlord Red Shadow. Their vision is accurate. They probably already recognized Red Shadow's identity as the ghost leader of the underworld. However, what the One-Handed Chamber of Commerce certainly didn't expect was that Red Shadow only used a small fraction of her strength during the challenge of the Water Dragons Lament illusionary killing formation. The Eye of Reincarnation is the core of Red Shadow's entire combat system. Duo Lai, Yuta, and Lulu had indeed utilized their full combat power when they first entered the ranking, but at that time, they were either at the 3rd order peak or just at the initial stage of 4th order, nowhere near the peak level required for the rankings. Using this period's Dragon Gate ranking as a standard, Rakshasa, Yuta, Jun, Sophia, Lian Yu, 17, and others all have the capability to rank in the top 3, or even first. Dead Bone and Duo Lai, the 2 division generals at the 4th order limit of the Extreme Realm back in the day, need even less to be said about. If Tianyuan City were to strive for the rankings with all their might, they might even create the remarkable feat of monopolizing the top 10 spots on the list. But there's no point in doing so. Mu Yuan would not be so arrogant as to think that there are few opponents worth fighting below the legendary realm. One must not underestimate the people of the world. He had long heard that in some top-level territories, exceptionally talented young leader lords are cultivated with the most lavish schemes, and these elite fighters are trained all the way to the legendary realm before they make their debut. Never having stepped out of their territory, they naturally wouldn't be included in the Dragon Gate ranking. Indeed, fighters from top-level territories have historically been scarce on the Dragon Gate ranking. Only a few have chosen the path of sword testing, emerging at the limit of the 4th order to challenge various fighters on the Dragon Gate ranking and forging an unbeatable heart. Such young fighters often break through to the legendary realm and remove their names from the ranking not long after entering the top 10. In the last few periods, there have been more strong fighters from top-level territories. Heavenly Splendor City, Evening Elephant City, Hanyu City, etc. The top 10 rankings include someone from the Lord of Hanyu City. However, Hanyu City's qualifications and heritage are quite shallow and strictly speaking, it doesn't qualify as a top-level territory, it's just that the Lord of Hanyu City made a name for the territory on his own. The public combat records of these strong fighters from top-level territories are all from exercises or assessments in various advanced academies, without exception. Otherwise, at least half of the top-level territory fighters on the ranking would need to be removed. Because top-level territories are home to many legendary fighters and their own territories face no crisis, there's naturally no chance for invincible 4th order fighters to act. Ordinary territories, whether it's outward expansion, territory defense, subduing monster powers, cleansing polluted regions or taking on secret realm challenges, defending the Great War Zone, and so on, all feature the most important generals of the territory. If these generals are strong enough, they will naturally be included in the Dragon Gate ranking. Here in Tianyuan City, if it weren't so secluded, just based on the Tianyuan City defense battle alone, many from the Tianyuan division would have had to be included in the ranking. In fact, even though the Tai-Zon Alliance issued directives on building cultivation academies, blossoming in culture, martial arts, and skills, many top-level territories still wouldn't send out their legendary seeds and top-tier fourth-order talents. It's not that their territories lack talent. They find it sufficient to send a few somewhat decent fourth-order leader-level talents to take office in response to the policy. Even though Lakehaven City has significantly improved the treatment for academy instructors, a top-level lord, the Lord of Hanyu City might care, but the likes of Nanshan, Heavenly Splendor, or even Baiting, well-established top-level lords, would not be concerned about such things. These territories have so many minds they're uncountable. They're in no short supply of secret techniques, resources, and even if they're lacking some top-tier resource, Lakehaven City wouldn't be able to provide it. Strong people like Red Shadow are actually instructors at Lakehaven Academy, invited with considerable effort. Of course, there are also strong people who are already division generals at academies. The third advanced academy in the main city by Lakehaven Lake, Tianhua Academy, was established with investment from Lord Tianhua, and many of its teaching staff are also provided by Lord Tianhua himself. Just like this period's Dragon Gate ranking, 4 of Lord Tianhua's division generals are on the list, which is quite telling. Speaking of which, Mu Yuan stroked his chin. In the future, when Tianyuan City isn't short on money, we could also invest in building a cultivation academy. It's not just about receiving some alliance benefits, but mainly about benefiting the public, right? The current advanced academies within the alliance are still few. The Twilight Dominion has them only in Panstone, Red Maple, and Lakehaven cities. There are, however, a considerable number of primary academies, with accompanying ones in each city-level official territory. Some group territories and independent territories also have primary academies. If Tianyuan City were to invest in an advanced academy, making a name for itself would be easy. When the time comes, just drop a dozen strong figures onto the Dragon Gate ranking. But for now, Tianyuan City is too small, lacks the necessary financial strength, and doesn't have the teaching staff, so let's not fail the students. Beyond teaching combat skills, breakthrough insights, and methods for creating new skills, an advanced academy must also have alchemy, potion, medical, planting, forging departments, and more. The strength of the academy's teaching staff also attracts these instructors and tutors. Instructors and tutors teach skills to the students. At the same time, instructor mentors could consult with higher-ranking experts to learn and enhance their own skills. Mu Yuan valued these special skills the most. Having a teacher versus not having a teacher means learning in two completely different ways. The teaching materials and resources at Lakehaven Academy were also much more abundant. Of course, for the vast majority of professionals, lords especially, what attracted them the most was the legendary realm lecture, which described and imparted the breakthrough experiences of the legendary realm. How to maintain one's condition at the peak of extreme sublimation. What are the difficulties and dangers in breaking through the heaven mode of legend? How to illuminate the light of will through refinement. The major points from the beginner to the tomb in the creation of a domain. And so on. It's not certain whether the legendary realm experts would impart everything they knew, but even just sharing a little was extremely beneficial to the majority of those at the fourth order peak. Even for his Tianyuan territory. It was very useful. The experience in breaking through to the legendary realm in the Tianyuan territory was not rich. Undead, Duo Lai, Isloa, Lulu, and Tree Demon Granny easily broke through because their innate talents were exceptional. When they broke through, they had a tiny margin for error. However, it might not be so easy for other strong individuals in the Tianyuan territory to break through in the future. There are disparities between people, sometimes even greater than the disparity between people and dogs. Undead, Duo Lai and the like were strong not just because their life frameworks were high enough. Simply put, they had high race value and individual values. Some of the less outstanding fourth-order strongmen, while having good race values, might not have as prominent individual values. Now, some T3 and T4 level juniors in the Tianyuan territory have successively reached the stage of fourth order peak. Benefiting from the major baptisms twice, they have risen rapidly in levels. However, these juniors are lacking in other aspects. Creating a domain, illuminating the light of will still seems like a distant dream with no sign of fruition. With the epic level of his subordinates and the unstinting nurturing efforts of Lord Shepherd, he believed that these juniors would eventually possess all three key elements. But, eventually, could mean a year or two, or it could be 8 or 10 years. If they could achieve success earlier, they should do so as soon as possible. Even for Tianyuan Territory's T1 tier division general, Yuta, who had already entered the epic 3 stars stage, the domain remained elusive. This just goes to show that the gap between individuals is indeed vast. Yuta was severely lacking in certain areas, and it was a headache for Mu Yuan. Perhaps, I could find some ideas from the academies in Panshi City and Tian City. The life of deployment for the Tianyuan division generals had begun. Master Li Erniu and an epic 1-star Saint of Holy Light worked in Panshi City. The Red Quartet worked in Tian City. Since there was closer trade between Panshi City and the Iron Mountain Kingdom established by the dwarves, the academy in Panshi City invited a dwarf master to give lectures. Master Li would likely learn a great deal. As for the Saint of Holy Light, Tina, her presence was purely Mu Yuan's support for Panshi City. The healthcare system in Panshi City was not robust, and Tina could play a significant role there. Meanwhile, many of the Tianyuan territory's operations would center around Panshi City and radiate outward. Mu Yuan often kept up with the situation of Hong Yi and others. His life hadn't changed much, tinkering with the spirit network, studying skills, reviewing documents, defending against monster power, just these matters. The difference was that after the name of Tianyuan spread once again, many academic leaders sought him out through intermediaries, desiring to invite the strong from Tianyuan City to work in various locations. Mu Yuan did not reject all of them. Having more social connections was always not a bad thing. However, he was not indiscriminate in his acceptance. He couldn't possibly send out powerhouses of the Dragon Gate ranking level, at most a few lowly 3rd or 4th order juniors to take positions at beginner academies. How could such a young territory as Tianyuan City have so many strong individuals? The lords who were rejected voiced their understanding. Next, we can use the academic channels to purchase some legendary realm breakthrough materials and continue cultivating legendary powerhouses. Purchasing a bit here and there, reluctantly meeting the breakthrough needs of the Tianyuan division generals. Once the legendary realm broke through double-digit numbers, Mu Yuan could begin making arrangements for some division generals to take positions in the Great War Zone led by the Lord of Hanyu City, as well as in the Logistics Development Department. In fact, he could currently arrange for division generals to go to the Great War Zone and Logistics Department. The Lord of Hanyu City, Elder Qin would even welcome them. But for Mu Yuan, 4th Order Division Generals could add significant value by going to high-level academies. If they went to the Great War Zone or Logistics Department, they would only be contributing minimally and accumulating some combat achievements. Since his own division generals were not in a rush to break through, of course, there was no need for them to go in their current 4th Order state. Sending out division generals did not conflict with dealing with the Black Crow clan and Orochi clan. Both were proceeding simultaneously. Multitasking and flourishing in multiple places were essential capabilities of a powerful territory. To the north of Tianyuan City, thousands of kilometers away, in a mining area deep in the back mountains. Boom! A rumble shook the earth and kicked up clouds of dust. Amidst the billowing dust, the majestic dragon's might spread, and a deafening dragon roar resonated. Immediately after, a massive shadow with wings spanning over 40 meters tore through the clouds, its mouth releasing a thick, pillar-like breath of ice. The frosty breath spread across the land, encasing the ground in thick ridges of ice, and the temperature between heaven and earth plummeted rapidly. But there was something different from before. Wherever the frost spread, desolation followed. Grasses and trees withered, the earth dried up. Amid the frost was an even more terrifying power of decay. At the same time, within the power of death, there was also the soul-freezing coldness. Roar! Sario's eyes blazed as he stared at the distant figure. This is the dragon's new ability, Roar. An epic 3 stars evolution awakening skill. When will the glory of the undead dragon be reshaped? Today is the day. Today, Sario would defeat the mighty Yuta and use this victory as proof to embark on an expedition to the great domain of the undead with Boss Deadbone. The plan was set. Yuta, of the epic 3 stars stage, it too. Yuta, at the peak of 4 order, limit not yet full, it too. Yuta possessed the divine skill known as physical shackles, and Sario's newly awakened skill was also a divine skill. Dirge of Frost and Death. Description: when the frost giant dragon Sario uses this skill, it can imbue all of its frost powers with the concept of decay, and all its death powers with the concept of frost chill. Sario did not evolve today. It evolved 3 days ago. It specifically sought out Bone 2, and others to spar and learn, even consulting the Lord on how to wield the new powers. The purpose was to recreate the dragon's glory. Sario was honor-bound. Frost rolled in waves, with an invisible yet colossal force of decay surging from all directions. Where there was ice, there was death. Death came in droves. Such a force of death again birthed the concept of frost chill, and for a moment, the entire world seemed to solidify into frost. The ground was pristine white. Space and time seemed about to freeze through. This was the power of the snowball effect that Sario had researched. Frost births decay, decay births frost, an unending cycle of frost and decay. With the current mastery of his skills, Sario's Dirge of Frost and Death could only snowball 3 times, holding the power of a single strike. But one strike was enough. Wasn't it true that Yuta exhibited its fearsome might by condensing all its power into a single strike? Bring it on! Yuta bellowed, his eyes sparkling with divine light. He had already felt the chill penetrate his body. The frost chill was freezing his soul, and death was decaying his flesh. He was unbearably excited. This was the true fight of a brave warrior. No sooner had he spoken than 3 chains within him burst apart with a bang. Visible to the naked eye, red flames erupted like raging fire. But, despite the wild and vast billowing of these flames, they could neither disperse nor halt the omnipresent and continuously spreading decay and frost chill. This was the power of concepts. Seeing this, Yuta became even more inflamed with the will to fight. A pitch-black combat will armament instantly enveloped his body. The erosion of decay and frost chill vanished in an instant. Yuta disappeared from his original spot. A ring of sonic booms spread out, then condensed and hung in midair. The frozen land crackled and shattered as if ice rock had been penetrated, leaving a circular hole several tens of meters in diameter. At the end of the hole was Sario, who had just finished exhaling and was now admiring the fruits of his labor. Its soul flame suddenly skipped a beat. Yuta's familiar figure had appeared in front of its head without notice. His fist clenched, carrying the roaring flames as it thrust forward. Just like the last time, and the time before that, and the times before those. Wait, hold on, roar. Lighten up. That day, the miners working in the mines all heard the resounding dragon roar echo through the skies. True to the northern mines, protective deity, Lord Sario, always so spirited. With Lord Sario present, the safety of their mine was surely nothing to worry about. Lakehaven Lake's main city. Lakehaven Academy, teachers' meeting room. Instructors and powerful figures from various cities and territories gradually arrived. The recruitment of instructors had basically concluded, and Lakehaven Academy, Great Lake Academy, and other advanced academies were about to commence their teachings. I heard the school's enrollment ended 2 weeks ago. That's right, a batch of students with outstanding talents have already moved into the academy dorms one after another. I've got reliable information that among our new students, there are 3 who have obtained top-tier epic profession titles. An instructor with insider knowledge whispered to an acquaintance beside him. Suddenly, 6 or 7 low hisses of breath could be heard around. The instructor spoke quietly, but most of those present were 4th-order strongmen, and only a few were professional tutors specially recruited for certain skills and had not reached the 4th order. How could they not hear these whispers? It seemed the rumors were true. Among the billion or so ordinary people who entered the eternal continent with the world fusion, indeed, some had obtained epic professions and ascended to the skies. Just thinking about it filled one with envy. One instructor felt even more envious and jealous, thinking about how he had called in favors and spent a great deal of money to merge with a heritage stone, only to achieve a mere excellence 1-star tier. Who exactly are these three epic prodigies? I really want to know, too. Oh, I mean no offense, I'm just curious to make the acquaintance of these geniuses. I definitely don't have thoughts of taking them on as disciples ahead of time. Stupid ergo, if you're thinking it, fine, but why say it out loud? The instructor who had just spoken shook his head and said, who these three prodigies are specifically, I'm not sure. I guess, apart from the principal, there probably aren't many people in the entire school who know the identities of these three. However, given the strength of an epic profession, as soon as these new students begin their studies and cultivation, it probably won't take long for these three to stand out with an incredibly dazzling aura, just like the difference between the bright moon and fireflies. I guess when the time comes, the instructors for these three will surely be the top-ranking and first-ranking instructors. Us common instructors will at most teach the second-best prodigies. That makes sense. The chance to bond with an epic genius was slipping away right before their eyes. The surrounding instructors sighed helplessly but harbored no sense of dissent. After all, the top-ranking and special-ranking instructors were truly powerful, extraordinarily so. Let's not talk about the special-ranking instructors, each one was a monster at the top of the leaderboard, and there were only 3 of them in total. The first-ranking instructors also possessed exceptional strengths and unique skills. Take the first-ranking instructor, Irene, for example. Some people were envious that she had been granted a first-ranking title. Some also went to seek out Lady Irene for a discussion, exchange or sparring. Lady Irene never refused a visitor. Those who engaged in academic exchange with Lady Irene, commonly called debates, were argued into speechlessness, leading them to question their lives. They were even pointed out during the exchanges the 1, 2, or 3 improper aspects of their skill usage. Those who sparred with Lady Irene didn't end up in a humiliating defeat. However, during the fight, Irene would use her signature combination attacks, which was quite a blow to the opponent. It was as if she saw no secrets in all skills and abilities. If such an outstanding figure still didn't qualify to be a first-ranking instructor, wouldn't that mean they weren't even fit to be 6th or 7th-ranking instructors? Thinking this, an instructor spoke up, we can indeed only teach the second-best prodigies. If we were to teach those epic geniuses, I'm afraid we wouldn't last long before being completely overwhelmed. True, you see how many people Lady Irene has already left in awe. HMPH. An instructor disdainfully said, just students of the epic rank, after all. Geniuses may be geniuses, but there's no need to put them on a pedestal. In this meeting room alone, I reckon there are more than 3 individuals at the epic rank. Not to mention, the epic instructors in this meeting room are not far from reaching the legendary realm, while those 3 epic students are still greenhands far from realizing their potential. It sounded like there was some sense to the words, but with a faint whiff of sour grapes. An instructor retorted, you can't say that. If these 3 talents are epic, it means they have been favored by heaven and earth, and such people often encounter many serendipities, with limitless future potential. Another instructor countered that argument, but rank is just rank, there are not a few epic lives in history who failed to break through to the legendary realm. Both parties stood their ground. Suddenly, they sensed something and stopped talking, sitting up straight and proper. The leader had arrived, and the meeting was about to start. After a brief speech by the host, the principal of Lakehaven Academy, who was also the lord of the main city of Lakehaven Lake and the person in charge of Tion City's defense system, the lord of Tion City, took the stage to speak. The lord of Tion City delivered a speech for the opening of the academy and discussed a few points regarding the arrangements for upcoming work tasks. His words were concise and forceful. After speaking, the lord of Tion City didn't leave immediately. He said, I know many of you came to the academy to seek more information about the legendary realm. I won't beat around the bush, today, I'll talk to you all about it. The lord of Tion City talked about some key points for breaking through the legendary realm, cultivation within the legendary realm, and so on. The audience was excited and greatly benefited. The lord of Tion City was generous. Coming to Lakehaven Academy was the right decision. I'll need to brag about this to my brothers when I get back. At the scene, an instructor asked, Lord Mayor, I heard that upon reaching the legendary realm, one can use various methods to purify and elevate their bloodline, allowing themselves to step into the epic rank. Is this statement true? Many people widened their eyes. Clearly, for most of those present, such a statement was unheard of, not to mention whether it was right or wrong. The Lord of Tion City spoke, true, but not quite. He paused and said, generally speaking, when we step into the second legendary realm, the soul realm, by resonating the soul with the body, indeed, there is a possibility to achieve pure bloodline. However, to do that, 3 conditions must be met. The first is the correct method, the second, the necessary treasures, and the third is sufficient time. Purifying one's bloodline is a process that is somewhat dangerous and extremely costly both in terms of money and time. Especially time. Turning oneself from excellence at the 3-star stage to epic requires an incredibly long period. But even so, with a stable path to epic, regardless of the time and expense involved, most in the legendary realm would probably not hesitate. The Lord of Tion City continued, even so, the pure bloodline has its limits. You must know that there are differences between epics as well. The power of an epic life lies in all aspects, a robust physique, refined spirit, vast energy, and it possesses unique skills, or should say, epic skills, that non-epics could never awaken. Quote. And a few of the top-tier epics not only wield epic skills that are far stronger than other epics, but they could also have a second epic ability. The Lord Mayor left unsaid that the very top epics were even able to touch upon and make use of a trace of the power of concepts as soon as they entered the legendary realm. But that need not be mentioned. After all, he, the Lord of Tion City, had not yet managed to grasp even a shred of the power of concepts. He suddenly gestured, and the wall on the side of the conference hall gradually became transparent, resembling floor-to-ceiling windows. Outside the window lay the vast, rippling Lakehaven Lake. He said, in Lakehaven Lake not far from where we are, lives one of the top-tier epic beings, just half a step away from the legendary status, an epic that's closer to becoming a legend. Its history predates not only Tion City but even the Tai-Zon Alliance, and it has also formed a contract with our city. It is the guardian deity of the entire Lakehaven region, the heavenly water white dragon, Dragon Venerable. If you stay long enough at this academy, you might also have the chance to meet the Dragon Venerable. Countless people looked towards the tranquil and serene Lakehaven Lake outside the window. It almost seemed as if they could see a majestic white dragon majestically traversing the lake, commanding wind and rain with extraordinary valor. Some suddenly thought that the calmness of the vast Lakehaven Lake, always free of wind and disaster, might be due to the protection of the Dragon Venerable. Someone asked, Lord Mayor, then, what about legendary lives? They exist too, right? Do we have any legends in our Tai-Zon Alliance? Yes. The Lord of Tion City's straightforward answer surprised many. Epic lives also vary in rank and stature. If the Dragon Venerable, as a top-tier epic, is the guardian deity of the entire Lakehaven region, then what about the legends? They waited eagerly for the answer from the Lord Mayor. The Lord of Tion City then asked, the Nirvana Secret Realm, many of you have heard of it, right? Yes, inside it lies the Nirvana Tower. It is said that one can obtain one or several inheritance skills just by passing through the trials of the Nirvana Tower. If one meets certain special conditions, one can even receive a baptism that raises one's life status during the inheritance. Rumor has it that a challenger who passed the trials of the Nirvana Tower emerged as an epic. Could it be that? Certain people inhaled sharply. The Lord of Tion City didn't withhold the information anymore, it's just as you're thinking. Inside the Nirvana Secret Realm resides a great legendary being. This is not a secret, the vast majority of those in the legendary realm already know. However, while many know of the existence of the legend within the Nirvana Secret Realm, very few actually get to meet the legend. Meeting a legend depends on fate. If the legend doesn't wish to be seen, no matter how excellent your trial performance is, it's useless. After all, excellence is relative to us humans. In the eyes of the revered and mighty legendary beings, our so-called excellence is but a fleeting cloud. Of course, there is also this possibility that some people might have already seen a legend and been favored by it, only they just don't realize that the being they've seen is the legendary life from the tales. Legends are ultimately too far removed. As distant as a story. Audible, yet forever unseen. Still, many people yearned, could it be that I have already met a legend? I have been to the Nirvana secret realm too. What exactly is a legend like? Legends stride across the land. Black mist-like columns of soldiers, guarding as it advances. This is the place where the 9 paths of undead ley lines converge, and this area also has several rich mines of dark elements, making it very suitable for integrating the necrotic holy mountain. Of course, these abundant conditions alone are still not enough for the dead bone. One more critical prerequisite is missing. Its eye flames flickering, its gaze piercing through space and lighting up the underground of this desolate land. Beneath the surface lay a cavernous space, thick with undead energy. There is no rule that says a mountain must be built on the surface. Undead creatures have an affinity for dwelling within graves, which are often buried underground. Dead Bone came to the conclusion, it's perfectly suitable for the Wraith's sacred mountain to be situated underground. It had already scouted the surroundings, swept back and forth over a dozen times, and learned from the Lord by preparing dozens of contingency plans. The safety probability has reached 99.8%, which is rather secure. Settle. The Wraith's sacred mountain appeared above Dead Bone's head and fused into the earth within moments, drawing the essence of the world to strengthen itself. The surrounding mountains began to change. There was no deafening roar, no magnificent phenomena, only a silent transformation. The peaks grew somewhat taller, and more white bones spread over them. In some places, the massive skeletons of giant dragons could be vaguely seen. Meanwhile, deep underground the expansive mountain chain, a vast area filled with undead energy, an inverted mountain peak slowly emerged. This towering and bizarre peak seemed to be constructed from countless white bones. It hung upside down, yet the numerous undead living on it were unaffected, as if the entire necrotic mountain peak still stood upon the earth. Alert! Your Wraith's sacred mountain is expanding. Alert! Your Wraith's sacred mountain is being transformed. Within Dead Bone's field of view, the territory represented by the Wraith's sacred mountain continued to spread. 3 kilometers, 10 kilometers, 20 kilometers, 30 kilometers. The colossal territory encompassed the surrounding peaks. When Dead Bone switched to a hero's perspective, it could oversee the entire region without obstruction. As the Wraith's sacred mountain's size surged, Dead Bone also set about transforming it. The main focus of its modifications was underground. The shallow underground. Rumble rumble. The soft sounds of the earth turning over marked the birth of one grave mound after another, each brimming with boundless undead energy. The undead that dwelled within would benefit immensely. This transformation was modeled after the skeleton cemetery. Then, Dead Bone reached out its hand, and countless streams of undead energy converged to form mighty rivers. The dark rivers gathered at the heart of this region, accumulating to create a vast underground black lake. Around the black lake, shadow mines twinkled with faint light, punctuating the area. Skeleton soldiers emerged from the black lake, their clattering footsteps echoing as they moved outwards. Afterwards, Dead Bone crouched down, its palm extending bony spires into the earth. The bones spread under the ground unceasingly, and within moments, a forest of bones, constructed from white bones, filled the underground expanse of the territory. The forest of bones could also burst from the ground at any moment, transforming into lethal weapons that covered a colossal area with a radius of 30 kilometers. And this was the power Dead Bone effortlessly wielded by virtue of the sacred mountain's volume. Dead Bone took a brief rest, then continued to deploy layers of defensive measures by utilizing the transformation opportunity. The wasteland of decay, the purgatory between, the land of rebirth, and so on, formed in succession. In the most central main peak of necrotic Holy Mountain, an earth-shattering transformation took place, where hundreds and thousands of miracle buildings rose from the ground, and countless white bones combined midair to form one mighty giant beast of death remains after another. Such evolution and transformation lasted a full 2.5 days before finally coming to an end. Even Dead Bone metaphorically wiped the non-existent sweat from its brow. At this time, standing upon this land, Dead Bone possessed a power far beyond its normal state, incredibly immense. Even if it were to leave this place, it could still use the Wraith Sacred Mountain skill to summon the mountain's projection and wield power far surpassing that of before. At the same time, in Tianyuan territory. Ding! An alert rang in Mu Yuan's ears. Simultaneously, the Invisible Lord's power also abruptly surged and expanded. At that moment, Mu Yuan was practicing the use of territorial power. Territorial power had functions such as suppression, forceful control of the power of heaven and earth, amplification, and so on, and all of these functions were extremely powerful. Even though his Tianyuan territory had legendary generals, an epic mage tower, and many powerful moves, the territorial power was still the biggest and strongest ability. After all, territorial power could be offensive or supportive and could work in conjunction with other moves to have a wonderful catalytic effect. Lord Shepard's mastery of territorial power, however, could not be said to be proficient. It was not just him, the other lords were the same. The amount of territorial power was small, the recovery slow, and it could not be replenished by other means, which meant that Mu Yuan had to be extremely conservative when practicing it. He simulated it in his mind dozens or hundreds of times before he barely turned the territorial power faucet slightly, releasing a trickle of power to try and wield it. Like last time, when I used territorial power to control the 9-headed roaring thunder flame dragon, there's no need to amplify myself, I just need to envelop and control this large-scale magic with Lord's power. That way, I could at least save 1/3 of the consumption, he thought. At the same time, if I use territorial power to amplify myself and apply capabilities like overlimit swallowing and physical shackles, then I could withstand a higher, far above the normal limits extreme, Mu Yuan pondered. Suddenly, a vast force emerged from the far end of the sky, and the territorial power of Tianyuan territory surged, exploding in growth in an instant. What's happening? Mu Yuan wondered. Has Dead Bone already constructed the holy mountain into a true territory? Mu Yuan checked the panel notifications and felt the connection in the depths of the beyond. Outside the domain of 10 Directions Island, the connection was very strong, very close. He switched his viewpoint and saw thick black fog swirling around the mountain peaks, with desolate land stretching for thousands of miles, the heavens obscured from sight. But such barren land was fertile soil for the undead, rich with the nutrients of death. Mu Yuan's gaze shuttled across the entire Deathremain's territory, from the southern end to the northern border, from high above to deep below. A territory radius of over 30 kilometers. Of course, the majority of areas within the radius were barren zones, and the core area of Wraith's Sacred Mountain was concentrated in just a few square kilometers, with almost all the structures located there. The defense system Dead Bone built, Bone Forest, Black Lake, and so on, covered a wider range, but still did not encompass the entire territory. Territory is territory, which is not the same as the area developed as domain land. The whole of Tianyuan City occupied just a corner of the existing territory. And the entire territory of Tianyuan City was approximately a radius of 6 or 7 kilometers. Compared to the entire Wraith's Sacred Mountain, the difference is simply. No wonder, the total amount of territorial power has almost gone up 2 or 3 times. In fact, the size of Tianyuan territory wasn't small, it was already several times the size of an ordinary level 5 territory, almost on par with a great territory. No, it was even larger than an ordinary level 7 large city level domain. The 4 armies' semi-mystic realm building areas, any of them were more expansive than the native area of Tianyuan territory. The area of Dragon Mound fertile land was also considerable. Yet it still couldn't compare to the Wraith's Sacred Mountain which had integrated into the eternal world. That's normal. After all, Dead Bone has become a legendary life form. A young legendary is still a legendary, Mu Yuan thought. Compared to a young legendary, let alone a level 5 territory, even a level 7 large city level domain was insignificant. Dead Bone's expedition in the Outer Realms had already begun. There, the land was buried with bones, and the death energy between heaven and earth was extraordinarily dense. Under such favorable conditions, Dead Bone only needed to use the undead army technique slightly to revive wave after wave of capable undead. The newly revived undead were basically puppet-like, soulless beings. However, under the influence of necrotic plague breath, as long as dead bone existed, these undead beings could exist eternally. They would not return to the underworld, their strength soaked in the plague breath could slowly and continuously improve. They could gain enlightenment. They even had a small chance of evolving from a normal rank to a rare rank, from rare rank to excellence. Dead bones, slaying conversion, ability was used sparingly. In the outer realms of the land of the undead, hidden were some intelligent undead, who immediately submitted upon seeing dead bone, giving it hardly any chance to take action itself. And as for monsters, according to Dead Bone's reconnaissance along the way, the monsters within tens of thousands of kilometers of the surrounding area are particularly scarce, Mu Yuan noted. The scarcity of monsters means there aren't many undead either, making the whole region seem withered. However, farther north, the red mist becomes visibly denser to the naked eye, the number of monsters gradually increases, and there are some wandering powerful creatures, including legendary creatures, he observed. These gradually became fodder for Dead Bone, part of the necrotic plague breath. They existed eternally. Just during Dead Bone's reconnaissance period, it had enlisted 21 Third Order and 4 Order intelligent undead, and also slain and converted 4 legendary realm creatures. Now, Dead Bone's army had 9 legends. 6 converted undead, 3 native undead of the Holy Mountain. Previously, Dead Bone didn't convert ordinary undead on a large scale, but now that Deathremain's sacred mountain was established, the undead army formally set out. Even if Dead Bone adopted a cautious strategy, starting with nest building in places far from the Holy Mountain and establishing strongholds before advancing from these overt bases, the conversion rate was still extremely fast. In terms of combat tactics, Dead Bone changed its previous cautious style. Instead of commanding personally, it simply let the undead surge forth. The slain enemies, a few converted into undead beings, merged into the black tide. Enemies not yet transformed, as the power of the calamity spread, also turned into undead beings and gradually awakened. And naturally, the undead beings that had died in battle also rose shortly after. The black tide swiftly expanded. Boom! In the black great domain. A black undead tide collided thunderously with a dark brown monster tide. Creatures from both sides intermingled, indistinguishable from one another. The monsters were fierce, violent, bloodthirsty. The undead were also fierce, violent, recklessly brave, not fearing injury. In the blink of an eye, severed limbs and fragments flew about, with both tides continuously slaughtering each other, resulting in countless deaths and injuries in a short period of time. If someone looked down from above, they would see that the scale of the black tide and the dark brown tide were roughly equal, or perhaps the former was slightly smaller. Among the two tides there were tens of high-order undead and monsters, with no beings of the legendary realm, and very few intelligent life forms. There were only the simplest, most brutal, direct killings. However, as they killed, the black tide did not retreat, achieving a better exchange rate than the brown monster tide. Yet, if it were only so, the undead tide could only barely come out ahead in this clash with the monster tide. Suddenly, a high-order monster that had been chopped down began to rot, whiter bones grew from its severed limbs and connected them. Underneath the curling flesh, sharp, gruesome bone spurs also grew. In an instant, this high-order monster completely transformed into an even larger, skeletal undead being than before. With a roar, it lunged at the other monsters. As one undead being after another came into existence, the initially deadlocked battle slowly began to tilt. However, if it had only been so, the undead tide could still have only achieved a Pyrrhic victory in this confrontation. Thousands of kilometers away, the Dead Bone observing the battle nodded slightly. With a flick of its finger, the power of the Wither King Bone spread out. It was thousands of kilometers away from the battlefield and even it could not rush over in a short time. However, these undead beings were its creations, its progeny. Its creations possessed a faint power of witherness. This is a concept. This is a law. It can disregard all spatial distances. In an instant, the undead tide fought with more than several times their previous bravery, especially the skeletal beings among them. Their bones became incredibly hard, and wherever their bone edges swept across, monsters gradually withered and wilted away. This was only the beginning. Previously laid plans within some undead beings by dead bone also began to activate. Within the tide, dozens of powerful undead roared, thick black mist surged from within them and rapidly spread to the surrounding world. The black mist drifted, and the gloomy wind howled. In half-broken skulls, extinguished soul flames reignited, and damaged bodies kept reassembling. In the blink of an eye, one after another shattered undead being returned from the underworld. Even dead monsters began to revive and charge from behind the monster tide, turning into undead. Black gradually swallowed up brown. Half an hour later, the brown was no more, the entire monster tide had been completely slaughtered. By then, from a high altitude, one could see that the black undead tide compared to before had grown larger. Several days later, in Tianyuan City, in the guest hall, Milena of the Natural Garden, a legend, had arrived along with the King of Frost from Giant Stone Ridge, one after the other. Milena looked towards the King of Frost. Congratulations on adding another legend to your ranks. The King of Frost sat on a huge stone chair custom made for his size, smiling contently. Ah, it's nothing, compared to your natural garden, our youngsters from Giant Stone Ridge still have a long way to go. I imagine, your natural garden is almost ready for the breakthrough of a third legendary realm being, right? Milena waved her hand dismissively. It's not that simple, our new legend was only possible thanks to Tianyuan City, otherwise, we would still be hiding in the secret realm. However, her natural garden indeed had a legendary seed preparing for a breakthrough. The chances were not slim. It was indeed thanks to Tianyuan City opening the situation and providing a channel to purchase some of the essentials for breakthroughs. It was also because the younger generation of her natural garden was outstanding enough. The natural garden split into two parts, with two legends leading a group of their people to the Federation of All Nations to open up new homelands. A large portion of the high-end combat power had left. But most of the outgoing clan members were older powerhouses. In other words, many young powerhouses stayed in the 10 Directions Island domain, holding greater potential. Several four-order prodigies destined for legend remained behind. The one with the highest talents had already broken through successfully a month ago. As for the others, Milena had a certain amount of confidence in them. With sufficient support from treasured items, it was not impossible for them to step into the legendary realm. Their natural garden also possessed some heritage items that could increase the likelihood of breakthroughs. However, there was also a chance of failure. Some might need to attempt a second time. Regardless, her natural garden needed to acquire more assistance items, which also meant that they needed to open more mines, to establish more channels of revenue. The giants had similar needs. Therefore, they sought an audience with Tianyuan City, to hear the city lord's opinion. Mu Yuan entered the guest hall, and after listening to the two's purpose, he pondered for a moment. There certainly were many more mines. The resources they now controlled were still less than half of what Fang of the Jackal Wolf and Blood Snake Encase had owned before. Both clans wanted to continue expanding to increase their income. They're getting a bit ahead of themselves, though. However, Mu Yuan could understand. The two clans had been impoverished for too long, and they had to seize this hard-earned opportunity. He said, but the remaining mines are either barren or far from the sphere of influence of our three parties. With the Blood Snake Encase still existing to the south and the Orochi and Black Crow clans watching from the north, I think the risks outweigh the benefits. Milena said, of course, we're aware of that. What we mean is to first conduct reconnaissance, draft plans, and only commence expansion once the third and fourth legendary realm beings have emerged among our three sides. What she meant was that Tianyuan City would give birth to the fourth legendary being. The Natural Garden and Giant Stone Ridge would each produce their third legendary being. In this way, the power in the hands of the three parties would be quite sufficient to arrange flexible layouts and arrangements. Mu Yuan thought for a moment. That could work. Of course, this is just an idea for now, the specifics will depend on your plans. Milena was mid-sentence when she suddenly stopped, taken aback. Could it work? This wasn't right, this wasn't the Tianyuan City Lord. Given the personality of the Tianyuan City Lord, shouldn't he have rejected it outright? She hadn't expected to convince the Tianyuan City Lord today, knowing it would have to be taken step by step, with plenty of time to spare. Today was only about presenting an idea. But the Tianyuan city lord agreed to the plan. This. Now she didn't know how to continue. Mu Yuan didn't actually agree with Melena's plan. He just felt that when the natural garden and giant stone ridge produced their third legendary realm beings, Tianyuan city would also have sufficient power to launch an expedition. At the same time, at the heart of the 10 Directions Island domain, under the Black Colossal Peak Observation Base, the person in charge, the battle armored general, had been posted here for a while. His task was solely to protect this outpost and monitor whether new hearts of corruption appeared. However, as a venerable power who had awakened his self-awareness over a decade ago, the battle armored general had plenty of initiative. He had long started investigating his surroundings. When Tianyuan needed it, the information he gathered could be offered to them and earn some goodwill. This too was part of his lord's mission. And in investigating, he didn't have many people under him, but they were quite elite. This region used to be the territory of the overlord power, Fang of the Jackal Wolf. It seems they have retracted and have been absent for some time, the battle-armored general pondered, not surprised. Monsters with intelligence become timid. But as he looked at the information gathered by his subordinates, his expression gradually grew solemn. This island domain isn't large, but there are far more than one or two overlord powers. The two northerners, Black Crow clan, and Orochi clan, seem stronger. The strength of overlord powers varies widely. Even among regional overlords. Those with 2 or 3 legendary realm beings anchoring them are regional overlords. Having dozens or even tens of legendary realm beings still makes them regional overlords. From the recent encounters his subordinates had experienced, he felt that the Black Crow clan and Orochi clan belonged to the latter. Could Tianyuan city defend against them? Even he could not contend with numerous legendary realm beings, and among these regional overlord powers, there were surely some legends not much weaker than himself. Suddenly, beep beep beep, an alarm sounded within the base. General, a high-energy reaction detected, approaching. Seconds later. Boom. The ground beside the base shattered, throwing up hundreds of meters of dust and turmoil. Amidst the billowing dust, a war machine over 100 meters long emerged from the earth. The huge serpent head loomed over the land, casting a dark shadow in the daylight. The battle-armored general's gaze sharpened, recognizing the war machine's form and pattern. It was no stranger to him. Rather, seeing this war machine gave him a clearer picture of the overlord power Orochi clan. This is the fallen god force, the minions of the snake god, the Orochi servants. They've launched an attack. In front of the observation base, the towering city walls were slightly damaged. The massive giant serpent war machine lay hundreds of meters away from the base's walls. Its body was shattered, nearly severed into 2 pieces. At the very forefront of the giant serpent war machine, there was still a bulky figure half kneeling. It was a legendary troll with deep blue skin, its entire body already cracked open, its eyes as wide as bronze bells, filled with confusion, reluctance, and terror. Its life force gushed out like floodwaters breaking through a dam, until it reached zero. Until its death, the legendary troll could not understand why there was a peak heaven and earth realm powerhouse in this small human stronghold. After all, the strongest in Tianyuan city were not at the peak of heaven and earth realm. It died with its eyes open. The battle-armored general, who had struck down the giant serpent war machine and killed the monster's legendary realm with just 2 moves, was now deeply furrowing his brow. What's going on? Why would our observation base be suddenly attacked? The adjutant spoke. Could it be that the Orochi clan realized the importance of this place, thus launching a sudden attack? The adjutant was referring to the important warning instruments within the observation base. Certain forces of the fallen god, or overlords on the level of Dragon Sleep Valley, naturally knew that Tai Zan possessed means to forecast and locate the heart of corruption. If the Orochi clan's backers wished to re-establish the heart of corruption in the 10 Directions Island domain, their first action would be to uproot this forward observation base. The battle-armored general slightly shook his head. Unlikely. If the enemy were aware that this is an observation base, the force of the attack wouldn't have been just one elite squad and a single legendary realm. He paused for a moment, pondering the piecemeal intelligence gathered during this period. These fragmented pieces of information were continuously reorganizing and combining in his mind, slowly forming a clearer picture. The Orochi clan might be launching a formal attack on the Tianyuan territory. They've mistaken our observation base as one of the many outposts of the Tianyuan territory. That is to say, right now, other outposts in the Tianyuan territory are likely also under attack by the monster overlord. If these attack squads are also led by legendary realms, how can the mining outposts that Tianyuan City has established in the wilderness withstand them? The battle armored general analyzed that the monster overlord probably couldn't muster so many legendary realms or such massive attack forces. He concluded there were two possibilities. One was that the attack squads were a mixture of feigned and actual, some led by legendary realms. The other was that the monster overlord concentrated their attack forces on a few spots. The battle armored general turned to his adjutant, sent a warning message to Tianyuan City, along with these possible scenarios. The adjutant had barely taken 2 steps when he was called back. Wait, dispatch several scouts to the 2 nearest mines to check on the situation. He gazed up at the sky. At some point, dark clouds had enveloped the land, obscuring the daylight. The wind blew, carrying the rustling sound of leaves. The battle-armored general watched the sand being swept up from the ground. A torrential rain is coming. ... Drip drip drip, drip drip drip. In Tianyuan City, at a facility under the jurisdiction of the City Lord's Mansion, the Information Transmission Department. The office of the Information Transmission Department was located inside an annex of the City Lord's Mansion. Here, dozens of rare-rank communication artifacts were stored. These communication artifacts came in various shapes and sizes, including mirrors, treasure beads, crystal balls, drawers, paper, and so on. The methods of communication varied as well. What they had in common was that the vast majority of communication artifacts came in pairs, with information flowing solely between the two. At that time, a red indicator light on a storage locker lit up, followed by the sound of drip drip drip. A short-haired, bespectacled girl with a round face stood up with a bang. She rushed to the storage locker in 3 quick steps, glanced at it, and exclaimed, there's a message, it's from Locker 05, a message from the observation base. Misha squad leader, Dao, hurry over, she called. A muscular woman carrying a large shield and a delicate-looking girl clerk hurried over. All 3 took out a key. Ding, work card. The storage locker opened. Inside was a book-like communication artifact. The short-haired round-faced girl, Orange, carefully lifted the book and flipped it open quickly. A message from the observation base's battle-armored general. The base has been attacked by monster forces. There's a 100-meter class war machine, legendary realm. The battle-armored general adds a note. The round-faced girl's expression changed several times, yet she maintained an even and steady speaking pace. As she spoke, her squadmate Dao lightly touched her fingertips, causing specks of starlight to flow and turn into the form of a book. The book opened, and its pages began to record the spoken words of the round-faced girl, Orange. Squad leader Misha was reviewing the message alongside. The message was not long, reading and recording were completed quickly. Orange said, according to our evaluation standards, this message is of the first level of importance. We must deliver it directly to the Lord Mayor. She looked at Misha. As the squad leader of the Information Transmission Department, Misha had the ability to directly contact the Lord Mayor. They could also run straight to the Lord's office. However, since the City Lord's mansion was expansive, and the Lord Mayor might not necessarily be in the office, directly using the Spirit Network to contact him was the fastest method. Misha's eyes were somewhat blank. First-level message. What were the standards for a first-level message again? She couldn't remember. But it did not matter. As long as Orange remembered, it was as good as herself remembering. To contact the Lord, right. Leave it to me, Misha said. She was about to use the seed of spirit when, suddenly, DDD. Not far away, a storage locker was lit with indicator lights, and an alert tone sounded continuously. Another message. Orange quickly glanced over. Locker number 17, from Mine 04, the one that mainly produces sharp crystals. The 3 of them continued to fetch their keys, swiped them, and the storage locker opened accordingly. Orange took out a communication device that looked like a treasure bead. Misha carried on transmitting messages using the web of spirit. At this moment, DDD, DDD. Another alert tone went off, this time much more urgent. Two alert tones overlapped. Locker number 11, from the meditation statue camp. Locker number 21, from the Cat People Tribe's number 9 mining zone. Why all of a sudden? Under normal circumstances, the messenger area wouldn't receive many messages in an entire day. Orange had even complained that the work was too simple and couldn't shine like others. However, the messenger area's work could also become urgent. And now was such a time. The sound of DDD was like raindrops hitting the ground, becoming more and more urgent. It was like a rainstorm that was about to pour down. Tianyuan City, the reception hall. Mu Yuan actually received the messages earlier than the messenger area did. As soon as several mining outposts came under attack, that is, when the territory was invaded, the panel's alert tones rang out like bells. But for areas like the observation base, and the mines leased by the Cat People and the Feathermen, he had to wait for the messenger area's staff to convey the information to him. The existence of the messenger area was also a contingency plan. The web of spirit was convenient and fast, but Mu Yuan would not rely on it completely. He looked towards the two legendary realm beings. There seems to be some trouble. The monster overlord probably has launched a real assault. No sooner had he finished speaking than the communication devices carried by the elf Milena and the giant Frost King started to tremble. They channeled their spiritual power into them and their expressions changed slightly. To act at such a time. Our giant ridge has 3 mining camps that have come under attack at roughly the same time. Our natural garden also has 3 mining camps under attack. The situation is still not clear, and I must go back to take charge of the situation. The same goes for me, said the King of Frost. Mu Yuankai spoke, then I won't keep you too. Be careful of enemy ambushes and contact me immediately if anything happens. Before they left, the elf Milena asked, and the situation at Tianyuan City? Mu Yuan replied, from the information I have so far, all outposts have come under attack, but the strength of the attacking enemies varies. I have already arranged for reinforcements. Seeing the still calm and collected expression of the city lord of Tianyuan, Milena and the King of Frost couldn't help but admire him. Any discerning person could tell that Tianyuan City was the one under the most pressure. Perhaps this was the essence of the city lord of Tianyuan. Mu Yuan's calmness came from confidence. What he didn't say out loud was that not only the Orochi clan and the Black Crow clan had started their assaults but also in the west of Tianyuan City, there was a disturbance in the Great Blood Tree Forest. Countless blood trees were growing wildly and spreading. The entire Great Blood Tree Forest was expanding, like a gigantic maw, nibbling away at Tianyuan City's territory bit by bit. Surrounded on 3 sides, the storm was fierce. Yet, Tianyuan City was no longer the small boat wavering in a storm it once was. His calmness was grounded in a solid foundation. From the 6 Tianyuan powerhouses, 3 epic miracle buildings, and as a legendary life, dead bone. Moreover, panic and haste will only lead to a loss of reason, and if something really goes wrong, panicking is useless anyhow. Mu Yuan had already prepared everything that needed to be prepared. Now he was contemplating whether the enemies launching a full-scale attack at this moment meant they had a definite killer move against Tianyuan City. What could this killer move be? What is usually the trump card for the fallen god force? If there was an accident, what are the possibilities? While he pondered, one command after another was issued. Proceed according to the contingency plan. In the farthest location from Tianyuan City, a mid-sized soul sand mining outpost. Inside and outside the outpost, there was an unceasing sound of gunfire and roaring. From afar, the massive shadows of war machines could be seen moving through the dust, and thousands of elite monsters surged out from the surrounding forests. Yuta burst into the horde of monsters, swinging punch after punch without respite. The flurry of his fists raised clouds of blood mist. Blood and flesh splattered everywhere, and no monster could withstand a punch from Yuta, including what seemed to be very formidable war machines. Too weak, he sighed, charging back and forth. Frost giant dragon Sario hovered in the sky, surveying the terrain below. It did not take action. Yuta's efficiency in dealing with the lesser foes was actually not as high as its own, but even so, it firmly curtailed the enemy's advance. The enemy seemed fierce only in appearance, but in reality, they were vulnerable. Sario knew all too well, any life below legendary in front of Yuta was vulnerable. Even it could not suffer a few, serious punches, from Yuta, let alone mere monsters. Vulnerability was normal. At first, it didn't see anything amiss, but gradually, Sario fell into contemplation. Looking closely, these war machines are at most 60 meters class, whereas, if I remember correctly, the main war machines of the Monster Overlord are of the 100-meter class. These monsters appear ferocious, but in reality, there don't seem to be many third-order or four-order ones. Something's not right, this is very wrong. Wait, could it be that the enemy is merely feigning an attack, aiming to tie down Yuta here? I've heard that other mines have also been attacked, and Yuta's the man with a record of slaying legends. The more Sario thought, the more it believed it had discerned the truth. Right or wrong, Yuta, who had defeated it, Lord Sario, the number one under the legends, was wasting his time here fighting minions. Sario quickly sent a message to Yuta. Yuta replied, "What about here? I, Lord Sario, will hold this mine. Brother, I'll leave it to you." Yuta gave Sario a thumbs up, then tore through the horde of monsters, raising a dust storm as he vanished from Sario's sight. Hey, don't you think you're being a bit rude? To the north of Tianyuan City, somewhere. The cat person mine. The enemy is about to break through, meow. Quick, go ask for Tianyuan powerhouses. Messenger, sir, look. A robust figure emerged, stepping to the forefront of the defensive line. I've already notified the city, and reinforcements will soon arrive. All we have to do now is hold out until they get here. Countless monsters roared below, their massive and ferocious forms casting shadows. And the robust figure raised his tower shield. A golden giant rose from before him, and a golden celestial shield, resplendent as the great sun, unfolded. I will stand with you and fight until the final moment. This was Tianyuan City's envoy. A Tianyuan City powerhouse. On the mountains, the roars of the cat people rose loud and clear. Featherman Mine, Blaze Lion Mine. One mine after another was successively attacked. The most heavily besieged were the mines under Tianyuan City's own jurisdiction. Except for the medium-sized soul sand mines and other special resource locations, signs of the legendary realm appeared everywhere. Around the same time, to the northeast of Tianyuan City, a rather desolate area. A small but exceptionally elite and powerful team arrived here. Around them lay thousands of jackal men. A middle-aged man in a golden robe shattered a rock with a wave of his hand and crumbled the fragments between his fingers. If Mu Yuan were here, he would recognize this middle-aged man as familiar. It was the Duke Gold who repeatedly attempted to recruit the gunner Master Roy from the neighboring Great Domain. It's Starlight Sand, the Duke said. Although the reserves are not ample, extraction of the whole will still be a considerable fortune. Moreover, on our journey here, we've discovered more than one such vein, all unclaimed. Clearly, this island is an undeveloped treasure realm without a monster overlord and incredibly fertile. What's that? You say there's already a vitality force here on the island. Hey, what does that matter? The waters are deep in the Great Domain. Such a little vitality force can't manage it, only our Golden Commonwealth can. Boom. A beam of light struck from the distance. The Duke's chief guard drew his sword to intercept it. Dust and smoke billowed. A legendary monster soared high in the sky, looking down upon Duke Gold and his party with eyes that beheld prey. Behind the monster legend, a legion of tens of thousands of flying monsters loomed like a towering black cloud, overwhelming them. Duke Gold. Wasn't this island both fertile and safe, an undeveloped realm? If there are monster legends, monster overlords, why was there no tribe guarding this mine? Were they baiting with fishing tactics? Duke Gold's face turned ashen. The waters of the Great Domain are indeed too deep. Half an hour later, Duke Gold was panting, his clothes somewhat disheveled. His personal guard commander said, "This Grim Reaper bird legend is no weakling, possessing numerous skills and adept in techniques, and also commanding a very elite force of flying monster tide. Obviously, this legendary monster comes from the Overlord power, not a wandering legend. The personal guard commander was also a legendary realm powerhouse, having dealt with many a monster overlord and monster legends. So was Duke Gold. The Golden Commonwealth was located in the Land of Peace, backed by the mighty Star Luo Holy Palace, but still hidden in the northern part of the Shen Luo domain where one overlord power after another. Many years ago, when the region was still being explored and the Golden Territory had not yet been a commonwealth, Duke Gold had even had direct confrontations with monster overlords. The difference between monster legends born of overlord power and wild monster legends was quite apparent. Regional overlord legends had backing, inheritance, countless minions supplying treasures and food, whereas wild legends had nothing. It was the same with humans. Their Golden Commonwealth was the overlord of the land. Duke Gold pondered for a moment. The two mines we found earlier had no strong tribes guarding them, just some monster gatherings. They couldn't even properly be called monster camps. If this is a fishing tactic by the monster overlord, then, what about the vitality force in this island domain? The force that trades with Gemstone Duchy does come from this domain, this much is certain. He had a nagging feeling something was off, but couldn't pinpoint exactly what. It was just his intuition telling him that his previous judgment was somewhat unreasonable. What was the truth? He looked at his personal guards and said, "Let's continue deeper to the west. At the very least, we need to find the vitality force of this island domain and see what the situation truly is." The personal guard commander hesitated. "My Lord Duke, we've only been in this 10 Directions island domain for less than 2 days and we've already encountered a powerful monster legend. Certainly, the monster overlord power in this domain is strong and it's too dangerous to proceed deeper without a clear understanding of the situation. You are of immeasurable worth and cannot take such risks. My commander, you underestimate me. I, the Duke, have established a vast commonwealth from the status of a commoner by not fearing risks and facing difficulties. Only by doing so, can my Golden Commonwealth seize more resources and treasures, step by step climbing higher. And now, getting a clear picture of this island domain, if the situation is good and the danger is not high, we will be able to seize the opportunity before Gemstone Duchy, clutching the greatest benefits in our hands. If the situation is grim, if the monster overlord power is even preparing to spread to the outer domains, we could prepare countermeasures earlier, instead of being caught off guard. We must go deeper into this island domain." Seeing his personal guard commander still hesitant and struggling to speak, Duke Gold continued. "Besides, both you and I are legends. With caution, where can we not go? Just now, if I hadn't been worried about enemy reinforcements, killing that Grim Reaper bird legend, what would have been the difficulty? He is Duke Gold, who climbed his way up, step by step, through battles." Duke Gold took out a treasure that concealed their presence and continued deeper with a group of personal guards. Almost at the same time. In the Shen Luo domain, Gemstone Duchy. The Gemstone Grand Duke received news of turmoil in the neighboring island domain. The monster overlord launching a forceful assault. Monster tides gathering. The Gemstone Grand Duke paced back and forth. Their Gemstone Duchy had conducted trade with Tianyuan City twice already. The content of the cooperation had been negotiated many times, and it reached a point where both sides were satisfied. The Gemstone Duchy had an additional source of income. This channel of money was easy and risk-free to earn. But now, their cooperation had just begun, and was Tianyuan City about to fall? No, that might not be the case. After all, Tianyuan City has the support of the Tai-Zan Alliance, it won't fall so easily. But the monster overlord has already started a comprehensive attack. The Gemstone Grand Duke had also set up a simple network of informants in the 10 Directions island domain. His informants reported that many regional monsters were getting restless and were beginning to gather into tides, a sign that the monster overlord was initiating a full-scale assault. For a monster overlord, to stir up a widespread monster tide was not an easy task, it required a lot of resources and manpower. If it was not a full assault, the monster overlord would not set off such a frenzy. And a full assault. If the monster overlord did not have at least 80 or 90% certainty, why would they mobilize a full-scale assault? These monster overlords are extremely cunning and will not act without surety. Can Tianyuan City withstand this calamity? The Gemstone Grand Duke paced back and forth. He finally called for a trusted legendary figure and instructed, "This important task falls to you. We must understand the situation of Tianyuan City." The situation in Tianyuan City was no different from usual. Different mining areas were engaged in battle, but Tianyuan City itself had not been attacked, and some external work was even still ongoing. The enemy probably wants us to be too busy to cope, and eventually they'll gather their strength to attack Tianyuan City itself, spoke Lulu. Dead Bone said, "I will arrive at 10 Directions Island domain in about half a day." Duo Lai. Support for Area A complete. Support for Area B complete, c. Sophia. Monster tide is gathering. At present, 3 large waves have formed, and it is expected that by 12 hours later, the number of large waves will increase to 12. Among them, the earliest wave may reach the vicinity of Tianyuan City by tomorrow afternoon. In the conference room, a map was projected out. Only Mu Yuan, Isloa, the deputy commander of the Defense Legion Niu Si, and the commander of the Snow Maiden Corps Qing Shuang were present. As the publicly known legend in Tianyuan City, Lulu had already gone to support the mines. Duo Lai stretched himself thin, putting out fires everywhere. Legendary warriors like Rakshasa, Yuta, Shi Lu, and Jun, who held the rank of division general, had also set out one after another, engaging in fierce confrontations with the enemy at their posts. Among them, Shi Lu became the 13th person in the Tianyuan territory to evolve to the epic 3 stars stage after Sario's evolution. She had also awakened an epic talent wielding a conceptual level power. Red Dragon's True Flame. Description: the power of all fire-related skills used by Shi Lu is enhanced. When Shi Lu activates the hidden ability of this talent, she can spew out dragon flames with the concept of annihilation. Note: the stronger Shi Lu's dragon bloodline, the more powerful the Red Dragon's True Flame. Like Sario, Rakshasa, and a few others with epic 3 stars abilities, Shi Lu, who had yet to step into the legendary realm, could only wield the power of the Red Dragon's True Flame for a few seconds. But just because of this, the Red Dragon's True Flame possessed an extremely formidable ability to incinerate and destroy. It could be said to compensate for Shi Lu's lack of a trump card. Mu Yuan took a glance. The mining areas had already suffered losses, with elite fighters fallen in battle. This was unavoidable. For some mine areas had faced attacks from 3 or more legends at once, and losses had occurred before Duo Lai could arrive. However, these mine areas had all established watchtowers. The spirits of the fallen elites would return to the Hall of Martial Souls, and they could return once their bodies were reconstructed. Deputy Commander Niu Si said, "We could perhaps intercept the monster tide here, here, and here." He indicated several locations on the map. They were all critical paths for the monster tide. By defending these points, they could easily annihilate wave after wave of the tide. Strategically speaking, Niu Si's suggestion was very sound. He was also becoming capable of standing on his own. General Niu Si's proposal is good, but these monster tides are not just enemies, they are also resources. They were sacrificial nourishments for the Soul Shrine. Therefore, considering the benefits, we can choose these areas as our battlegrounds. Mu Yuan pointed to 4 sites tens to hundreds of kilometers from Tianyuan City. These 4 areas didn't have the environmental advantages of the previous ones. However, Tianyuan City already had sufficient strength. Even if they were to face the monster tide in the surrounding areas, they were confident enough to annihilate it without affecting Tianyuan City itself. After all, compared to the previous 2 battles, Tianyuan City had not only several more legends, but also the majority of the elite backbone had stepped into the 4-order realm. Even newer disciplines such as the Snow Maidens had more than a dozen reaching the 4th order peak. The rapid improvement was thanks to both the epic tier and the 2 heaven and earth baptisms. Some excellent warriors of the Snow Maiden series at the Excellence 3 stars rank encountered minor bottlenecks during the baptism. A major baptism later, they could only advance from the beginning of the 4th order to the 3rd or 4th level, wasting a lot of the baptismal benefits. After several reinforcements, the Snow Maiden Corps had grown to several hundreds. Under the command of a batch of veteran 3rd and 4th Order Snow Maidens, they could form a solid defensive line for Tianyuan City. Mu Yuan looked at Niu Si and Qing Shuang. The task of exterminating the tide is up to you. I will have the transport team coordinate with you. As for the others, legendary creatures among the monster overlords, the enemy's trump cards, the main attack points. He was waiting for these. He had initially planned that once Tianyuan territory had over a dozen legends, he would take action and eradicate the monster overlords one by one. The Black Crow clan and Orochi clan are, after all, not like the already crippled Fang of the Jackal Wolf. If the Fang of the Jackal Wolf had a dozen or 20 legends stationed back then, fully utilizing each of the flesh and blood constructions, the outcome might have been entirely different. Now that the Black Crow and Orochi clans are taking the initiative to strike, it is also our opportunity. Unrest surged throughout the 10 Directions Island domain. Duke Gold and the Gemstone Grand Duke were both paying attention. The battle armor general naturally paid even more attention. In such a volatile situation, however, as the guardian of the observation base, he could not leave his post on his own. His duty was to guard the base. Intense combat in the mines, with legends appearing. Whether Tianyuan City is currently engaged in battle is also unclear. Tianyuan City has legends, more than one, but the number of legendary creatures among the monster overlords might be 10 times as many. Of course, the battle armor general did not think that Tianyuan City was in grave danger now. After all, the Lord of Tianyuan was a person known for creating miracles. The Tianyuan territory managed to produce legends earlier than the Cold Moon territory by half a year. This advantage was due to timing and location and couldn't be directly compared, but being fast was being fast. However, the reason the Lord of Hanyu City is known as the first among the young generation is that she has made a formidable name for herself, and she is also the youngest legendary in the Tai-Zan Alliance's history. The time she took to break through to the legendary skill realm, even within the Yongqing Empire and Shenmu dynasty, was incredibly short, with very few surpassing her speed. The city lord of Tianyuan might be stronger now, but it's uncertain how far he'll go in the future. This battle may provide some insights. The battle armor general thought for a moment and called his deputy general over. The deputy general was a 4th order limit strongman, with the strength to enter the top 100 or even top 50 of the Dragon Gate ranking. It was just that the deputy general hadn't had the opportunity to showcase his strength, which is why he wasn't ranked. The battle armor general said, "Take a few 4th order warriors and head to Tianyuan City to check the situation, and report back to me promptly. On the way, lend your hand when necessary, support Tianyuan City to the best of your ability, but of course, be cautious and prioritize survival above all else." Understood. The deputy general received the order and set off quickly. Heading south from the observation base, his adjutant led several 4th order strongmen through the mountains and forests, skillfully avoiding the gathering waves of monsters multiple times. Suddenly, boom! A distant roar thundered, deafening, and the energy of the heavens and earth began to churn chaotically. The deputy thought it over, then decided to head in the direction of the roaring sound. Soon, he could see in the distance a precarious mine where the Featherman had suffered heavy losses. After all, among the monster core was a succubus with wings spread wide, who could summon rolling tornadoes with a wave of her hand. She was a legendary monster. The deputy was ready to retreat. It wasn't their human mine, after all. It was then that a clear, piercing cry could be heard approaching. A massive azure bird soared through the sky, breaking the azure sky, and where it went, the storm resonated. The sky turned a shade of blue. The tornado began to dissipate. Epic talent. Mark of the Wind. Under the command of the wings of the Wind King, all winds dare not disobey. Jun shot to the scene like lightning, and in a mere moment, he circled behind the legendary realm storm succubus. Feathers lightly trembled. Green winds layered upon each other. Within the winds, it was as if deities were sighing. The dozens of wind barriers the succubus had hastily erected in an instant were like paper, gently sliced apart. The succubus from the legendary realm, inch by inch, began to bleed. A large portion of her wings was severed. The bloodied succubus fell from the sky. A domain over 1,000 meters large was split by the green wind, creating a huge gap, now collapsing. With just one strike, a legend was defeated. The deputy watched the azure bird in the sky. Around the azure bird was a vast storm of blue, extending hundreds of kilometers, with countless wind elements swirling about and rejoicing. He couldn't help but mutter, "So powerful, is this a legend?" "That's my Lord Jun." Just as Jun was about to press his advantage, suddenly, his feathers exploded out one by one, and a profound sense of crisis enveloped him. He soared to the soaring nine heavens but still suffered an ambush. A streak of black light flashed by. One of his wings began to gray and wither. Jun tumbled through the air, then with a flap of his wings, a green wind spiraled out. 1,000 meters away, a black fog was dispersed. There stood a legendary realm figure, wearing a black crow mask. From a distance, a second legendary realm figure in a mask stepped out from the black fog. They had ambushed to catch the Tianyuan powerhouse coming to the rescue. And they had succeeded. "Just you trying to hold down Mr. Bird. Can't I, Mr. Bird, escape even if I can't beat you?" Jun said indignantly. But he knew the saying, "So long as the Green Mountain is there, I am not afraid of running out of firewood." He, Lord Jun, understood this. And he was not afraid of being surrounded. Did they not understand what it meant to be Tianyuan's number one in speed? Suddenly, a bare-chested strongman appeared from afar. He was running on the air, bursting clouds with each step high above. "It's this human." The legendary with the black crow mask's eyes sharpened. He had intel on this human. He was one of the powerhouses from Tianyuan City. But they had 3 legends present. "I'll hold him off, you go take down that bird." The black crow masked legend didn't take any chance. He spread his domain out wide. A domain of 2,000 meters radius swept grandly around. As long as they opened the domain and left no room for a surprise attack, they could easily pinch this human. Just as the thought crossed his mind, the Black Crow legend's eyes widened in shock. The onrushing human's body was covered with a seamless, pitch-black luster as he plunged straight into the domain. He cut through the domain as effortlessly as a hot knife through butter. Like parting the tides, cleaving the waterfall, piercing heaven and earth. And he threw a punch. Dragon God Fist. Boom. The world turned clear for a moment, with only a dragon shadow fleeting by. The deputy's eyes widened. Is this the legendary realm's combat method of fusing body and domain? Is this what a Tianyuan city legend is like? Truly formidable. To the north of Tianyuan City, about 2,000 kilometers away, a team of hundreds is heading south. In the team, there are skeleton lords who have already stepped into the Fourth Order, skeleton generals, as well as skeleton warriors of only First and Second Order, and there are also dozens of ordinary humans. However, most of these ordinary technical workers have reached the peak of the apprentice level, and a few have even entered the profession level. They are riding on the back of the massive colossal rock dragon turtle, swaying and jostling as the dragon turtle moves forward. So are their minds. As miners, construction workers, and mechanical maintenance workers, when had they ever experienced such a spectacle? The scene of cutting through a tide-like mass of monsters, and the pomp of heading south. It's terrifying. The territory citizens tremble. Thank goodness, we have the warriors of Tianyuan City to guard us, and the noble and revered Lord Sario. Old Zhang sighed. The dozens of them are employees at the Soul Sand Mine, some leading skeletons in mining operations, some responsible for vein exploration, some in charge of construction, and others in charge of the food. They had initially chosen this mine simply for the generous welfare and compensation. Initially, they were also afraid of the skeletons in the mine. But after interacting with them for a while, everyone found that the skeletons were quite agreeable, and their 24-hour patrols gave everyone a strong sense of security. The godlike invincible Lord Sario even more so. Not long ago, Sario received orders from the headquarters to pack up materials and lead the entire mine's staff to depart. Lord Sario naturally couldn't wait for this. After all, with Yuta's departure, it was the only division general level strongman in the entire mine. It prided itself on not fearing the legendary realm, but if several legendary beings were to come, it, Sario, would also find them difficult to handle. A strategic relocation to the south, one dragon thought it was very feasible. They were about to head to mine number 3, located over 1,000 kilometers away. Many other mines, guards were also packing up materials and setting out with the miners. The deputy of the observation base, who didn't get the chance to greet that macho man and divine bird, saw one man and one bird pursuing the two mythical beast legendaries, disappearing at the edge of the sky. He couldn't catch up, so he didn't pursue. On his way to Tianyuan City, the deputy chanced upon Sario's squad and decided to stay and proceed with them. Yuta, that fellow is definitely fierce, but of course, I'm not too shabby either. Yuta just happens to be a bit stronger than me. Sario slightly lifted its noble dragon head and said. Its gaze swept across the land, occasionally unleashing a dragon breath to freeze the ground below. Because there were quite a few people in the team, and Lord Sario was imposing, they naturally encountered some monsters. But even thousand-strong small waves, under its dragon breath, quickly turned to dust and were unable to last even a moment. As for Sario's self-aggrandizement, the deputy believed. Intuition told him that Sario was stronger than himself, undoubtedly a top contender on the Dragon Gate ranking. I never expected that Tianyuan City already had 6 strongmen on the Dragon Gate ranking, let alone another invincible 4th-order strongman in our division. Lord Yuta must have broken through to the legendary realm not long ago, otherwise, he too would be a top contender on the Dragon Gate ranking. In his view, Frost Giant Dragon Sario and One Punch Martial Madness Yuta were among Tianyuan City's top general strongmen. Sario was only slightly behind Yuta, naturally referring to the time when Yuta had not yet broken through and the two were of the same order. In his opinion, it was only a matter of months before Sario would step into the legendary realm. He himself was confident of entering the legendary realm within a year. Because One Punch Martial Madness Yuta, at the 4th order, was a top-tier strongman, enabling him to effortlessly annihilate a 2-kilometer level mythical monster legendary at the newly advanced legendary stage. What? Yuta is not a legendary. Impossible, absolutely impossible. The deputy himself was from a top territory, a well-traveled and broad-minded person. He also clearly knew the domain fusion combat method. Being able to disregard the domain, to easily break open the domain blockade, if not domain fusion, then what was it? Only a domain could counter another domain. As they chatted, Sario's eyes took on a strange look. Little brother, your experiences are still shallow. Well, it's to be expected, it had followed Boss Dead Bone and Lord, seeing much more than a mere deputy of a small base could possibly compare with. At that moment, a group of monsters came over the ridge. Leading them was a 3-headed Orochi at the chief level, surrounded by dozens of 3rd and 4th order strongmen. It had its sights set on Sario. Sario said, "Watch carefully, little brother." It exhaled a puff of mist. The mist in midair billowed and grew massively. Frost froze the fabric of time and space, and the world mourned its demise. The 3-headed Orochi roared, but soon its body was covered with ice spires, its scales and flesh decayed and ashen, and in the blink of an eye, it was frozen solid in the frost mist, devoid of life. The other 3rd and 4th order strongmen met the same fate. The deputy was astonished, is this the power of a top Dragon Gate ranking strongman? I concede. Sario. You didn't think I was in the legendary realm, huh? Damn it. Team number 2 at the mine is in the process of relocating, and they have already reached this position. The Flame Lion Tribe team is also moving towards mine number 3 and has roughly reached here. The Featherman Tribe. In the first clash, Mu Yuan thought they had gained no small advantage. With Duo Lai, Lulu, and Yuta slaying up to 7 mythical beasts of legendary realm, the numbers were substantial. This figure could not compare with that of the larger battle because the enemy was never gathered together. There were also powerful beings in the legendary Earth realm among the enemies, who targeted Duo Lai several times with sniper attacks, delaying Duo Lai's progress. The enemy has significant control over intelligence concerning our forces. Duo Lai, Yuta, Lulu, especially Duo Lai, the enemy is on guard against them. They could slay these few legends, partly by surprise. Shilu's Red Dragon's True Flame, Jun Sai of the Wind God, both had a formidable initial killing effect. Secondly, they relied on the power of Iceloa. Iceloa did not leave her abode, but the power of Destiny Star Weaving kept working, interfering. Yuta could support Jun in time because Isloa, by chance, grasped a thread of opportunity from the netherworld. However, such threads of destiny are hard to seize, almost left to chance. One or two legends acting in the current 10 Directions Island domain would be inconspicuous, their destinies not evident. When a dozen or more legends act, the enemy would use some means to conceal it, rendering their destinies indistinct as well. Now, as the situation grows increasingly turbulent, wars erupt, and heaven and earth are thrown into disorder, even the threads of destiny become tangled. Under these conditions, it is not easy for Isloa to grab hold of these opportunities. Nevertheless, she still made some simple interventions. For example, she slightly altered the destiny of one legend, leading the monstrous legend to be a bit more complacent, lingering longer than it should have. And so, the monster legend was caught by Duo Lai. With such coordination, Tianyuan City had already slain 7 monster legends and severely wounded or dealt heavy blows to 6 others. The Natural Garden and the Giant Stone Ridge also had their skirmishes with monster legends, but nothing as intense as here at Tianyuan City. In the mining zone under Tianyuan City's jurisdiction, a mining area overseen by the Featherman Nation suffered tragically, sustaining heavy losses from the enemy's main forces. Even though Duo Lai was there and killed 2 legends. We at Tianyuan City have also suffered losses, with even a dozen or 2 dozen Fourth Orders falling in battles against legends. Even excluding the factor of the Hall of Martial Souls, just by visible losses, Tianyuan City's losses are far less than those of the Orochi and the Black Crow clan. The monster overlord indeed likes to sacrifice pawns, but legends aren't included in this exchange. Outside of the Red Fog Disaster Moon, monster legends aren't so bold. Even so, the attacks from the Orochi and the Black Crow clan have not ceased, they must still have some basis for their confidence. Is it the Great Blood Tree Forest to the west? No, unlikely. The Great Blood Tree Forest could be one of the tactics, but it's definitely not the key dependence. Considering this, Mu Yuan ordered the mining zones to fall back. Even if he were confident enough in certain moments, he must shrink the defenses, otherwise, losses could multiply tenfold. This monster overlord is impeding his wealth making. This grudge, Mr. Mu is taking note of. However, he did not give up on all mining zones. If they totally retracted to Tianyuan City, they would lose all their fixed position outposts in the wild, significantly reducing their strategic depth. Some mining zones, when retracted to Tianyuan City, were also too far away and inconvenient to reach. Therefore, Mu Yuan kept the 3rd mining zone, where Duo Lai was in charge and could rush to support other areas as needed. Meanwhile, at the same time, in the core area of the Orochi clan, before the Orochi god statues. The statues nearly came to life, their large and small serpentine eyes radiating a cold light. Suddenly, a chilling light surged within the entire Orochi clan, eerie and foreboding. How are things progressing? Lord Orochi spoke up, his raspy voice reverberating through heaven and earth. The high priest respectfully said, Lord Orochi, we have pressured the humans into retracting their defenses, which gives us more opportunities to make a move and strike directly at the heart of Tianyuan City. During this process, our followers also slew many strong warriors of the human city, some even having a legendary standing. Rounding up, it's as if we've slain a dozen human legends. He was quite pleased with this result. Before the battle began, he never imagined that humanity of Tianyuan had so many genius legends. If humans were given another year or 2, what would become of them? They struck just at the right moment. Tianyuan City was foolish to place such geniuses at the very front, he had always heard that beings kept their geniuses safe in the rear. Even more foolish were those genius legends with their unmatched bravery, fearlessly confronting their own legendary realm. If not for this, they could not have achieved such significant victories in such a short time. 7 legends from the Orochi and the Black Crow clan traded for a dozen human legends, was it worth it? It was indeed worthwhile. The high priest was content but did not receive the affirmation he expected from his lord. What he got was merely a rather dissatisfied snort. That's it. Just this. 7 legends fell, yet not even one human legend was slaughtered, utterly useless. The high priest felt aggrieved. These human legends, they are rather formidable, each possessing extraordinary abilities. I suspect they are all of the epic tier. Backquote, backquote, backquote. Red Dragon, Azure Divine Bird, a robust man ablaze with aura, the golden black armored general, a blue-haired girl. The high priest reported each one by one, mainly to indicate that it was not that our forces were incompetent, but that the enemy was abnormally powerful. See, now we must rely on Lord Orochi's power. In fact, among the strong ones in Tianyuan City, such as the Red Dragon and the Divine Bird, it seems that one or a few are not in the legendary realm, but merely at the fourth order limit great perfection. But could he say that? Of course not. Being killed solo by someone in the legendary realm was still acceptable, but being killed solo by a fourth order, they would have to endure Lord Orochi's netherworld majesty. In any case, the Red Dragon, the Divine Bird, these strong ones, are all legends. No matter who asks, they are definitely legendary. The High Priest continued, although we are indeed at a slight disadvantage in terms of exchange rate, everything is going according to the established plan. The advantage is still in our hands. The Tianyuan City domain. In the south, within a dense forest. Duke Gold and his party were moving forward. We're close, I have such an intuition. And look, the further we move in this direction, the fewer the monsters become, indicating that we will soon find the human forces of this island domain. The captain of the guards said, what if the direction we're traveling in is actually the monster overlord lair? It's not unheard of that there are fewer monsters near a lair. Duke Gold, can't you say something cheerful? Duke Gold traversed mountains and valleys. He was once an experienced explorer, a pioneer, with his own set of tracking methods. His judgment that the human stronghold was in this area was not entirely based on intuition. He was at least 90% certain. He climbed a kilometer-high hill and stood on its summit. The Duke originally wanted to stand aloft and determine the location of the human stronghold through the trends of mountains and rivers and by employing secret arts, but unexpected to him. The moment he ascended the hill, he saw a city from afar. A human city. His eyesight was sharp, and he could see the hustle and bustle of humans within the city, the towering city walls, and countless defensive structures. Arrow Tower, Multishot Arrow Tower, Thunder Magnetic Coil Tower. Duke Gold identified each defensive structure. The quantity was indeed not small. The entire Tianyuan City was already fortified as impregnable as gold. However, it's too small. This is just a small city, not even comparable to a district in my Golden City. Is this supposed to be Tianyuan City? The Tianyuan City that conducts trade with the Gemstone Duchy. The Tianyuan City that is contending with the Overlord power. Compared to what he had imagined, there was indeed a tiny bit of a difference. The city was too small. With just this size, how could it possibly stand against the monster Overlord? Suddenly, the captain of the guard's eyes sharpened, his halberd sweeping in all directions. Where the halberd passed, leaves fell and shattered, half of which turned into black feathers. And around them, unbeknownst when, also darkened. The floating black feathers congealed into figures of nether ravens with black feathers and red eyes. The nether ravens were enveloped in night forces visible to the naked eye, and an invisible killing intent filled the area. The captain of the guards and Duke Gold, both legendary figures, perceived some threat from them. A legendary black crow. No, that's not right, there is no scent of corruption, it's a living being. But who could it be? The night was like a spider's web, and the red eyes of the black crows gleamed intermittently, staring intently at the group. Echoing voices emerged from all directions. That question, it should be me asking it, what is your purpose here? Sophia, cloaked in a black robe with her hood drawn up, stepped out from the night. Then a second, a third, a fourth, 100 identical figures emerged one after another from the darkness. Eerie voices echoing together, reverberating. Duke Gold's scalp tingled a bit. It seemed they had been watched all along, and from beginning to end, they hadn't noticed. Who exactly was this? Wait, they were not far from Tianyuan City. So, this black-robed powerhouse was actually a person from Tianyuan City. To Duke Gold, the seemingly ordinary Tianyuan City suddenly became mysterious again. Half an hour later, Sophia's Black Crow was watching Duke Gold and his people, leading them toward Tianyuan City. To think that foreign visitors would come to join the excitement at this time. Mu Yuan frowned. He had an impression of this Duke Gold, a strong figure from the neighboring Shen Luo domain, around the western coast area. There was no interaction or contact between the Golden Commonwealth and Tianyuan City. Frankly speaking, Mu Yuan didn't hope for the variable that Duke Gold represented to appear while dealing with the overlord power. After all, the latter's team included two from the legendary realm and they certainly possessed many special methods. But since Duke Gold had the intention to visit, it wasn't quite appropriate for him to refuse. At least, with the people right under his own eyes, things seemed more secure. From another perspective, the Golden Commonwealth and the Gemstone Duchy are the two strongest powers on the western coast. Now that Duke Gold has come knocking of his own accord, it could be beneficial for Tianyuan City as well. South of Tianyuan City, Duke Gold and his people were descending the mountain. The head of his personal guards felt helpless. Entering strange territories at this time carried great risks, Duke. He wanted to advise. But if advice were effective, they wouldn't have journeyed so deep and come near Tianyuan City. Stuck with a master who loved adventure, what else could he do? Of course, it was to protect him to the death. Alas! Duke Gold, however, was in high spirits, seemingly oblivious to the black crows circling around, absorbed in observing his surroundings. His impression of Tianyuan City wasn't limited to the spy reports from the Gemstone Duchy. The Duke was onto something. He remembered seeing this black-robed mysterious strong man when he recently tried to recruit the gunner Master Roy at Ironstone Mountain. This Tianyuan City strong man was also one of the earliest to use the tactic of seeking apprenticeship to form relations. When he saw this scene, Duke Gold immediately brought in dozens of territory citizens and soldiers who were familiar with firearms from his own country, to seek apprenticeship and learn from Roy. However, the result was somewhat unexpected, as Roy only accepted a few of them. Gunner Master Roy treated these few apprentices merely as a normal teacher would, only providing some guidance in his spare time. Whether they could learn and how much they learned was entirely up to the apprentices themselves. Of course, Duke Gold sending apprentices to learn wasn't really to acquire knowledge, it was to use them as a medium to communicate the various benefits of the Golden Commonwealth to Roy and attract him. But not learning was one thing, the attitude was another. Gunner Master Roy treated the apprentices from his Golden Commonwealth and those from several other great domains the same, regarding them as working students. The only exception was how he earnestly took care of the students from Tianyuan City, as if he considered them his true successors. Is that reasonable? Is that fair? In the eternal world, of course, there is no such thing as fair or unfair. Duke Gold wouldn't complain or argue with the Gunner Master, he would only ponder, on what grounds, what ability did Tianyuan City have to achieve this? Intimidation by force was utterly useless against the obstinate Roy. Money is a means. If it were effective, he would have already recruited Roy. What could it be? Lost in thought, Duke Gold had already arrived beneath Tianyuan City. At this time, he could see that many constructions outside the city had stopped, indicating Tianyuan City truly faced a tremendous pressure from the monster overlord. The war had been going on for some time, it just hadn't reached the gates of Tianyuan City yet. Throughout his journey, he witnessed several monster waves and monster core, as well as a few mines that had been breached and abandoned. This was enough to judge that the situation of Tianyuan City was not very promising. I have come here, also guided by destiny. You Tianyuan City are short on combat power, right? I am also willing to lend a hand. The Golden Commonwealth has provided mercenary aid to many powers. Of course, since it's a hired service, there is a corresponding price to pay. Duke Gold spoke after slight contemplation. His goal wasn't money, but the secret that made Gunner Master Roy value Tianyuan City so highly. Of course, he had to proceed gradually. Meanwhile, the head of the personal guards was on the verge of speaking several times, but after a long thought, he ended up sighing with weariness. No sooner had Duke Gold finished speaking than a faint voice came through the wind. No need. We Tianyuan City have the capability to deal with a few trifling monsters. In not a long time, the situation in the 10 Directions Island domain will return to tranquility. Your Grace, you are a distinguished guest. As long as you abide by the laws, you won't have to worry about any safety issues in this city. A mere monster overlord poses no threat to our Tianyuan city. The ethereal voice seemed to come from all directions, elusive and untraceable. Duke Gold, despite straining his ears, could not pinpoint its precise location. It was as if it was everywhere, yet nowhere at the same time. But that's what makes it interesting. The Duke adjusted his clothing and stepped into Tianyuan City. West of Tianyuan City. The vast crimson forest spread out here, having existed for countless years. Nobody knew the history of the Great Blood Tree Forest. It had appeared earlier than Fang of the Jackal Wolf, earlier than the Black Crow clan and Orochi clan. All this time, the Great Blood Tree Forest had been quite peaceful. If it weren't for the forest being a place of no return, its deep red leaves could have been considered a beautiful scenery. At this moment, within the depths of the Great Blood Tree Forest, mysterious and eerie rhythms were spreading, like a gust of wind, instantly engulfing the entire forest. Sha. In the heart of the forest, giant kilometer-tall trees with branches clawing at the sky loomed tall, their trunks adorned with gaping maws. Sha. Within the inner circle of the forest, bizarre crimson trees rustled, their eerie branches and leaves whispering in the wind, with red leaves fluttering through the air, casting a blood mist as they soared. On the forest's perimeter, trees draped in shades of blood also started to sway violently. Bulging pustules swelled on their trunks, bursting open to release a tangle of strange branches that spread forth. The crimson trees, within a few blinks, grew increasingly robust and expanded, their trunks seeming to writhe with thousands upon thousands of insects squirming beneath. PFF'd. Boom. Some of the swollen trees suddenly burst, like overinflated balls reaching their breaking point and exploding into a cloud of blood fog. Within the blood fog, fragments of branches, roots, and bark were scattered in all directions. When these tree fragments touched the ground, they melted away in a bizarre fashion, dissolving into the soil around them. The next moment, a blood-colored sapling broke through the earth, and nourished by the surrounding blood fog, it grew at a visible rate. A blood tree was born. 100 blood trees were born. Thousands, tens of thousands, millions of blood trees came to life one after another. The Great Blood Tree Forest, which had been dormant for countless years, suddenly boiled with activity. Inside Tianyuan City, pebbles on the streets trembled slightly, and the chandeliers inside the houses began to swing. Is it an earthquake? Some territory citizens panicked. Could it be a monster tide attacking? Those in the know thought to themselves, but people who were well informed dismissed the idea. No, the nearest tide is still 1,000 kilometers away from our Tianyuan City. Duke Gold had only just settled into an inn in Tianyuan City. He looked down at the ground before quickly ascending to the inn's rooftop, gazing into the west. Tianyuan City was originally some 20 to 30 kilometers away from the very edge of the Great Blood Tree Forest. From the rooftop of this barely 10-meter-tall inn, even someone of legendary realm status couldn't see much, given the intervening hills and ridges. However, at this moment, the horizon was filled with billowing dust, and birds and beasts took flight. Within that cloud of dust, massive silhouettes grew ever taller, tearing through the dust to stand erect on the vast earth. They were trees. Gigantic trees at least hundreds of meters high, their branches extending eerily, incredibly lush, with blood trickling down their deep red leaves. From a distance, it appeared as though a colossal red mushroom had suddenly grown. And this was not the first mushroom. Soon after, a second, a third, a fourth, and more rose. One after another, mushrooms, hundreds of meters high sprouted up, appearing abruptly and, as they grew from far to near, seemed to be spreading toward Tianyuan City. What is that? It looks ominous, as if it's spewing out something. An elite guard murmured. Duke Gold said, it's plant life, and I sense the presence of monsters from it. It seems the situation Tianyuan City faces is worse than we imagined. He even began to hesitate whether he should offer his mercenary services to Tianyuan City. In a situation against the tide, the Golden Commonwealth would definitely not accept the task. Lord Duke, the guard commander said, let's leave quickly before the bizarre blood trees spread here, or else. I'm afraid. The Duke of Gold slightly narrowed his eyes, fingers twirling a golden pen. He was pondering. Suddenly, a more intense tremor struck fiercely, accompanied by a rumbling sound. Dust rose into the air, this time barely 10 kilometers outside of Tianyuan City. More trees are growing. No, wait, these trees are not as bizarre as the others. To the west of Tianyuan City, trees that had long since taken root began to consume the vitality within their bodies to grow wildly. In the blink of an eye, trees as tall as 100, 200, 300 meters stood erect to the city's west, forming a verdant forest. These trees, every one of them, were extensions of the power of one Lord Treeman after another from the Treeman forest. Through a network of roots, they transmitted their strength to this location. Due to the distance, the power the Lord Treeman could exert here was not as great as it would be within the Treeman forest. But with the support of the Treeman forest, their strength was unending and ever increasing. Guarded by enormous treemen, at the center lay a grand ancient sky tree over 1,000 meters tall. Its branches were dense, and its leaves lush, as if with the strength of a single tree it held up a segment of the azure sky. It towered even higher than the distant blood trees. With itself as the core, it constructed a tree domain barrier, poised to halt the spread of the advancing blood tree forest. This was a battle between tree domains. In the depths of the blood tree domain, the blood tree king looked on. It was slightly surprised. Plant-type troops. Treemen. And they seemed to be of the epic tier war treemen. The blood tree king's gaze ignited with excitement. If it could devour a war treeman, the benefits to itself would be considerable. Besides, a civil war within treedoms. In the internal struggles of plant realms, the strong possess an all-encompassing dominance over the weak, with no chance for the weak to triumph over the strong, or the small to defeat the large. Just as within its own great blood tree forest, without its permission, no plant could survive by taking root. It ruled over an entire region. Wherever the Crimson Forest spread, it marked the boundaries of its land. Now, seated upon a domain encompassing thousands of miles of the Crimson Great Forest, how could it lose against treemen that held merely a small patch of woods? How could it lose with a hand of 10,000 cards? Go. The Crimson Forest rapidly spread. The Green Forest was spreading as well. The Crimson and Green territories were soon bordering each other. From the sky, where the Crimson and Green merged, the Crimson on both sides still rapidly extended, dwarfing the Green by hundreds, if not thousands of times. However, the forests that had just bordered each other were not vastly different. Blood trees burst open, with crimson branches and roots splattering into the Green Forest. Instantly, crimson saplings broke through the soil, vying for the Green Forest's earth's force and territory. The next moment, the crimson saplings didn't disappear, they continued to grow rapidly. But, their color gradually shifted from red to green. They turned green. Also turning green were the blood trees bordering the Treeman forest face to face. Their branches swayed, they rustled, they gradually became peaceful, they sprouted greenery. They assimilated into the Treeman forest. Epic skill. I am the forest. Turn every plant within the range into one's territory. The more plants there are in the territory, the stronger the great force of it. At the same time, I am the forest is me. The Treeman forest possesses the ability to move. Any area where plants exist could be one's territory. This is the royal way of Lord Treeman. In ordinary regions, the Treeman forest would consume its vitality, Earth's force, and energy to spread. But right now, the lush blood trees in front of them are the best nourishment for the Treeman forest's expansion. Consume. Compete for Earth's force. No. Mine is mine, and yours is also all mine. In the blink of an eye, the Treeman forest expanded by 2 rings, the green color encroaching upon the red, spreading relentlessly. Blood trees burst. Blood trees leaned. Blood trees turned into green trees and continued to grow abundantly and vigorously. At first, the Blood Tree King didn't mind some losses. The necessary consumption to bring down Lord Treeman was inevitable. As long as it stayed within its own kingdom, the Blood Tree King didn't fear consumption, not even with the presence of the legendary Soul Realm. But as the consumption continued, the Blood Tree King felt something was amiss. It was one thing for its blood trees to continue to deplete, but why was the Treeman Forest outside the Blood Tree Forest not only unaffected, but seemingly growing even more robust? The Treeman Forest was spreading and expanding despite the consumption, the Earth's force struggle, and the Blood Tree Great Forest's pressure. It always felt something was off. Suddenly, boom! The already thrice enlarged Treeman Forest couldn't hold back any longer, and the entire forest spread forward at an extremely fast pace. It wasn't the spread of newly grown trees, but rather the whole green forest seemed to have grown legs, stepping forward aggressively. The green collided with the red. The red instantly succumbed and fell into the color of the Treeman Forest. The green color, symbolizing nature, vitality, and life, spread even faster, infecting and devouring everything in the Great Blood Tree Forest. The Blood Tree King could clearly feel its territory being nibbled away, its power ebbing bit by bit. At the same moment, 100 kilometers deeper from where the Treeman Forest bordered the Blood Tree Forest, a several hundred meters tall blood tree suddenly cloaked itself in green light, with a surge of vibrant life force emerging. The blood color faded from its leaves, branches, and trunk as the ancient tree experienced a new birth. It rapidly grew, growing to over 1,000 meters tall. Vaguely visible, this robust ancient tree bore a 99% resemblance to the ancient tree at the center of the Treeman Forest. The blood tree had transformed into the shape of Tree Demon Granny. This was the assimilation of tree species. Tree Demon Granny, having broken through to the legendary realm, could not only possess multiple tree species but also project the power of these species onto non-sentient plant life. It happened as if by divine intervention, birthing upon those plants. The invisible power of, I am the forest, spread out violently. In that moment, Tree Demon Granny seemed to open its maw even more bloodthirstily than the blood tree, encompassing all surrounding plants within its grasp. Assimilate, devour, absorb. On the ancient tree, a weathered face sculpted a chilling smile. Above the Great Blood Tree Forest, blood-colored clouds and fog swirled all year round, growing denser towards the core. This blood fog differed from the red mist as it didn't occur regularly but was an external manifestation of elemental energy. Influenced by this, the heaven and earth above the entire Great Blood Tree Forest were also shrouded in an intangible pressure. Even legendary realm powerhouses didn't dare to fly over the forest when traveling, often choosing to detour instead. But now, in a certain area to the east of the Crimson Forest, a patch of blood fog rapidly dispersed. Through the sparse blood fog, one could see fresh greenery spreading endlessly across the land. This, I am the forest, expansion not only devoured and transformed a vast amount of plant life into nourishment for itself but also tore open a gaping hole in the Crimson Great Forest, ruthlessly severing the internal and external connections of the forest. Tree Demon Granny hailed from the plant life category, specifically the tree lineage, almost the same type of existence as the Blood Tree King. How could she not be familiar with the intricacies of the Crimson Great Forest? The forest was a collective entity. With roots interweaving throughout, the Blood Tree King, situated at the forest's core, could easily interfere and control the peripheral areas of the forest. Each blood tree, each root, and each cluster of blood fog were like threads in the hands of the Blood Tree King. However, at this moment, in a certain area to the west of the forest, many of these threads had been severed. Behind them, Lord Treeman like Tree Guard 2 and Tree Guard 3, who were leading the charge through the forest, suddenly found their efficiency in transforming the surrounding blood trees significantly increased. The resistance had lessened. The Treeman Forest then expanded at 2 to 3 times its previous speed, with one core section charging like a battleship, unstoppable as it plunged into the Crimson Forest. This stretch of Treeman Forest didn't pursue complete assimilation. Wherever they passed, they left behind clusters of green amidst the blood red. At first, the green was sparse, like a few drops of green water on red paper, but the surrounding blood trees were like rootless wood, unable to stem the ever-spreading force of the new greenery. It wasn't long before these blood trees were utterly strangled. Meanwhile, Tree Demon Granny's gaze turned deeper into the Blood Tree Forest. She had just covered a distance of 100 kilometers in one go, severing the lifelines of the Great Blood Tree Forest. However, 100 kilometers was still short. Based on this speed, she would have to traverse dozens of times to reach the core of the Great Blood Tree Forest. Gathering the seed of trees' destiny dozens of times was no small feat, even with the support of the Treeman Forest. It would also require a significant amount of time. Tree Demon Granny contemplated. The order she received was to strike swiftly and decisively, as delays could lead to complications. The more often a tactic was used, the easier it was for the Blood Tree King to find a countermeasure. Given that, Tree Demon Granny decided to cross hundreds of kilometers in one breath, to cut through the lifelines of the Great Blood Tree Forest and directly sever the enemy's limb. However, the Great Blood Tree Forest was the territory of the Blood Tree King, completely unfamiliar to her. Directly projecting the seed of tree's destiny several hundred kilometers away was difficult without an exact coordinate, preferably one that was situated right on a junction of the forest's network. Tree Demon Granny herself couldn't achieve this. Other War Treemen and Lord Treemen certainly couldn't either. But she wasn't alone, they were just one part of Tianyuan City's forces. In places undetectable by the naked eye or even by perception, a faint gleam hopped continuously throughout the Great Blood Tree Forest. It was nearly imperceptible, even to the Blood Tree King. It flitted through the vast forest as if it were a part of the Blood Tree Forest itself, leaping and traveling from one blood-colored tree to another. Only those who were very familiar with it and specifically observed could possibly discern its true identity. Still, that was limited to discovering its identity. In the blink of an eye, it flickered erratically, as if using spatial travel. This was a 4-order peak nature spirit. Part of the Flora series, an auxiliary class of the epic tier troop type. Tianyuan City was home to innumerable nature spirits, spirits of flora, flower fairies. Most of them were non-combat troops, gardeners of the botanical gardens, Tianyuan City's gardeners. But they were still troops after all. Among the vast numbers of flower fairies, there were individuals who loved to fight and could fight. The nature spirit Grass Twig was one of them. It was a martial spirit among the nature spirits. Even the nature's light and dew of nature, which it awakened in its epic tier, were combat abilities in its hands. Right now, it was using a talent it inevitably awakened while evolving through the stages of Spirit of Flora and Guardian of Plants. Fusion with plants, communication with plants. With the former, spirits of flora could freely travel through vegetation, covering a kilometer in an instant. This was the life-saving ability of the spirits of flora. They might not have been strong in combat, but in an environment rich with vegetation, they were peerlessly adept at survival. The latter was a talent allowing spirits of flora to collect information from all directions through nearby plants and also to communicate with plants. Inside the Blood Tree Forest, the majority of the trees were just larger, more bizarrely shaped regular trees. Lacking intelligence, they were easily influenced by the nature spirits. Using such abilities, Grass Twig smoothly navigated through the Blood Tree Forest and quickly pinpointed one of the network nodes. "This is the spot, Granny. I've received your signal." The next moment, just as the nature spirit Grass Twig left the kilometer-tall blood tree and moved to another nearby, the invisible seed of tree's destiny descended effortlessly, assimilating that blood tree as one of its own avatars. The blood tree turned green and grew rapidly. The power of, I am the forest, that assimilated the surrounding trees as its own territory also spread quickly. However, this was the depths of the Great Blood Tree Forest, where the power of the Tree Demon Granny's incarnation was greatly restrained. The spread of the forest's greenery was blocked after a few hundred meters and even began to slowly retract. The Tree Demon Granny couldn't hold on much longer. Deeper within the Crimson Forest, terrible roaring echoed, shaking the entire forest. But just as the seed of tree's destiny fell, the nodal points of the Great Blood Tree Forest's eastern meridians were abruptly severed, and the Blood Tree King's control over the eastern blood trees dropped by 70 to 80%. Without the control of the Blood Tree King, how could these blood trees, no matter how tall and bizarre, most of which were merely ordinary trees, not even monsters or living beings, stop the spread of the Treeman Forest? In the blink of an eye, the rate at which the Blood Tree Forest turned green surged once more. Some of the green trees quickly withered, turning into energy for the Treeman Forest, which flowed through the root network to the core of the Treeman Forest, where most of it was provided to Tree Demon Granny. Tree Demon Granny's incarnation hundreds of kilometers away suddenly surged again, devouring and assimilating the surrounding vegetation and Earth's force like a whale swallow. Through warfare, the Treeman forest grew like a rolling snowball. The Blood Tree King was powerless to stop it. Its greatest reliance, this vast forest, was not an obstacle but rather fodder that fueled the advance of the Lord Treeman. Without these trees, the Treeman forest couldn't have spread so far. Suddenly, Sha-sha, Sha-sha. Countless creatures surged out from the forest. They weren't real monsters but tree puppets transformed by the Blood Tree King from bones buried in the great Blood Tree Forest over the years. Some tree demons emerged from the depths of the forest, toppling the thick trees in their path and pushing forward relentlessly. Tree Demon Granny. She had used the epic skill, Forest Guardians. Tree Demon Granny can transform any tree into a protector of the forest, guardian. The level of a Treeman guard is a whole order lower than that of a Lord Treeman, and the duration of existence depends. The term, any tree, here does not include life forms like tree monster creatures, but lifeless blood trees fall within Tree Demon Granny's transformation range. Her branches lifted, and an invisible force reached out for a kilometer. A blood tree trembled, not turning green, but it quickly came to life, transforming into a blood forest guardian, even more bizarre and terrifying with its blood-colored branches and leaves. Following that, the second, third, fourth, appeared. Tree Demon Granny, a powerhouse of the legendary realm, but transforming one after another of these four-order peak forest guardians also consumed a vast amount of energy. Normally, she couldn't transform too many at once. But this was not a normal situation. The entire Blood Tree Forest was her nourishment, her hunting ground. Her blood trees were endless. Her energy was unceasing. 20 Blood Guardians appeared. 100 Blood Guardians appeared. 400 Blood Guardians appeared. Tree demons and tree puppets deep in the forest had yet to emerge when they were intercepted by the newly enlivened Treeman guards. The whole forest shook. The clash between red and green had not ended when a tumultuous conflict of red against red unfolded. The Blood Tree King roared furiously, "Are you really the king of the Crimson Forest, or am I? I must be a fake king, right? A fake king." In its fury, it manipulated the power of heaven and earth, disregarding the massive dissipation and waste of energy, and relentlessly bombarded the eastern outskirts of the forest thousands of kilometers away. Time after time it struck, soon annihilating a couple of hundred Treeman guards and even once forcefully killed the incursion of Tree Demon Granny's avatar. See, it was the king of the Crimson Forest. Then, Tree Demon Granny reassembled her life seed and chose another suitable location to manifest her avatar. Her blood trees were endless. But how much strength could the Blood Tree King possibly have? In just 2.5 hours, the invading Treeman forest reached the heart of the Great Blood Tree Forest. From a high altitude, one could see a straight green line piercing into the red area, with green light continuously spreading from both sides of the line, a thin tip and a broad end, like a spiraling drill bit. In the areas around it, numerous green spots also spread like blemishes. The blood clouds drifting above the forest began to thin out. Upon reaching the core area, the Lord Treeman could already glimpse the central tree of the entire forest, towering like a mountain piercing the clouds. There stood a massive blood-red tree, not lush but immensely large. It soared over 3,000 meters, far taller than Tree Demon Granny's own body. Its trunk was as sturdy as a mountain, with hundreds of thousands of blood-colored pupils growing upon it. These horrifying pupils slowly opened, and their penetrating gazes swept across the arriving Lord Treeman. Do you think you've already won? The war has just begun. The Blood Tree King roared. Indeed, its meridians had been severed, and it was gradually losing control over the vast forest, but its main body remained unharmed. The area where its main body was rooted was where it could exert its strongest power. The Earth's force all around was completely blocked, and the Blood Tree King had control over most of the elements of heaven and earth. Moreover, a 5,000-meter level domain spread out, overwhelmingly pressing every corner of heaven and earth. Indeed, I am no match for it, sighed Tree Demon Granny. I do not enjoy slaughter either. Let us, my friends, bring a swift conclusion. Hundreds of treemen surged forward. In fact, upon arriving here, only Tree Demon Granny was able to exert her combat power unimpeded. The other Lord Treeman, even with the support of the forest, even after absorbing energy tens or hundreds of times their own size, and even with I am the forest. As an intermediary link, their powers were gradually becoming strained to maintain. Yet even so, they were still lords, war tree men. This place still maintained 20 or 30, I am the forest, domains. Furthermore, the army spirit, symbolizing the mark of the forest core, materialized above the forest. The forest core had now fully formed into an army soul core. It consisted of hundreds of treemen, 20 to 30 spirits of flora, nature spirits, and 2 to 300 vine snake creature troops. With the special feature, plants prosper together, and the skill, growth of all beings. Once the army spirit appeared, the war tree men, who were originally having difficulty maintaining their strength due to the great distance, instantly stabilized their own powers. This is the special feature, plants prosper together. If Tree Demon Granny could maintain her power and spread it thousands of kilometers away, so could they. At least, for a short time. The treemen began their righteous group assault. In the first 600 seconds, the Blood Tree King was still majestic and invincible. Its roots would shake the earth and open up ravines tens of kilometers long, its bloody pupils would flash, shooting out kilometer-long crimson flashes. But the resonance of the army spirit shared the damage brought by the Blood Tree King, further diluting the presence of the treeman forest. The root energy of the Blood Tree King that permeated the earth was vast. But the treemen with countless blood trees as their fodder, were they not the same? The middle 600 seconds. The treeman forest started to squeeze into the blood tree's territory. Even though it was just a forest, it could contend with domains. Each step the forest advanced, the crimson domain was forced to retreat. This is the wonder of epic ability. Within the forest's range was its territory, where no other domain could exist. At the 1300-second mark, saplings sprouted from the trunk of the Blood Tree King, turning the blood eyes into nourishment. At the 1400-second mark, the treeman forest spread further, taking control of the surrounding Earth's force. The roots of the Blood Tree King continually withdrew. At the 1500-second mark, the now thousands of Crimson Treeman guards surged forward. At the 1600-second mark, PFF'd. Several branches of Tree Demon Granny, like spikes, pierced the increasingly less hard brownish-red trunk. In the damaged part of the trunk, plants grew incessantly, further tearing the trunk apart. A crimson core was exposed. Suddenly, Tree Demon Granny felt a desire, a craving to devour. Its roots burrowed into the blood core. Atop Tree Demon Granny's huge crown, the leaves gradually took on a hint of red. Ding! Lord Shepherd, who had been closely monitoring the battle to the west, heard a notification sound by his ear. Through the perspective of a Wings of the Wind King high in the sky, he confirmed the state of the battle for the first time. Seemingly, victory was theirs. Even Duo Lai, such a strong figure, had not made a move. The entire Great Blood Tree Forest was easier to conquer than imagined. The Blood Tree King is indeed not weak, but within the entire Great Blood Tree Forest, other than the Blood Tree King, there isn't a second legendary realm powerhouse, and there are even few treemen at the 4-order level. As for the forest defense line built by the Blood Tree King, well, it's not that it's inadequate, but rather, the treemen have 2 points that restrain it. This restrains as well, that restrains too. I am the forest. This epic ability is even deemed to be an inbred divine skill for treeman life forms. He saw the treeman swarm forward. Prompt. Your troop type, Tree Demon Granny, is devouring the blood tree's core, and some mutations may occur. Mu Yuan opened the panel. The domain level of Tree Demon Granny was rising at a visible rate. In the blink of an eye, it broke through the 2000-meter level, and was still strengthening. Prompt. Your troop type, Tree Demon Granny, has awakened advanced skills, Blood Mist Tree Domain, Warfare Nourished by Blood, and Land Metamorphosis Through Blood. Prompt. Tree Demon Granny's epic skill, Forest Guardians, has undergone mutation and upgrade, changing to Crimson Tree Demon, which possesses the ability to devour and strengthen. Prompt. Tree Demon Granny has awakened a quasi-epic talent, Devouring Flesh and Blood, capable of devouring flesh and blood through roots and stems, allowing itself to grow beyond limits. The Blood Tree King might have grown to a 3,000-meter level by devouring a large amount of flesh and blood. However, might there also be side effects from such devouring? The Blood Tree King was obviously going bald. There might be side effects from this mutation and devouring by tree demon Granny, too. Mu Yuan thought. He was not worried, whatever the side effects were, as long as tree demon Granny evolved once more, he could eradicate them all. And as of now, tree demon Granny had gained considerable benefits. The newly awakened or mutated skills were somewhat odd, weren't they? It always seemed quite odd, didn't it? Mu Yuan was lost in thought. At this moment, the Blood Tree King was already devoid of life, its massive branches withering and rotting little by little. The treemen surrounded it, keeping their distance, not wishing to get too close, except for tree demon Granny, which was absorbed in drawing nutrients, its expression one of intoxicated bliss. Its domain had already spread, and was pushing its boundaries as it expanded inch by inch. 2,500 meters. 3,000 meters. 3,500 meters. 4,000 meters. Such expansion continued until it reached exactly 4,444 meters before it barely stopped. The entire domain was somewhat unstable, and tree demon Granny seemed a bit overfed. However, once it completely absorbed and digested this wave of nourishment, it would be able to surpass Duo Lion Dead Bone, becoming the highest level being in Tianyuan City. The rookie legend had broken the mold overnight. In fact, had Tree Demon Granny not been an epic 3 stars life form already, in this absorption and digestion, it would have definitely evolved an order. Advancing from a 3-star excellence level to an epic 1-star level was not a difficult feat. This was indeed a great opportunity. One that could change the fate of a powerhouse for life. Thank you for the selfless gift from the Blood Tree King. Within the vast Great Blood Tree Forest, the earth-shattering disturbances gradually subsided. Looking down from the perspective of the wings of the Wind King, the spread of new greenery had ceased, and many of the lush trees had lost the strength to sustain themselves. With a pu-kai sound, they rapidly withered away. In the blink of an eye, one after another of these great trees vanished in the wind. In many areas that the treeman forest had not spread to, the bloody leaves of the great trees also withered away, and the bloodstains that had spread up their trunks began to recede, returning to the earth and dissolving into the world. Soon, many blood trees began to wither, and their bloody leaves fell to the ground. The once lush Great Blood Tree Forest, where not even a ray of sunlight could penetrate, had thinned significantly after this battle. Mu Yuan estimated that the majority of the blood trees within would wither away to nearly nothing. However, the blood-red mist hovering above the forest would also completely dissipate, leaving at most strands of polluted red fog. The traces left by the treeman forest had not completely vanished. The land here was rich with Earth's force, and some of the greenened great trees, though drained of vitality, had not entirely withered and still stood tall, rooted in the earth. In many regions, young shoots had broken through the soil, not from the interference of treemen but from the natural evolution of flora by nature itself. With some management of the area after breaking the Great Blood Tree Forest, given time, this region could become a first-rate planting area. Even now, one can find some rare and even exceptional grade materials inside the Great Blood Tree Forest. It's just that many of these materials carry some negative effects and are not highly valued. Inside Tianyuan City, the city residents did not care at all about the recent earthquake or the deafening roar that had come from the west of the city. They went about their business as usual, whether it was strolling down the streets or going to work, and few were panicked or flustered. Compared to the previous monster attacks on the city, this was just a small matter. After all, they had experienced much bigger events. On the roof of a restaurant, Duke Gold gazed toward the distant sky, having held that pose for quite a while. My lord. The head of his personal guards couldn't help speaking up. Duke Gold said, the battle has ended, it seems Tianyuan City has repelled the invading plant-based monsters. He thought this was normal. After all, Tianyuan City had been rooted in the 10 Directions Island domain for a long time. Having been so established, it would naturally have the capability to fight against monster overlords. It wasn't possible that the city would fall just because he had arrived. The main reason for this illusion was the Crimson Great Mushroom, that had seemed very terrifying and eerie, to the point where even he felt his heart skip a beat. For legendary realm beings like them, destroying a blood tree hundreds of meters tall wasn't difficult, And it wasn't tough to destroy a few, a dozen, or even dozens. But what if there were more? The extensive growth of blood trees that sprouted just moments ago was far beyond 100. Plant-based powerhouses rooted in the earth were famously inexhaustible. If an army of blood tree forests spread toward his own golden city, how would he respond? It would be tough to handle. The most correct method of dealing with such a threat is to take preemptive action, to ensure no peculiar entities come close to one's city walls. The exact situation that had just occurred in Tianyuan City was unclear to him. However, considering the distance between them, a slight error in judgment was to be expected. In any case, the fact that Tianyuan City can repel the overlord of this domain is also good news for us. Otherwise, if the monsters from this domain advance into the Shen Luo domain, Gemstone Duchy and our Golden Commonwealth would be the first to bear the brunt. However, if Tianyuan City could stalemate with the monster overlord for longer and struggle a bit more, that would be even more ideal. He did not wish for Tianyuan City to fall, but nor did he want it to become too strong. If Tianyuan City were at a disadvantage but not completely overwhelmed, the benefits the Golden Commonwealth could acquire would greatly increase. For this, he needed to clearly understand the comparative combat power between Tianyuan City and the monster overlord of this domain. Only then could he negotiate and trade later on to maximize his own interests. Duke Gold believed that, under the current circumstances, Tianyuan City would need the support of their Golden Commonwealth. Lord, Duke Gold and his entourage have taken their leave from Tianyuan City. Within the city lord's mansion, shadows spread surreptitiously when an elegant figure suddenly appeared. Sophia lowered her hood and pinched two corners of her black robe, curtsying as though lifting the hem of a skirt. Having revealed herself, she eagerly said, "Shall I continue following them?" "It's quite easy, the two legendary realm guards of Duke Gold don't even notice my presence, Crow. Just have a few black crows follow. It's fine if they lose track, as long as the surroundings of Tianyuan City and the number 3 mining area remain secure." Around the number 3 mining area, battles erupted sporadically. Tianyuan City remained calm, the enemy not having approached this near yet. However, the Fang of the Jackal Wolf had once dispatched a legendary squad to conduct a surprise attack on Tianyuan City, only to fail. The Black Crow clan and the Orochi clan could quite possibly use such deceptive tactics. In his view, the Black Crow clan's concealment and surprise attack techniques were much more sophisticated than those of the Fang of the Jackal Wolf. If the Black Crow clan were to launch a surprise attack on Tianyuan City, relying solely on the reconnaissance Sky Eye would not be secure enough. He couldn't afford to gamble with Tianyuan City. He had to ensure the city was 100% safe, as even a 0.01% risk, if realized, could spell disaster for the city. Sophia was the secondary defensive measure. The Black Crow clan excelled at shrouding in dark mist and deploying Black Crows for stealth missions. Coincidentally, Sophia was also adept at these tactics. Up until now, Sophia's Crows and Black Crow clan's Crows have yet to confront each other directly. Invisible Black Crows fly within and outside Tianyuan City, their blood-red pupils watching every passerby, monitoring everything. At roughly the same time. Inside the Black Crow clan. The high priest of the Black Crow snorted, "I never expected that the Orochi clan would request the Orochi himself to take action. With this, our Black Crow clan has been busy only to end up making a wedding dress for someone else." An elder consoled, "Tianyuan City isn't easy to deal with either. Having the Orochi take action makes things more secure. Otherwise, with just us and the Blood Tree King, we might not be able to handle Tianyuan City. Even if we could, the losses would probably be significant." The high priest was of course aware of this. Otherwise, he would have contested with the Orochi clan for the position of leader at all costs. Their Black Crow clan also had their own backer, Lord Night Raven. Now, the high priest only hoped that the human Tianyuan City would be strong enough that it would require the Orochi himself to personally make a move to take it down. Otherwise, if just the spread of the Great Blood Tree Forest and the combined efforts of their two clans were able to bring down Tianyuan City, wouldn't he have just handed the throne of the Great Domain's master directly to the Orochi clan's high priest for free? Tianyuan City, oh Tianyuan City, give this high priest a bit of a challenge, won't you? Inside the Orochi clan, the Orochi high priest spoke with respect. Judging by the time, it's been 2 to 3 hours since the Blood Tree King began using his methods. By now, the Great Blood Tree Forest should have spread to the outskirts of Tianyuan City, engaging in combat with it. The details were unclear to him. However, 2 to 3 hours ago, the scouts from the clan had reported signs of disturbance. Afterward, communication with the scouts was lost. All the scouts they had sent around the vicinity of Tianyuan City had lost contact. Tianyuan City's reconnaissance is extremely powerful. Even Fang of the Jackal Wolf's legendary realm's surprise attack ended in failure. It's quite normal that our Orochi clan's scouts can't escape the eyes of the humans. If it were Black Crow clan's top-tier scouts, they might have been able to bring back some information despite Tianyuan City's tight defense. It's a pity. But it didn't particularly matter. As long as he was aware that the Blood Tree King had started using special methods, that was enough. Even without seeing the scene, he could estimate the general situation. Tianyuan City is not to be underestimated. The encroachment of the Great Blood Tree Forest will probably, still not cause any crippling destruction to Tianyuan City. However, as long as it ties down Tianyuan City for a while and attracts their attention so they cannot spare any effort elsewhere, that would suffice. With utmost respect, the Orochi High Priest said, "My lord, we can begin our plan now." Tianyuan City remained calm inside. Outside the city, with the help of the reconnaissance Sky Eye and Sophia's crows, the defense battalion was able to capture scouts from one to several at regular intervals. Scouts were being captured one after another, without end. Sophia had even caught a few minor scouts on the outskirts of the Great Blood Tree Forest. At this moment, the blood mist high above the Great Blood Tree Forest gradually thinned out, but at the forest's core, at the site of the Blood Tree King's remains, the blood mist became even denser, as if all the mist drifting from other areas had converged there. A thick blood cloud was slowly forming. Blood drops began to fall, soon turning into a torrential downpour of blood rain. As the blood rain hit the ground, it splashed everywhere, forming red rivers that flowed loudly, with hints of exotic treasures slowly emerging. At the center of where the blood rain fell stood a towering tree more than 1,000 meters tall. It was Tree Demon Granny. Now, as the other treemen had returned to their senses, the shells that had extended via their network had already collapsed, only leaving Tree Demon Granny manifesting an external avatar through the life seed, rooted in the land as if she herself had descended. Its body had grown hundreds of meters taller than it had been a few hours earlier. Its branches and leaves shimmered with specks of bloodlight, with the green foliage displaying translucent blood-colored patterns that spread within like human blood vessels. Unlike the Blood Tree King, it did not grow countless blood pupils or have bizarrely twisted growths or pustules all over its limbs. From a distance, it appeared fairly unchanged. Up close, one would find it just a tad otherworldly. Under its lush canopy, there lurked large blood-red fruits. These fruits were enormous, beating like hearts, thumping as if something was being nurtured inside. Suddenly, a blood-red fruit, swollen to several meters in diameter, dropped to the ground with a thump. A dark reddish-brown arm pierced through the fruit from the inside and grabbed the torn edge, violently ripping the entire fruit open. A tall, 10-meter figure stood up from the ruptured fruit. It resembled a human female, its curves visible even though it was smeared with slime. Its eyes were crimson red, its hair like tree roots. After the slime fell away, the surface of its body showed rings of blood markings, like the growth rings of a tree. Its fingertips were sharp like honed wooden spikes, and on its back buds spread out, gradually forming a pair of dark red wings. Crimson Tree Demon. Note 1. A mutated form of the Forest Guardians, shedding the cumbersome and inconvenient body from their guardian phase, gaining high mobility and flight capabilities while retaining powerful strength and resilience. Note 2. The Crimson Tree Demon, cultivated by Tree Demon Granny from the essence of blood, possesses superior potential and the ability to exist permanently. Note 3. However, compared to the Forest Guardians, the Crimson Tree Demon has extremely poor absorption efficiency for Earth's force and the power of vitality, only becoming highly effective in absorbing flesh and blood. Additionally, it has developed a side effect of bloodlust. The 1,000-meter-tall grand tree was still rooted, absorbing the gifts from nature. Its ascendance had not yet ended. At this time, the war grew increasingly fierce. Tianyuan City's outposts, mining sites, the vast majority had strategically retreated, leaving behind only mining site No. 3, Wolf Head Mountain Fortress, and the Soul Shrine, along with 2 mining sites to the south that were very close to Tianyuan City. The Cat People, Fire Lions, Feathermen, and multi-armed tribes had retreated to mining site number 3 at the fastest speed. The elves and giants had also left only one external outpost. These outposts were now all enduring the impact of the monster waves. At this point, the frequency of legendary realm monsters taking action decreased. After all, they could no longer ambush, but the onslaught of monster waves grew more fierce. Wave after wave passed by the third outpost, continuing southward. The fastest surging wave had already reached the outskirts of the Wolf Head Mountain Fortress. The Wolf Head Mountain Fortress also began to exchange fire. However, neither the third outpost nor the Wolf Head Mountain Fortress felt pressure against such waves. Without the legendary realm monsters taking action, without the war machines charging, no matter how many waves, they would not breach the defenses and would eventually be worn out. But intuition tells me the enemy is secretly preparing something. Aisloa, do you have a clue? Mu Yuan didn't ask directly but sent a message that wouldn't disturb anyone. At that time, Aisloa was inside the Epic Mage Tower, performing her techniques. She knelt on an array platform engraved with a 6-pointed star, her skirt embedded with star fragments spreading out and falling to the floor. In her hand, she held a staff that resembled a fishing rod, with a starlight pendant dangling at the tip, swaying slightly. Before her was a semi-transparent, vast star river, with celestial bodies flowing along mysterious orbits. The starlight pendant dangling from her staff was slightly submerged in this vast star river. She could also see some star fragments dancing within it. The speed of the fragments was significant, each leaving a shallow trail. These trails crisscrossed, forming a dense and chaotic net, making it difficult to discern which thread was the strand of destiny they sought. Aisloa had been seated like this for several hours. She was as still as a statue, though the starlight pendant swung on its own without any breeze. At a certain moment, a deep blue meteor suddenly flashed in Aisloa's eyes. She began to murmur like an old radio with a stuck dial. Disaster, from the earth, the shell of the serpent, the end. She wasn't divining prophecy. She never believed in prophecy, what she wanted was the mechanism of fate. She wished to discover and seize the enemy's weaknesses through the deduction of fate. In this process, the king of the blood trees, the great blood tree forest, the Orochi clan and Black Crow clan's scouts, and monster legends were all preconditions in her information matrix. As information gradually enriched, the chaotic and disordered net began to clear up in her view. Underground. Close distance. Only a few hundred kilometers left. The enemy also had anti-divining measures. Aisloa couldn't pinpoint their location precisely. At best, she could grab this thread of destiny and make some minor interference. She herself wasn't clear if this interference would be effective. However, at this step, the range had been narrowed down significantly. Mu Yuan ordered the Treeman Forest to spread its roots into the depths of the earth as a protective measure. Black Crow set sail, swiftly scouring the area within range. The reconnaissance sky eye covered the surrounding 20 kilometers of the target region, leaving no stone unturned. Duo Lai flew out from mining site number 3, casting the space-tearing seal, spreading the force of ripping space into the underground. At the same time, a member of the Orochi clan, the High Priest frowned. Our weapons can no longer proceed. No matter which direction we choose, we will be discovered. An elder said, at this distance, the weapon is already very close to Tianyuan City. Perhaps we should emerge from the ground and move directly in a straight line. It may take less than 15 minutes to hit Tianyuan City, and humans won't have time to find a countermeasure. The high priest thought for a moment and nodded. You're right, let's proceed that way. Traversing underground is indeed too slow. To the east of Wolf Head Mountain Fortress, about 100 kilometers away. Boom. The earth trembled violently, the entire flat ground quaked like waves. A mountain peak suddenly exploded. Huge boulders tumbled down, dust billowed to the sky. Amidst the pervasive dust, the silhouette of a giant serpent slowly emerged. This giant serpent's shadow at first glance didn't seem too different from the war machines of serpents seen in the past, just more ferocious, more exquisite, more vivid. But a second look would reveal the giant serpent emerging from the shattered mountain. It was much, much too large. Monster Overlord war machines came in several sizes. 20-meter class, 40-meter class, 60-meter class. And the bottom of the box 80-meter class, 100-meter class. But now, the emerging giant serpent was so massive it appeared mountainous, with many continuous small hills by the serpent's side looking as insignificant as toy hills. The giant serpent, exhaling clouds and mist, began to move forward. As it proceeded, rivers were severed, mountains collapsed. It moved in a straight line, treating all in its path as if they were nothing. Such a super-giant war machine had transcended the category of machines. In the files distributed by the Pioneer Group, Mu Yuan had seen information about these terrifying weapons. They had a nickname: Disaster Beast. Where they appeared, disaster followed.